ladies and gentlemen.
All right, go ahead.
Welcome to the first Debate Politics debate competition, found only on discord.gg/debatepolitics. We will be having a debate tournament 1v1 between 16 contestants. Debates will be 15-minute rounds between you and another. Topics will be selected based on affirmative/negative of a claim, which is agreed upon between both contestants at the time of the round. Contestants will not be measured based on how convincing their argument is, but whether or not they commit fallacies in their argument, interrupt, or behave in bad faith, and be judged by a single moderator, First Amender. These will count against you, and whoever has committed the least fallacious reasoning/interruption/bad faith is the winner and moves on to the next round. We request that during contests, that everyone please keep voice chat to a minimum, and with all the rules understood, we will go forth with our first contestants, Antonius and Misunderstood.
Hello. How are
Toby's
you?
voice is so orgasmic.
What is your topic?
Wait, wasn't I and Stens gonna debate?
It was Misunderstood and Antonius.
Okay.
Yeah, what happened was I was a fill-in if she didn't show up, but she showed up.
Oh, okay. Well, now.
That's okay. Go ahead and just quickly try to see if you can get the. We're not going to start the timer yet, so just figure something out. It's okay if you don't know yet. You guys already know all of your contestants, so just make sure that you just message them directly, and then from there we'll be good to go.
I would like to know who Orc's alternate is.
It is called Clitoris.
God,
Flossing. How are we going to
There's
find
so
that
many jokes can be made right now, but they won't be.
Well, I'm just gonna wait. Go ahead and come up with the affirmative and the negative, and then we'll continue forward.
Doing it now.
You guys can talk now. Just as soon as the round starts, I request to keep quiet.
Okay. I'll probably have to speak in text. So yeah, what topic would you like to debate, so to speak?
Homelessness in America. And that we're going all wrong about it.
Yeah, I think we would agree too much to actually have a debate on that.
Okay. You choose something.
Hey, you all could one of you could take the opposite, even if you don't believe it. See how you do.
That wouldn't make it.
It would make it harder. It would make it a lot harder for that person, whoever's deciding that challenge. You guys should legitimately find something you disagree about. I know one of her hottest. I know, like, Misunderstood's hottest takes is that she feels that women who wear excessive makeup are effectively like what she would refer to as a slut job. I'm not sure if she would call those women sluts. Do you think that they are sluts, Misunderstood?
I think they're behaving, and behaviors can be seductive.
Okay, and what do you agree with that, Antonius?
And they go after trends that are similar to Playboy and Penthouse and stuff.
Do you agree with that position, Antonius?
No, I don't think a woman putting on makeup, making herself look in any particular way or another, should be considered slutty just because it attracts men who maybe not be able to control their own libido.
So the topic is going to be women who wear excessive makeup are or act slutty. And the affirmative is going to be Misunderstood, and the negative will be Antonius. And we are going to start the timer in 3, 2, 1. Starting with the affirmative, I'm requesting Misunderstood to start and give her argument. 3, 2, 1, go.
I believe that throughout the years, when I started collecting 17 and teen magazines and Young and Modern, YM, and all those titles and stuff like that, I was big into fashion trends and what people bought, and I like to go to the store and everything and stuff like that. I figured out that in the 70s, the trends were more conservative in the 80s, were more fun and colorful and full of, neon colors and, wacky hairdos and stuff like that. And as we approached the 90s, the makeup trends, the girls started to look more like Playboy and stuff like that in rude magazines and stuff like that. They started to pick up these fashion trends, and what makes me really uncomfortable today is that how the women act on social media and how they portray themselves and the trends that they use today that look close to Playboy and Penthouse and stuff like that. I think it opens up the people overseas who I want to be friends with to thinking I'm loose and I should look like that and stuff like that. And I feel like I am getting less attention and less, credit because I tend to look like I wear less makeup. I'm on the lighter side, and I feel like I get less attention and less, stuff like that.
Okay, but I would dare argue that you getting less attention, simply based on superficial looks through makeup, it speaks more to the superficiality of the men going for. And I mean, clearly you're dodging a bullet here because these are guys who are going for the looks. So, I mean, not someone that perhaps would be attention that would be nice to have in the first place. Beyond that. Regarding makeup trends and them looking like Playboy, Playboy makeup, as far as I can see, currently has gone over more to the modern makeup styles, which are far more naturalistic, much more downplayed and things like that. There are, of course, the overplayed bright colors and whatnot, but that is for special occasions or going out to bars or things like that. And I don't think wearing makeup in any way, shape, or form indicate that the behavior of the person is promiscuous to that level. And again, it reflects more on these guys that are giving less and less attention to anyone who doesn't look a certain way, because that's not the women's fault. They're just looking that way because they want to, I don't know, look good from their perspective.
Yeah, so, and
sorry, go on.
They tend to look that way, and I get less respect from foreigners overseas because they think I'm going to get on cam and do, a little show for them within 5 minutes and all that other stuff. And what else? And I think the women tend to use these makeup trends to basically seduce men to get what they want. And I think that's unfair to women like me who want to look more conservative and stuff like that. And just put a cheap coat of, coat of Bonnie Bell, little pink, lip gloss on my lips and just a little bit of eyeliner. And seems like that doesn't take me as far as a woman who wear the fake eyelashes, who use 10 different grades of pencil and, eyeshadows on their, eyes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just feel that's a lousy way to look and to present yourself. And I feel like they get more attention, more stuff like that because they're being more seductive. Plus, they tend to make themselves sound like Kardashians. They make themselves like little baby talk, like vocal fry and all that other stuff. They tend to get more attention that way too.
But misunderstood.
Dressing up their voices.
Yeah, but misunderstood. Again, it sort of comes back to the same thing. It's not these women are doing something wrong necessarily. The men are making the choice to go after these women, right? So yeah, so it's so I find it hard to blame women for the men being attracted to them, like, and again, like, is that the kind of like man that you want the attention from? Like, he would like you this one day when you look good makeup wise and clothes wise, and then the other day he would just be like, no, I'm gonna have someone different. It's like, you know, there's a reason why these men get tricked out of a lot of money and pay for these like services with girls on cam, because they are the kind of men that, you know, go for that kind of shit. Like, not necessarily judging, but, you know.
Right. And a lot of these girls, a lot of women in America, they're going down to these slaughterhouses down in Mexico to make themselves, and going to these plastic surgeons, being killed just so they can make it in society, so they can follow what the men want up here, you know, make it in society. Because man generally will not go after a certain type of woman and give her a job or attention or any kind of, you know.
But again, I don't see how this
Credit
comes
for
down
anything.
to women being slutty because of excessive makeup usage. Didn't mean to cut in there. Like with all the talk we've done around it, it's like I don't see any evidence suggesting that this somehow makes them sluttier. It seems, you know, more that them looking that way brings out a certain color of men, shall we say.
Right. And a lot of these girls, I spoke to a girl on Skype who knows a lot more about stuff than me. She works in the pharmaceutical industry and stuff like that. And she thinks that that it's that way for a lot of women also.
Oh, okay, but does she have any evidence for it, though? Like, in her working in the pharmaceutical company, I don't see the relevance and how that proves, you know, women.
No, she's just smarter and stuff in certain areas.
I mean, that could be argued. I don't know this person personally, and again, like anecdotal evidence, that's not too convincing to me, at least, in regards to this. And
I've told her there's certain servers that I wanted to be, you know, a helper in, and you know, the only people they had was like these girls that talk in vocal fry. They wear certain types of makeup. They talk baby talk and like stuff like that. And she said, "Don't pay attention to it because they're just a bunch of simps. That's why they won't have you, you know, become a helper, because they want the attention from the girls and they want whatever, you know, they're looking for." Because that's why they're making themselves sound and look a certain way. And don't pay attention to it because they're a bunch of simps.
wait, you're saying that? I'm sorry.
Yes, the men were acting like simps because they wouldn't, you know, let me do certain things that the certain girls that I told her about, you know, were helpers and stuff and servers.
Right.
But, I said the same thing. I said I brought up the similarities, how they sounded, and all that other stuff. And she said, "Yeah, that's how the younger guys are. They're simps. Don't pay attention to them."
I mean, yeah.
Go on, do whatever you're doing. Don't pay attention to it.
I mean, yes, like I said, yes, Queen. But still, I fail to see the relevancy of this anecdotal example, which entailed a discussion regarding Discord servers and all that, with women out in the real world wearing more makeup, becoming that meaning that they are like more slutty, or that they act more slutty, or, you know, it doesn't seem like they act any different or anything. It's just that look apparently attracts more men, you know, in rows apparently. And again,
yeah, and their body language and stuff like that, and how they look at a guy and present themselves.
Yeah, but the guy, like,
it's more like I want to take you to bed type of body language that they use along with these looks.
I mean,
you look in the magazines, and more of these commercials have women dressed a certain way with the makeup on, and they look totally seductive. And I think it's inappropriate, and I think it's unfair for girls like me who get the lower hand of everything, and they get first top choice of the men these days, especially the men in America.
But then that by default means that the kind of men you want are that, like, the kind of women they want are the women that looks like that. So
right, and I'm pointing to statistics and what I've been through
wait, what statistics? Sorry.
Yeah, and I've been out there and I've experienced this stuff because I'm the type of person, remember, who goes outside and touches grass every day. So I know what's going on.
No, but that's not statistics, though. Statistics are, studies over certain pools of people and analysis of that data. But simply going out, again, that's more anecdotal. And I personally, like, again, someone's personal experience are what they are, and I reserve them for that. But it still doesn't prove anything beyond that it was your personal experience. It can't be equated to other people's experience, and I dare say it certainly shouldn't be used to judge other people. Like, again, especially like in this case where I don't see any reason to judge these women, because the adult men who choose to go to these women are choosing to go to these. They're not children, these guys. That they're making their choice. And unfair as it may feel, like, yeah, I'm sorry, but I would direct my frustration towards the guys who are picking these women instead of the women who are simply doing their thing.
Right. Well, you can think and do whatever you want to do. Because you haven't been in a woman's shoes. You haven't had as probably many discussions with women about this.
I'm sorry, I failed to see the relevancy there. Like, to the discussion, I mean. It's like...
Are there any other women in this room?
If there's any women in the server?
In this room right now.
Maybe. But again, don't see why that should be relevant.
Hot dog's a woman.
No, I'm not. I'm
keep it quiet, please. Just between the two until it's over.
Okay.
Yeah, again, we have one woman, but again, I failed to see why that's relevant to the topic of discussion. So far, I haven't at least found heard anything that convinces me that there is anything other than personal experience and anecdotal references in regards to your perception of women being quote unquote more slutty by wearing more makeup.
Well, I've done more social experiments, and I've also looked at many items and blogs about this too.
Okay, do you have anything you can refer to?
Huh?
Anything you can refer to in regards to like I can say that I have been places and done things as well. It doesn't prove anything. Though.
And I've been into psychology today about it and stuff like that.
Okay, but you're making a claim though, so the burden of proof falls on you.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you have any evidence, then like if not, then I can't take it as anything other than you saying I have evidence. Trust me, bro. It's like,
Then I feel sorry that you can't trust me in that way.
Well, we're having a debate, so it's kind of like, yeah.
So do you have trust issues with me?
No, it's more that you're making a claim.
And time. That is it. Okay. Here is the report card provided.
Did I suck at debating?
Under the affirmative of misunderstood, there was a personal anecdote saying, when I was young, I saw these magazines. then a hasty generalization. They're close to Playboy and stuff like that. Personal anecdote. They think that I will get on cam. Reference of talking to something regarding her personal experience. An interruption. Interrupted in the middle of Antonius beginning to speak. Personal anecdote. The only woman I've talked to, have talked baby talk, and I have met, ... An interruption. Yeah, because the men were acting like simps. Antonius was in the middle of speaking. Don't pay attention to it. Antonius tried to speak. Another interruption. Interruption. You look in the magazines. Antonius was trying to speak. Personal anecdote. What I've been through, I've experienced this stuff. I touch grass every day. Personal anecdote. You have never been in a woman's shoes. A personal anecdote. Well, I've done more social experiments and seen lots of blogs on this. Interruption. Google it when Antonius is saying something. An appeal to ignorance. Well, I'm sorry, you cannot trust me. Interrupting on Antonius's side. Well, yeah, but when misunderstood was going through a discussion. Interrupt again, but ... misunderstood. More interruption, trying to preemptively stop her from talking. The winner of this round is Antonius. You are moving on. Misunderstood. You are good to go.
Right.
Congratulations.
Wait, we don't vote on this? Pain.
Thank
How
you.
many
Thank
minutes is it?
15.
15.
Oh my god.
But
You guys
that
have
was a
fucking
truly
15
riveting
minutes?
conversation.
The next contestant is going to be Ivan the Terrible versus Leroy.
Well, good luck, Ivan.
Go on, Leroy.
Thank you very much.
Leroy!
Do you guys have a discussion?
Good luck to both contestants.
Yeah, where's... I don't actually have a topic. I was wondering if would Leroy want to suggest one.
Where's Leroy?
Is he actually in here? I can't see him.
I can replace him.
Is Leroy here?
I did try and DM Leroy, trying to figure out if we could figure out like a topic beforehand.
Leroy is not currently present.
If you want to attend, I can replace him, and
All
eventually I'll
right.
join it.
The next person that I have in the list for alternatives is going to be.
I think it's me.
Written down.
How come you don't go to another pair instead of just going to the alternates?
Put
Stens in. Yeah, we do that.
No, we go through the alternates because they're the ones who signed up.
Put Stens up in this bitch.
Stens is in.
Yeah, but hold on. Cove and I just agree on just about everything.
It's not Cove, it's Ivan the Terrible versus Stens.
No.
Whatever, I'll do it. Just go ahead. What are we going to argue?
Do you know what, Stens? I would rather leave it up to you. This is my first time doing a debate contest. I really would like you to take
Jesus, you and I are like me and Cove. Jesus. I don't know. Somebody give me an idea.
Narcissism.
Guns. Homosexuality.
Horse racing.
He likes guns.
I don't mind guns.
No, talk about the homos.
I said horse racing.
Narcissist with homosexual guns.
I refuse to do anything sexual.
Do you guys have different opinions?
To defend my friends.
Narcissist homosexuals.
There's a link posted in this VC text where like it would generate a random debate topic that you guys can maybe try if you can decide something on.
Yeah, but there's some things I will not do. I won't do anything sexual.
Green energy policy.
Okay, I'll do that. Green energy.
The environment nowadays.
By the way, First Amender, it's called leg press with 2 S's, not 2 D's.
I need to hear the. Okay, fair enough. Let's get the. I need to get the debate topic, and then the whoever is on the affirmative or the negative.
Do you guys have different?
I recommend the next contestant, Swan, and Hard Paper get into a discussion over an affirmative and a negative.
Swan is not currently present.
Well, I don't know. What was it green energy that we were talking about?
How about I got one? How about should America help the EU with their military and all. How about that one? I could easily.
What's your opinion? Because I can imagine we'd agree.
Well, I can take either side actually. Which side do you agree on?
Well, the particular topic would be America should help the EU with military presence. So we need an affirmative and a negative.
I'll say negative. How about that?
Okay.
All right. So I would say I would agree with that statement then, right?
Oh fuck.
Well, no.
Affirmative.
That's an affirmative, right? So you believe that they should help the EU with military presence. Stens is saying no. They should not help the EU in a military presence. Is that true?
Sure, we can do that. That's fine.
What about Islam, the religion of peace?
No, I won't do that because that'll piss off some of my friends too. I won't do religion or sex.
Okay, so the affirmative is going to be left for Ivan the Terrible, and America should help the EU with military presence. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, right. So I would argue, ideologically and economically speaking, the EU and the US are very similar. Okay, and oh man, I wasn't prepared for this. And so the mutual prosperity of Western nations is really focused, I would say, on military cooperation. I mean, we've got an increasingly aggressive Russia coming in, and Russian nationalism on the rise. I think it's necessary to have a more. Well, I mean, okay, so European militaries are traditionally very strong, but I think we can all agree that US military is the strongest member, certainly in NATO. So I think we do. I think the US would have a duty to protect Western values and Western democracy. That's what I'd say.
Is it my turn? Okay, I guess it's my turn. All right, so I don't think it's fair that Europe, since World War I, has expected the United States to bail them out of every damn war that occurs over there. It's like, on one hand, the Germans are like chronic invaders. The fuckers are just constantly invading their neighbors, But then you look at the UK, and they're the largest empire the world has ever seen. So they're invading their other people's planets. Now, countries. Why should I, as an American taxpayer, fund what goes on in another country? And on top of that, hold on, I got someone at the door.
Okay.
I'm going to put a pause on it.
First.
We're currently at 12:59. You should not be interrupting in the middle, though. Go ahead and open floor for now until Stens comes back.
Can I can you DM me when I need to do my thing?
I got you.
Because I gotta go eat, but I'm just going downstairs.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Okay, so as a taxpayer, I don't feel that it's fair for the American taxpayers to pay all this money to have a massive military where we become the world's police officers. And on top of that, it hurts our social system here at home because we don't have the money to have as good a health care as the Western Europeans have. We don't have as good a pension as the Western Europeans have, like Social Security. And I think that I'm tired of all this fighting. The Europeans need to learn to get along and quit relying on us as like their muscle man. Okay, that's all I got to say, I guess.
Right, that is interesting. Yeah, okay. I was a bit confused. I'm not exactly so wise on my World War I history, and you did talk about how the US has bailed Europe out of every war they've been in since World War I, and I was just wondering, sorry, because I'm not clear on this, and I would like to be. What did the US do to bail Europe out of, say, economic disaster or political disaster in World War I?
Well, I mean, in World War I, we literally sent troops over there to protect you from the Hun, the Germans.
Right.
And then in World War II, you all were. It was so bad in the UK that they were asking for donations from citizens, not the government, citizens, to send hunting rifles over there because you all had a bunch of liberals in charge, peace in our time type liberals that basically gutted your military to the point you all were basically defenseless when World War II pretty much broke out. So, and we were literally building a ship a day. They were called Kaiser's coffins because they had a problem with them where they would break in half when in the North Atlantic. But we fixed that by putting a steel band around it. But literally, we were building one transport ship a day trying to supply you and run the U-boat gauntlet. So, okay, I think there's a point in time where you all need to take responsibility for your protection and quit relying on Uncle Sam, because I'd like to be able to go to the pharmacy or the hospital and be able to get things for a decent price and have a decent social system like you all have. But we cannot afford it because we have, you know how many aircraft carriers we have? We have 20 fucking aircraft carriers. And a lot of them are super aircraft carriers, and they are very expensive to operate. Now, I do know the Brits just got the Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier, and it's a very nice one, and it can go into some canals that ours can't because it's not nuclear powered, and it's a smaller. But my point is we're the only country that has that many aircraft carriers. Russia only has one. I mean, my God. I mean, it's just, there's a point where enough is enough. I mean, I think 10 aircraft carriers would be enough, not 20, because we need some help at home. I mean, what good is having this great military to protect my country and your country and everybody else's country if I can't go to the fucking doctor, I'm sorry about my cursing, but it kind of pisses me off a little bit. I'm not mad at you, just in general. Okay, that's it. That's what
right. I get that you're quite passionate about the implications that having a big military has on the budget for different things such as healthcare, let's say. However, I think as the largest Western democracy in the world, I think the US does have a certain moral duty to protect the liberties of everyone in these moral Western societies. Right? I think we're all part. Right, so all these Western democracies are all part of NATO, right? So that it goes the same for everyone. Where, okay, if one country in NATO is invaded, everyone from NATO has to help. Has to provide some sort of aid, military aid to that country. So it works the same way if the US, and I don't think the US is likely to be invaded soon. But I think what we're talking about here is like, okay, you can say that Europe should sort its own stuff out, but there are aggravating forces such as Russia in Europe that will not. They're like bears that won't calm down, right? And they're provoked without being prodded with sticks. I think is the point I'm trying to make, and it's sort of inevitable.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No. I was just saying. No, you're fine. You didn't interrupt me. It's okay.
Okay, give you an example. Germany is not keeping their agreement. They're supposed to pay 2% of their GDP to their military. But instead, they know Uncle Sam is right there to back them up, so they spend less than 1%. So, I mean, it's just, it's getting to the point, it's insulting to the Americans like me that they don't even try to keep up with their agreement because they know that we will bail them out. And look, the UK is like our mother country. I mean, they're like our mom. We're never going to let them sink. But at the same time, don't take advantage of us. Please spend a little more money on your military. And it's not just the UK. In fact, it's more the Germans and some of the other European countries that are really taking the piss on us. It's not really, the UK just put out a new carrier, so I can't fault them too damn much. But it's NATO is the problem. they know that we have, the big guns, and we'll back them up. But there's a point where, we have to take care of our people here at home too, and we can't just forget about them. That's it.
Okay. So if I'm being correct here, just to make sure I understand what you are arguing, it's is that sorry, someone's playing music. It's really distracting. Who's that? Okay. So is that the US shouldn't be the backbone of Western say peace or peacetime? I think is that what I'm understanding? I'm not quite sure.
Well, no, we'll help, but don't make it all on us. Don't put the entire monkey on our back, and then the Germans doing 50% of what they agreed to do. It's just taking the piss. They're taking advantage of us, is all it is. And our weapons manufacturing factories. Boeing and Raytheon and all that, they love it. But guess what? They are paid for by the taxpayers here. It's not exactly just pure capitalism. It's a form of military socialism, is what I'm going to call it. And it's just not fair to the rank and file citizen of the United States.
Right. Okay. I get what you're saying, and I think to a certain degree I would agree. I think you're coming from the point that the US shouldn't be the sort of sole protector of Europe, and I'd say I'd agree with you. But I think the US, as the biggest military power in NATO, has a duty to bring the most to Western sovereignty, and that's what I would say.
Well, that's why we have agreements, but I do know that the Germans have not not keeping their agreement. They're the richest country in Western Europe, from what I understand, and they're doing 50% less, or maybe even more than 50% less than what they had agreed to. Because you know what, they don't have anything to worry about. Uncle Sam will be there.
Right. Okay. I didn't actually know that, to be honest. But thanks for bringing that to my attention.
Let me add one other thing to it too. Germany has a really good healthcare system, and they have a good social safety net. We can't seem to afford that over here because of one big reason is running all these aircraft carriers. We're the only country in the world that has a 2-ocean navy. We can literally wage war in 2 different oceans at the same time.
Well, I think that's a bit. Honestly, I do think that the argument that, or the fact that the US is a 2-ocean army is a bit redundant, bearing in mind nowhere apart from the UK. Well, not even the UK, right? No other countries in NATO. Well, you've got Canada, I suppose, but in Europe there aren't any 2-ocean countries either, right? So of course the US is going to be the only. I don't see how that makes it more of a burden. It just means that the US has more ocean to protect, right?
Canada's taking this also. They got no military to speak of. They're actually a bigger landmass than the United States is. Now they have a lot less people, that's true. But once again, they know Uncle Sugar will take care of them because we sit right next to them. It's just...
No,
huh?
Sorry, no, I interrupted you. Sorry.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think I would agree with you about Canada. But Canada and the US are so culturally similar. I failed to see any meaningful differences between the two countries, to be honest with you, in terms of culture at least and demography. But going back to Western Europe and the protection. I think the idea that I think that so the US not having sufficient money for healthcare and other social services because they're spending too much on their military is you could definitely that's an internal issue to the US, right? I don't think I don't think it's a free country, right? You can vote in people that would reduce military spending. But I think to a certain degree, the idea that the US is spending too much on military has a lot to do with just the people and the habitus of the American people who so idolized. And I mean, I must concede I have nothing to quantify this, but the American people are broadly very infatuated with their military. So I think this is a blaming it on Europe, blaming high military spending on Europe is I don't know if that's quite correct.
Well, your leaders know how it works over here. They're not dummies. And actually, he was General Eisenhower, overall commander in World War II, and then he became President Eisenhower. Before he left, he said America must protect themselves from the industrial military complex. And what he meant is that he saw coming down the pike that these weapons manufacturers here in the United States would get an inordinate amount of power, and it would cost the taxpayers a bunch of money, plus they would somewhat take over our politics. And it sure as hell has happened because they have lobbyists. It's not what most people think, where, one person, one vote, and, how Congress works and all. Congress literally is bought by these lobbyists, and the lobbyists work for not just the industrial military complex, but basically giant companies. I mean, you could argue that we are becoming a corporate dictatorship, and Eisenhower said,
Okay. This was actually a very, very close one. I thought we were going to have to go into sudden death, but thankfully, Sten's prevented that from happening. So if we look right here, here's the report card. And what happened was that under the affirmative of Ivan the Terrible, he gave an appeal to pity, saying that we have a moral obligation. And the other one was an interruption, where you even acknowledged it, saying, I interrupted you, sorry. Stens gave an ad hominem, saying we've had a bunch of liberals, implying that that was something negative. And then a red herring that I can't go to the fucking doctor when the topic is about America and the EU military presence. And then, of course, an appeal to authority. Well, your leaders would know. The winner of this is going to be Ivan the Terrible. You're going on to the next round.
Hey, well done.
Wow, congrats.
This is a W.
I honestly, Stens, I'm not going to lie. I think you're the better debater, but, if I could put you through, I would, definitely.
Well, it was fun, though. I enjoyed it. Congratulations, man.
What I'm saying, the key here is to talk less. That's basically it.
It is.
You don't make any logic. That's what I'm going to say.
You have to actually argue the position. So you can't just, talk as little as possible. It's just not going to be good for you. Plus, if you just stop responding, I'm going to be like, didn't respond. That's just going to concede the argument. Okay, now we have currently Swan versus Hard Paper. Swan and Hard Paper, are you ready?
Who the fuck are those people?
Swan is not present.
Swan is not present. All we have is Hard Paper. I know I can see him here, so let me see if I can get an alternate.
Go on, Hard Paper, my love.
Let me see if I can
If
get
all
an
four
alternate
are
here.
Debate the superiority of soft
First
paper.
Commander.
Yes.
If all four alternates get to be used, can I be the fifth one?
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind that. Yeah. Anyway, give
If
me
I
one
get out,
second.
can I be an alternate?
Let me go ahead and get the next person in. Let me look at what we have here.
Did we do our bets? Did someone bet on someone?
No, I don't think betting happened.
Is Leg Pred here? Leg Pred, are you here?
It's leg press, Jesus.
Leg press, leg press. I'm sorry.
Leg presser.
Leg press, are you ready?
Yeah, who was I gonna debate?
Okay, you're going to take the place of Swan against Hard Paper.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna be interesting.
Wait, isn't that Jonathan?
Let me take a look here. I'm just gonna copy this leg press, and then I'm gonna grab your profile picture real quick. Just give me a quick moment. Sorry, just give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and show that. All right.
So,
almost there. All right, I have now replaced the icon for leg press. So leg press and cardboard, you have to select your topic. Cardboard,
What?
are you there? Hard paper, are you there?
She's back.
Hard paper, are you there? It is time for you to debate.
He muted himself.
He is currently muted, so I don't know how long it will take.
So
I think they'll disagree on nearly everything.
I say we want to the next alternate.
Don't throw it away.
Hard paper, are you there?
Pretty sure you can throw it away.
Okay.
Just
All right,
I
we're gonna
DM'd hard paper,
Throw it
no
away.
response as of yet.
I'll move on to the next one.
We could, yes.
Next alternate.
They're delicious.
Well, I
though.
think what we can do, because I know hard paper is here, we just need them to respond.
Are there no pickles in the fridge?
Hard paper, if you don't respond, I won't let you drink my beer.
Hard paper.
I'll be going up here.
We're gonna wait.
Yeah.
Well, let's
Slowly.
move on to the next
It's going
person and
so
go to
fantastic
Variety
that I have 3
ACB
apps.
versus Extremo.
Let's
Why would
fucking
I
go.
Oh, that is
You're Will quick there.
What, we have
First,
4?
can you deal with like no? One quick question here. First Amendment, can you deal with like the trash that's going on in the VC text, like drama and like accusations going on?
Okay. I'll make sure to just never get that sign up again.
Okay. Anyway, let's continue forward.
Wait, hold
Extremo,
on.
are you there? Extremo is not here
So we can
either.
keep Marcia.
Dude, no one's here.
Wait, what? Who was here?
One sec, what?
Do you want to do it since you sold the? Do you want to do it since you are upselling the share?
Message Extremo and see what's up.
I say we utilize our alternates,
Fake or real poll?
our fellow alternates.
I think Cove should just do this one, not gonna lie.
She said it was pretty sure it was fake, but
Cope should do what?
Okay.
Hey, I volunteer Grunt. I volunteer Grunt.
Who's up next? Again?
I'm not an alternate.
Grunt, are you here? Grunt, please tell me you're
after
here.
that.
They need someone to fill in. It's your chance. Go
I
in.
can see you guys right here if you're ready.
What are we debating?
Wait, no, we have to
Anything you want.
utilize
You
our
accepted. There you go. We have a volunteer.
Anything you want.
Yeah, no, but
You just gotta disagree with someone
over
or something.
I'm going to wait for them to show up, and we're gonna move on to Orc versus Cove.
Orc is not currently present.
What is happening?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Right.
Cove is here.
Cove
So
is currently
irresponsible.
present.
Cove is here, actually. I think.
Yeah, Orc is. I don't know where Orc is.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
No, I can sub for Orc. He knows me very well.
No.
I can try.
Orc
No, I
left
can
earlier
emulate
to
his
check on his
opinions.
kids, actually. That's why I went earlier, so
I love you.
hope everything is okay there.
Ask for it. And you gotta put it in.
Hey, first amender, alternate.
What about
I can put your email in the
what
account
about
if you want.
Kanye Lover versus Vibing Terra Autist?
Wait, what about who?
Do you want the receipt?
Kanye Lover.
58. I actually could not find this person.
He keeps changing his username. I know who he is though. I'll get him.
He's not.
Yeah, wait,
He
hold
just
on.
ran through like 2 guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, neither one of those are here.
I tried to give him. I tried to give him a heads up. So like, don't let that be a concession or something. But he like literally walked away, and then you just ran through 2 debates instead. Like
Yeah.
pass them up. So
He was expecting it to take a while.
yeah.
I'm just kind of confused on where everyone is, to be perfectly honest.
All right,
but-
well, I'm just going to go back to leg press and hard paper is what we need right now. So let's see if we can get them ready. I was hoping that everybody would stay here for the entire 4 hours, but I guess
it's a lot of time for
Why
people.
don't you guys
for people.
Why don't you guys debate the merits of ending qualified immunity?
Well, we already have leg press. I need to get hard paper. Let me see if I can call him and see what happens.
The wind.
Can someone call him? Can someone call him? It's probably better if
I
somebody else.
actually have like a debate topic. If you guys could be like quiet for just 1 second, I actually have like a debate topic. So when hard paper is ready, I'm ready to like be the affirmative on that one.
Amender, I just noticed Safety Comrades in here. You might want to get him involved in one of these.
Safety
Oh, this one
Comrade,
right
do you want to take the hard paper's place?
No debate contest VC text has become more of like drama
I'm
and
willing
like
to do it as a fifth alternate.
I do
I would much rather just have Grunt as your.
Okay, so Kanye Lover.
Oh my God, me
Kanye
and
Lover
Extreme.
and
Oh my
Joker
God,
are here.
I'm here.
Yeah, we're here.
No, yeah, I'm here. If you guys need me, I was.
Okay, alright. So we're gonna move forward and just go for variety ACB versus Extremo. So go. You guys do have to find the affirmative and a negative. What is and then the particular topic. So go ahead and just tell me what you would like that topic to be.
I believe it was in support of like a more open immigration policy with me in the affirmative and my opponent in the negative.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Yep,
Immigration
that's
policy is
open borders, essentially.
Yeah, I'm in the affirmative, they're in the negative.
Yeah.
Okay, so the topic is going to be open borders and the affirmative is going to be variety ACB. And the negative is going to be Extremo McCool. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and start that up in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so essentially my position, like I said, is the affirmative. My position essentially is I believe that when it comes to American immigration policy, we should specifically be moving more towards what I would like to call an open borders policy. Particularly, this looks like a policy which makes it much easier for people to come into this country, both for temporary work, for citizenship, as well as a policy that would radically change how we handle illegal, quote-unquote, illegal immigration, specifically by allowing such.
Did he cut out for anybody else, or is it?
He
just...
cut out for everyone, I think.
He cut out for me.
He definitely cut out for me.
Okay. Variety. I don't know what the hell just happened. I'm gonna go ahead and pause the timer.
I'm DDoSing him.
Like, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Are you ready to continue?
Yeah. So essentially, my position, like I said, is for an open border policy, essentially one which would make it much easier for individuals to come into the United States legally through like an open border policy, which would say allow people of different statuses, particularly as asylum seekers, people coming in here for work, students, essentially radically change like the U.S. immigration system to a much more open one, particularly say maybe equivalent to what they have in the European Union between like member states over there, as well as also changing how we handle quote unquote illegal immigration by ending deportations, ending like this sort of war on quote unquote illegal immigrants, essentially radically changing how we handle immigration in this country due to the economic, cultural, and social benefits that such immigration brings to the United States. And yeah, I guess for my negative.
Extremo, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, my response is like very simple. one of the reasons why we can't follow the same immigration policies as European countries is because we don't face the same problems as European countries do. The one example of this is obviously the situation that South America has with crime. Obviously, immigration is an important part of our economy, and we definitely need it. But there is a reason why we have so much scrutiny. Why there is so much scrutiny required when allowing people to come in. We can see the data when it comes to the crime rates in these South American countries are overwhelmingly more than again what you would compare to like the European countries. Uh, we already have a system in place for allowing students to come in, so I think that that argument is irrelevant. I think that the real question is how. It's not whether we should allow people to come in. I think the question should be more phrased in that how many people and who we should let in. And my argument is that we should vet everybody as much as humanly possible. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Okay, so my opponent actually brings up a very interesting point with regards to the aspect of American immigration policy being unique compared to, say, more open policies in Europe, particularly European Union. And to that point, I would respectfully have to digress. I think that in many ways, you do actually have similar concepts within the last decade or so. Certainly, the political situation over in Europe has also, almost analogously, I'd actually argue, been sort of like America, where you did see the Syrian refugee crisis. You did see issues over there in the Middle East, which did impact immigration trends within Europe. And I think in many ways are analogous to America, where political instability within Latin America, particularly the more southern countries like Venezuela, is largely, I believe, comparable to the degree that in both cases we did see open immigration policies were able to handle that. Now, particularly, I think it's more interesting to actually discuss assertions on crime rates. For many individuals, they have brought up claims that more open immigration policies, including open borders, would negatively impact crime within the United States. Certainly that might seem compelling, but really respectfully, actual data that we do have tends to show a picture that that's actually not the case. When you actually look at it, immigrants are actually less likely to commit crime than native citizens. If you look at things such as drug rates, rates of illegal drugs coming into a country, which is another issue that certain people like to say with regards to the impact on crime, it actually turns out the majority of illegal drugs and hard drugs in this country actually don't come from immigration, if you will. Rather, they do come through other things, including direct mail shipments, like from China when it comes to things like fentanyl. It comes from other ports of access, including things that do try to go through commercial shipping. Really, respectfully, the crime situation is radically different than what many people have been led to believe, and rather, immigration actually tends to show that immigrants really aren't causing these crime issues, even if the so-called first look that many people have at it wouldn't lead them to believe so. And I'll post evidence in sidebar.
My response to that would be if obviously if the idea of having a criminal justice system is to reduce the amount of crime that's possible from occurring, then obviously it would behoove the American government to try to like limit the amount of people that are committing crimes from coming into this country. So I think that again, that statistic is irrelevant because like we're trying to reduce the amount of crime, and if having a more stringent policy on allowing people to come in will make that happen, then that's something that we should push forward on. Another thing that we need to take into consideration is not just crime, but the economic factors that come with having illegal immigration in this country. Of course, illegal immigrants cannot pay taxes in the same as easily as normal citizens. Not to mention the amount of work that is being not taken, but the amount of workers that are being replaced by illegal immigrants is tremendous. I think that these factors really should be taken into consideration when thinking about the border and the consequences of allowing anybody to come in.
Yes, respectfully, I do think you bring up a very interesting point. Certainly within most topic debates on American immigration policy, economic considerations are something that people tend to point out. However, again, I do like to say that if you actually look at the data, it does tend to show that the actual effects of immigration, open immigration policies in particular, are much more different than when it comes to than what people are led to believe. One thing is, for example, the welfare state, if you will. The actual impact on immigrants is actually about net zero or slightly positive. And the reason being is that immigrants, even if they don't pay an income tax, they still do pay taxes in various ways. Things like sales tax, other sort of taxation that just comes with like daily living. In addition to the fact that when it comes to welfare, it predominantly is used actually by two different demographics. Children, people under the age of 20, mainly because of the fact they can't work, they can't bring in money to the government, they take up a lot through education. And the elderly who are here and exist largely on Social Security payments, other forms of government welfare. Now, this is actually conflicted with immigration, where most legal and illegal immigrants, quote unquote, are actually in the working age, or in their 20s or 30s or 40s, where they're actually providing to the American economy through taxation, which actually makes them a net positive on the welfare state. And of course, there are other issues when it comes to jobs. Immigrants actually do tend to have a positive impact on jobs because, firstly, the way that the whole narrative of unskilled workers is sort of false. Just being a native-born American and being able to speak fluent English in and of itself is a huge benefit in the job market. And in certain industries, certainly is something that gives you a huge stand-up compared to, say, immigrants from Latin America who speak very little English, have very little connections here when it comes to workplace. In addition, in fact, you have to consider, in many ways, these immigrants do perform jobs which do allow them to create other jobs in other areas. Certain people might populate an area that would have a lower population that allows for new businesses to be built due to the fact that you do have expanded consumer market through immigration. So certainly, while people do like to put this scary picture of immigrants using more welfare, of like taking jobs from other people, things of that sort, if you actually look at it, it doesn't tend to actually play out in reality.
Well, I think that first and foremost, like to assume that because they pay sales tax means that it makes up for the amount of money that they would have paid in income tax. I think that's not a good point to make. I mean, obviously, if they're not paying income taxes, most of the tax money that comes from each citizen is from income taxes, not sales taxes. So that's irrelevant. But the reality is that when an immigrant takes a job here, there's no or when an illegal immigrant takes a job here in this country, right? There's no standard that they have to uphold or prove that they have to uphold in terms of the quality of their work. This is something that is shown again and again, right? By many instances of people being ripped off, infrastructure things or like houses being built poorly, just basically the quality of the stuff being built is not being up to snuff. And another thing is that to assume that like whenever an illegal immigrant comes and makes a business that they hire legal citizens for their job, again, it's a moot point because there's no proof of that. So again, like my take is simple, right? There are too many negative and obvious negative repercussions to allowing illegal immigrants to come into the border so openly. One of my views is that we should secure the border so that we can vet people so that they can more easily come in to this country. And that way, whenever they do come into this country, they're not treated as second-class citizens and they're allowed the same rights as everybody else. We can't do that because the problem is that we have a cartel state as a neighbor of Mexico, and because of that, where people are escaping in droves from that country, coming into this country desperate for money, so we're willing to work for low wages, and because of that, people with money are able to save a bill. If the idea of open borders to allow people to come into this country to escape oppression, then by having open borders, you're doing the you're doing the opposite of your goal.
Thank you for your response. I think at the end of the day, one of the things you just sort of have to realize is like, what do we know from the data when it comes to suggesting the impact of what both legal and illegal immigration have on America currently, as well as what the theoretical application of an open borders policy would have on immigration. Certainly, I do have sources. I did post like one tab that actually has a bunch of sources on that. And what it does tend to show we do know is that illegal or immigrants in general, and also illegal immigrants also, as well as according to some data we have, is that they are less likely to commit crimes than native-born citizens. They are culturally adapting to the United States in terms of things such as intermarriages. If you look at things like acquisition of English language speaking, things like that, we know that they actually do provide a net benefit through taxation, even though they don't appear to be so at first glance. We do know that they are low users of the welfare state. It's just when you look at all these things, and like I said, also the impact on drug policy, where it seems to be negligible at best, specifically where native-born citizens and those who do have residency and citizenship already commit most of the drug crimes. It does seem to appear that immigration has been an absolute positive on this country. I think a more open immigration policy that will allow us to continue these benefits certainly is beneficial, when the alternatives do seem to actually do the opposite, which would create a sort of situation that does have a negative economic impact on people, even if it is less apparent.
My opinion is that a lot of that, and this is my opinion because of the data from
time.
Okay, well.
All right. Interestingly enough, here are the report cards. There you go. You will find actually both committed almost no fallacies. The only one that I could potentially find was a particular Gish Gallop, and mind you, is a very minor Gish Gallop regarding fentanyl, where nothing of it connected on the behalf of Variety ACB. Extremo, you are going to advance to the next round. Congratulations.
W.
Did it.
GG.
Hey, Variety, you're a tough opponent. Very, very tough.
Variety, you were so
Leg
you
press and
argued
hard
really
paper,
well.
are you available? Is hard paper available? Hard paper. It is time for you to show up. Did anybody get in touch with hard paper?
And can't he be my all?
I don't think so.
I've DM'd, got nothing back.
I
have someone
DM'd
who's
and
ready.
called.
Choose Grunt.
You have called him and he has not responded.
Correct. Twice.
God damn it.
It says he's online.
Okay, well, considering he is not responding, we're going to go ahead and move on to the next one, which is going to be Orc versus Cove. Did anybody get in touch with Orc? Can anyone call Orc?
He doesn't seem to be here.
Now, I know he was going to join in. I don't know why he's not. Let me see if I can call him real quick.
Kanye.
Okay, he is not responding. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just move on. Hard paper. Does anybody want to take hard paper's place?
Grunt.
Actually, I think Tom Holland.
I nominate
Grunt.
Yeah. All right.
Weird.
Lake Presser, what do you want to debate?
Yeah, can we let Tom Holland
Does Grunt want to debate?
Okay, be quiet, everybody. Now it's him and I. So
yeah, I'll go ahead.
I want to talk about like the importance that people seem to forget nowadays is that the importance of like responsibility and taking and like accepting the consequences that you deliberately got on yourself.
I don't think I can fully get that one.
Let me say it like this: like we live in a society now where people do shit without like thinking about the consequence or like the responsibility that falls with that. So because of that, they seem to be what?
We have to disagree on the topic, right? So like what do you think? Do you think there should be a minimum wage?
I'm not really I'm not really too much into like that topic. Let's
do you think the taxes on the rich in the United States should increase or decrease?
I don't think it should increase or decrease. I think it's good where it stands.
Okay. What is your opinion on U.S. foreign intervention?
I think depending if it's against it's to protect their interests, then yeah. But otherwise, I don't really think they should be involved in wars that didn't have anything to do with them.
I can, if you're cool with that topic, we can pick a different one. I would take the pro-interventionist opinion if you would take the opposing one. I don't know if you want to or not.
I mean, sure. I'm always open to like try uncharted territories.
So intervention of the USA and other countries is a good thing. Is that the argument?
Right. That I would write the question out for me. Like I would be comfortable saying that there is precedence for if it's yeah, we'll just keep it the way you said it. Yeah, like there's
okay. And so the affirmative is going to be you, Grunt.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the negative will be Jonathan. Are these terms acceptable?
It's okay by me.
Okay, so Jonathan, otherwise known as leg press versus Grunt. The affirmative is to Grunt, so Grunt starts. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so I would say that the United States has an interest in interfering in certain global affairs if certain parameters are met. A country is like in the middle of a civil war or revolution and is looking to adopt similar values to the United States and will evolve into a state that will later become an ally or be a major trade partner that will benefit the country. So whenever we decide to interfere, we should say, how does this help us? Or is there some moral parameter that we're obligated to do? So look at South Korea, for instance. They adopted Western values and became a major trade partner. Another thing would be that the United States has an interest in occupying certain countries if it is in the national security interest. So, for instance, when we were occupying Afghanistan, though the reasons we went into Afghanistan were to go get Osama bin Laden, our occupation there, though it only cost 2% of our national defense budget per year, provided intelligence collection. It provided a denial of an operation zone for terrorist activity, and so now that we are gone, though some people argue for that, what I would say is that we have less collection capability in the region, and so that creates a higher national security threat for the home country. And so the United States does have an interest, depending on the situation, whether they are willing to adopt Western values or it denies our enemies a staging ground to potentially hurt us in the home country. And so I'll leave those two arguments there and allow Leg Presser to respond.
So yeah, like I can see where like you went for like South Korea, but personally, I feel like most of the time, all of these conflict that like a country is going through because it wants to have a similar like ideal and like country structure like America, I feel like you guys shouldn't even like try to intervene because this is their battle and their like fight for their own freedom. And personally, from what I've seen in all the other like examples, it feels like when you guys try to intervene, you guys just it always ends up like coming back to biting you guys severely in the ass, and always comes back to biting everybody else. And I also think like that it feels like that everything just seems to go way worse than expected. Like, look at how it was that after the war in Afghanistan, or like other wars in like the Middle East, you guys just left expensive, highly advanced equipment, millions of dollars worth, and it basically was the thing that made the Taliban become its thing and have all this military power against you guys.
Can I respond? Okay.
Yeah.
So you said you don't necessarily agree that we should intervene in countries that are fighting for the freedom, like South Korea. Well, I would say historical precedent shows that something like South Korea did work. Obviously, they are a major economy, a major trading partner, and provide many good trade relations that increases the U.S.'s purchasing power and utility. So I would say that, and it also provides an ally in a region where we have many enemies. And so I would say that is a net benefit. And so we have historical precedents to prove that. As far as the Afghanistan withdrawal, I do agree with you that the way we moved out of Afghanistan was absolutely unwarranted. It was wrong. That doesn't defeat the argument that we gained while we continued to occupy the country. All fatalities, for the most, you were more likely to die as a cop in Detroit than you were as a soldier in Afghanistan within the last 10 years of occupation. The majority, we were providing support, intelligence, and aerial for the most part during our last 10 years of occupation with the ANA and ANP. Those who don't know is the Afghan National Defense Force and Afghan National Police were the ones that were doing all the fighting and killing and also incurred all the fatalities. There were basically no fatalities up until the rush evacuation from Bagram. And so I would say that I agree with you that the way we withdrawed was incorrect, but that is not a case to say that we should have left and that we did not gain while we were there as far as national security and intelligence collection. And we also denied, I would also add, we also denied the Taliban from basically persecuting a group of people who were born, raised, and were now young adults who never had to grow up under Taliban rule. And so that's another dimension that we can consider if you want to say that there's a moral dimension, that there's an ethical benefit for the people that live there, for people who care about that. But as far as the U.S. benefiting, I would say the U.S. benefited in spades.
Okay, yeah, I can actually see where you're coming from with that. And like, I'm not denying that like America intervening in some wars has actually like had a big net benefit for both the country and you guys and also the world in general. But I personally don't feel like that just because there are some cases where it actually went well, that means like it will work well completely every time. And like, I will like concede on the fact that maybe I was a little bit too on the trigger by the fact that maybe America should sometimes America should not intervene if there's like a country that's fighting for its own freedom right now. But I still do believe that America placing itself as like the enormous superpower that can like fix everything, but not really like be able to like take the consequences, like the responsibility that falls with that power, is like just an example on why sometimes that I'm not really for all this big America to be the world police. Now I understand that because you guys have the resource and the power that you guys can do more than any other country. But I don't. But I personally follow by the just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Okay, so I can respond then.
Yeah.
So I think you during that course of response said that you conceded the point that you took that you opposed earlier, that that there some intervention benefits us. So I think you conceded that point. So we don't have to debate that any further, unless I misunderstood that.
Oh no, like
you did say that it does not work completely well every time. I would need, when you have a chance to respond, I would need some case examples so we can debate that. further. And you may be correct on those issues, but we would need to get some qualified examples in order for me to respond to them. Now, you also, as your final point, you said like we shouldn't necessarily be the world police. That may not be our stay in this, if I remember that properly. It is true that countries ultimately are responsible for their own citizens' security, but it's also true that a lot of nations, our ally nations, benefit from our additional assistance, and we have a national interest in making sure that those states are supported. Like, for instance, some people might argue that Israel, though a modern state, benefits by receiving much national defense funding from the United States. And we benefit because that puts in check enemies in the region, such as Iran, who don't necessarily want us to prosper. They want to potentially hurt us in the future. And so this is, if we support an ally in the region who is putting additional check, that supports us. And so we do have, in some dimensions, a value in providing aid and security to these foreign allies, as you phrase as world police. And I'll let you respond to that.
Oh, yeah. Can you repeat like the last part real quick? I think you cut out a bit before there.
So I'm sorry if I cut out. So I said like you basically were talking about how like we don't necessarily want to be the world police. And as far as I understand that statement, I would say that as far as I understand world police, meaning that we take action on things that are in the national interest, national security interest, economic ally interest, national security preventative interest. Like, you know, there's a nation next to an enemy and we provide missiles or economic aid or defense aid. That ultimately helps the United States. So you can phrase that as, you know, like world police, but I would say that is just assisting our allies.
Yeah. But I would say like you guys sometimes when you try to like intervene in a war, and this is actually something I can prove up, that when you intervene in like a major conflict, or at least it's one of the reasons that the conflict started, you guys seem to be way over your head in thinking that like you can stop it easily and quickly. I mean, look at the war on Iran, or like the Vietnam War, or like the war on Afghanistan, where like I've always like been believed to think that America is like this super advanced military power that can stop everything faster than any other country. But yeah, I was confused why it is that you guys just didn't just like stop the Vietnam War and like the Afghanistan War that quickly. And I realized that because you're fighting on unknown terrain and uneven even. So I would say that like sometimes when you guys like intervene in them, you actually cause more trouble and more damage than actually would have like stopped if you guys just didn't like intervene. Because I fully believe that I actually do believe that like if even if Vietnam was lost to the commies, eventually communism would still have failed and fallen at anyway.
Okay. So in response to that, I would say that our intervention in the Vietnam War could arguably be similar, though the reasons we went in obviously will never be comparable. The reason why the Vietnam War failed was not because we were losing the war. It was because the Congress and the United States people decided they no longer wanted an interest in the war, and so we pulled out. It wasn't because we were getting defeated. We're actually winning the war. However, I would say that you say eventually communism will fail in the long run. That may be a true statement. That's something you could argue in another debate. However, in the meantime, if it is true that people like suffer under a communistic regime, all the generations that live during that time period suffer, and in the meantime, the United States does not benefit from that relationship that it builds and doesn't get to establish that relationship early. It has to hope that relationship evolves into a good one as time goes on, and that's not always guaranteed. And so, us pulling out of the Vietnam War, I would argue, after we committed, was a complete loss because we did not, because we didn't gain anything out of it. That's not the right way of putting it. We could have gained a relationship and instilled Western values into them and made ourselves similar relationships to South Korea and Japan, and had another ally in the region and an economic trading partner, and that guarantee was not set because we decided to pull out prematurely.
Okay, so I don't ever think I actually said anything that you guys like lost it. I just said that like when you guys came to the Vietnam War and like that terrain, you guys were not prepared for that. And because of that, that was why the war with you guys went on for longer than it should have. The exact same thing happened even with the war in Iran or the war in Afghanistan. I just want to like correct that thing. I never said that like you guys lost. I know that you guys got pulled out because Congress and the president didn't want to be in it anymore.
Now, note my point is that while we were influencing the country, we benefited. It is when we decided to withdraw that we reaped the negative consequences.
Oh yeah, I actually see what you're saying right there. You know, I think I'm gonna concede right here. I don't think I can support this anymore. It was fun though.
Did you want to stop right now? We have 1 minute remaining.
I'm content unless Leg Presser has a response.
Fair enough. We'll go ahead and stop it right there at the 53-second mark. As of right now, there was only one fallacy that was made. It was an appeal to emotion. If you remember, all the people who grew up without the Taliban was an example given by Grunt that is only an appeal to emotion. Leg Press, you are continuing on. Grunt, I do appreciate you trying.
Wait, what? I lost.
We've had a conversion.
I said Leg Press is you're going to continue forward. Grunt lost.
Wow.
Lol.
Leg press is
by literally one. By literally one. Okay, it was seriously one.
This is a fucking fallacy countdown.
So the guy who conceded won?
Yeah.
That's nuts, dude.
Yeah, I've got some questions.
So whether or not you concede a particular argument doesn't mean you won or lost.
I like this.
It's not based off of whoever like was actually arguing. It's about like the points.
It's about arguing. It's trying to avoid fallacies.
I like this thing. I like this thing of like when I'm not even like trying way too hard, or like I actually think I'm gonna lose. For whatever reason, just seems to like win.
Only win by avoiding fallacies. So you can be dead wrong in your argument.
What was better?
I just wanted to clarify something.
Okay, everybody, be quiet 1 second. What did you say?
There's just some stuff you left out, like Presser. You could have like thwarted his efforts.
He literally said, "I concede," and then it went quiet, and then we ended the conversation.
The next person we have is Orc versus Cove, but I don't know if Orc is.
Just concede right away, you'll win.
Just talk less, you'll win. Like
you can represent Orc.
Yeah, just say I concede to your argument. I like it, and I give up.
I concede. Sin City was made.
I think what we're gonna do is please stop spamming with the mic. Thank you. I think what we need to do is we need to replace Orc. Who would like to take Orc's place?
I think Nacho wants to.
I think Air Fryer should.
Can I just have one person and then claim themselves wanting to debate?
McLovin.
See what I'm doing, guys?
McLovin, do you want to?
I think Alpha Chad Nacho.
No, I'm good, bro.
So is anybody going to take Orc's place? If not, Cove will actually automatically go to the next one.
Wait, shouldn't Cove be getting it if he's reserve?
Cove is not reserve.
Hold on.
Oh.
I'm in there. So
It was
it's
the first
gonna be the next one versus Lick Press.
I nominate Tom Holland.
Is there like no reserve here that's like wants
Hold
to
on, hold
do it?
on.
If not, then we'll have to skip. I mean, we already went through the reserves.
So
Just a lot of people showed up who weren't or who didn't need to show up, and a lot of people who needed to show up didn't show up.
All right, so Amender, the next person will debate leg press.
Leg press will be going up against Extremo.
Oh no, I want to debate leg press.
Okay, yeah, so we have like a tree system that's going on right now. I can give
Oh.
it to you now if you want to see it. But
Yeah, for sure, sure.
Yeah, you beat Cove, and you
anything
can
to
move
debate
up.
Debate with this
leg
guy
press.
in another chat later on, mate. How about that?
No. I want to debate with leg press whenever the time permits, or whenever if it can happen, and I want to
do it later.
there's a
Hold
literal
on.
tournament going on with money,
No,
and you just want
I
to
know.
debate one dude.
Oh, with money. Oh yeah. I want
He's
to
another
debate him
person
about a
like the
specific.
Twitch streamer.
McLovin,
I
McLovin,
want
stop
to
being a
debate him
pussy and
about a
join.
specific subject, which is being an online coomer.
I just need. Does anybody want to replace Orc? Just please.
I'm trying to win a
they want to
debate, not
represent
concede, bro.
themselves.
I nominate Tom Holland.
No, nominate yourselves. Nobody else. I just said that.
Can somebody like
Wait, is Orc here?
give up their
Somebody
spot to
volunteer
somebody
as
else?
tribute. Volunteer as tribute.
Could
Okay,
somebody
Pat.
give up their spot to another person who wants to?
Well, I'm saying Orc is not
Who
here,
volunteered?
so we would need someone to take over. So does anybody want to take Orc's seat? If not, I'm going to move Cove. Okay, no one has spoken up. We are moving Cove forward. And then we are going
Great
on
job,
to the next
Cove.
debate. We have Kanye Lover versus Vibing Terra Autist.
Thanks,
I don't
everyone.
think we have something to debate.
Nah, we can.
I need to make popcorn for this.
Is Kanye Lover Sin City? No, I'm sorry. You're Vibing
that's
Terra. What about Kanye Lover? Where is Kanye?
It's Drip MD.
Where is Kanye Lover?
Yeah, Drip MD.
Is that
Kanye
Jack?
Lover. No, Drip MD. Drip MD is Kanye Lover.
Oh, okay. So Drip, I'll go ahead and change the name to Drip MD because I did not see you.
Wait, that's not my name. That's not my name.
He just changes it a bit, you know. He's like that sometimes.
I'm Booty Mutt.
That's funny.
But yeah.
All right.
How about
Well,
we have Onyx versus
wait.
Tom
What
Holland?
are you now? You're what?
One second.
You're now
He's,
Bob Goblin.
Yeah, Bob Goblin over this.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and grab Bob Goblin here, and then I'm just gonna grab your picture, and we're gonna
Grab Bob
replace-
Goblin.
Don't grab him. He's not like. Don't hurt him, please.
When you do that, can we see an updated tree?
Yeah, I already did that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Unless
you
you
were
really
changing
want
names
to
and
see
everything.
Bob Goblin that bad.
Not my name.
Not if that's the only edit.
He's Booty Molester 73. What do you?
Okay, so all right, I want to hear a topic and then the affirmative and the negative. Scribs and Augmented GB, you guys should be in DMs discussing the topic and then the affirmative and negative.
Yeah, we talking right now. But
Booty
like,
Molester for
it's difficult. It's difficult, man,
sorry,
because we had a topic, but it's going to be really hard to do without appeal
And
to
then
emotion.
finally, are you sure and Wowie should also be conversating on a topic?
Anyways,
that guy's not even online, man. That guy's gone. I don't know, man.
do you have a topic, Booty Molester?
You would get automatically put up. You would go up if that's the case. So let's so Bob Goblin, Vibing Terra Autist.
It's actually Booty.
What?
Sorry. Nothing. It's actually.
I didn't mean to change my name. It was an accident.
It was a glitch.
How do you accidentally
How
change
do you
your name?
accidentally change your name to Booty
It was a
Molester?
glitch, dude. It was literally a glitch on
Okay,
it.
we're gonna make it Booty Molester 73. Stop changing your name.
Right.
Stop it right now, Booty Molester.
He's just testing
Booty
new
Molester.
names. You need to understand. Anyways, do you have a topic, Mr. Charlie?
Nah, you
What is
just
it?
asked me that. No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't. Do you believe in anything by chance? In anything
I feel
at
like
all?
I don't know. This is one thing, but I feel like a society with like Christian values is probably like better off than
Yeah, I agree with
like
that.
a society with
Yeah,
with like nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because
Is
like,
anime degenerate?
Should porn be banned?
what do you think? What do you think?
Well, like, are we talking about this in the context of America? Or, like, it depends on the country. Because...
Why does it? Why does it depend on the
Well,
country?
here, I mean, if we ask this from a moral level, there's an obvious. But
okay. So should porn be banned? Do you feel that there's a do you guys have a yes or a no on that?
Are we asking this as like in everywhere, like in general?
I don't think it should be banned, but I definitely think that there needs to be more restrictions so that like little kids can't access that stuff.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so you guys are agreeing with that.
Yeah, we agree.
So you guys are just both conservatives?
I mean, I don't know if I call myself a conservative. I'm more of like a traditional married type.
Okay, and then what about you?
Booty molester 73.
Booty molester 73.
I think I kind of like I compromise a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm open-minded. So.
Well, let's hear your hottest take. Hottest take.
I think there should be no illegal firearms.
No, I actually agree with that 100%. I'm not even joking.
They're just gonna agree on everything.
I think you should be able to own a tank. I'm not like.
Ask them their favorite video game.
Wait, booty molester.
What about who would win a fight?
It doesn't have to be necessarily political.
It could be your hottest take, my guy.
It just has to be based off
Who would win a
of
fight between you two? How about that?
Between me and him? I don't know
Sin City, what's the take that gets your mom mad at you with the
light skins or dark skins?
How about this?
Actually,
100 billion ants.
Mine
versus
is
10,000 ant.
teachers are overpaid. That's mine.
Teachers
That's what
are
gets
Dude,
me.
teachers
Okay,
like
are
don't
both
get
of-
paid
so are
enough.
So both of you.
Bro, he's
So hold on. So both of you are religious, correct?
Yeah.
I like, it's like hard to believe sometimes. Like, I want to be, but like, it's just there's no like literal proof
86?
of it. So like, it's
Okay.
just kind of doubt.
Okay. Then, all right, wait. Oh, hold on. So do you believe in God?
I don't remember seeing
say
it until I
yes,
was like
but-
17.
Okay. And what about
Yeah.
what about
Sin
Vibe?
City?
They had a
Vibe.
They had a
do
yeah,
you
I
believe
do.
in God?
I do 100%.
Okay. All right. Next question. This will be very specific. Do you wipe your ass by reaching between your legs or from the back?
Who the fuck?
From the back.
Yeah, from the back. 100%.
Everybody
That's
says
something
from the back.
obvious.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just trying to find things where it's
Okay,
like you
okay,
guys
okay.
will find.
Where do you hit it
differences.
from? The bag. Yo, hold on, Tara. Did you think teachers should be paid more?
Yeah, I'm saying a movie in
And-
'92.
Are we talking about like public
In
school
America,
teachers?
yes. Yes.
What is there anything that we've ever disagreed on? Like, there's got to be something.
There's got to be.
I mean, it doesn't have to be political though. It's just on
Which
like
star sign is
What's
it?
the
quality.
okay? How
It
about
just
this?
has
How
to
about
be
this?
on
What's
quality
the
of debate.
best? What is the best food to you, vibing?
To me,
Yeah, the best possible food.
like the best.
I'm gonna make a point of contention there. That would be a lot of appealing to emotion.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, I think
Okay.
Nacho's right on this. Man.
Best movie.
Best movie. Have you seen? Well, actually, here I'm gonna ask that Booty.
I just want an
Keep in
unpopular
mind, there
opinion.
is an actual best movie.
How many
No.
chihuahuas would it take to take down?
Okay.
Forrest Gump's
Hold on.
probably one of the best
Stop,
movies
stop.
ever.
So what I
Forrest
want you
Gump,
guys,
I agree with
what
that.
I want right now is I'm just going to get a yes or no from both of y'all. And if as soon as I hear that there's like a difference between the yes and no,
Okay.
then
That's good.
that's going to be the topic. Okay, so breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
Nope.
No, hell no.
Swimming
made
in the
up.
ocean.
Maybe we should send
is
you
better-
answers. So he doesn't. So we don't agree with each other. Like
Yeah, just
because
ask
we
it. Ask us
I'll
independently,
send you a
Qualify both
message.
of them.
so
I'll
we
send you a
don't
message,
accidentally.
You should just
get
say
people.
What? No,
argue
no.
the
As soon
point.
as I hear yes and no
Oh,
at the
okay.
same time,
Okay,
I'm gonna be
okay,
like,
okay.
okay, that's
So we're
the
just
topic.
gonna say
what about
Swimming,
driving
stop,
cars?
stop, please, clear chats. Swimming in the ocean is better than swimming in a public pool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that.
Alcohol should be illegal.
No.
No.
Children should provide room and board for their aging parents.
Is that like whenever their parents get really old, the kids should like support them? Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Studying grammar is more important than practicing conversation skills.
No.
Maybe.
Boobs
NFL
or
has
butts?
announced they're going to drop all
Television
their
is
COVID
leading
protocols.
cause of
All them.
violence in today's
I'm
society.
sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
No, it is not.
I didn't.
The
I
masking
did not
and
say
social
that.
Television is
distancing.
the leading cause.
When teams can come out,
VCs,
all
please clear.
mandatory vaccinations,
Los Federales,
everything,
please.
all got dropped
Please.
as of this morning.
Keep VCs clear.
And server mute.
This has nothing to do with
Television
the
is
latest
the leading cause of violence in today's society.
No, hell no.
I
or the
feel
fact
like
that the number of professional athletes dropping dead in the last 2 years has exceeded.
I am server muted.
What was that, bro?
Please keep VCs clear. I'm asking politely. Please keep VCs clear. I'm going to go ahead and unserver mute you. You know not to talk. Okay, please.
I don't think it's television solely, but I would think it's like a combination of things like television, music, and.
So is that a yes? You think it is a leading cause?
No.
It is part of the cause. I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah,
but
so
it's like
television is some of the cause of the violence in today's society.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's not.
Dogs make better companions than cats.
Yes.
Smoking should be permitted in public places.
Yes.
I think
so, yeah.
Females are better students than males.
No. Well, yeah. Well, no.
I think yes.
Wait, that was it. There we go. Hold on. Females are better
there's not
students
really
than males.
much behind my reason why.
Yeah. I mean, we could try and do
I wouldn't have a good argument.
There's literally evidence of it.
Okay, so the affirmative, the females are better students. Who said yes?
Me.
That would be Booty Molester.
Booty
73.
Molester.
70.
Keep that in mind, 73.
73.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then we've got Vibing Terra Autist.
I think a lot of it depends on the setting we're talking
so
about.
the affirmative will be Booty Molester 73, so please make your argument, and 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, I think a lot of it.
Wait, was it that females in general are better students?
Yeah.
Females are better students than males.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's like a subjective thing.
I think it really depends on the educational setting, because we have seen that technically you could say, I could be wrong, I saw this a while ago, but I believe in college, I could be, of course I could be wrong about this, I believe in college just for women, which it makes sense to me, but I don't think that it should be said that in general females like naturally are better in an educational environment. Men, I think that a lot of social aspects have to do with it, but you know. Booty Molester 73.
Bro, I don't even really know what we're basing this off of.
Yeah, I think we might need a new topic. I'm like,
okay,
or could we just be a team?
We're gonna stop it now.
Could we be a team for the rest of the debate?
And then we're going to we're going to go to the next topic, because obviously this is not, you guys did not find this to be a particularly interesting topic. So let's see here. We'll go to the we're going to go. Okay, a parent shouldn't pierce a baby's ears.
Yes.
Yeah. 100% no.
Women should be allowed to go topless in public.
No.
No.
Lawyers should make a higher salary than nurses.
Yeah. Yes. The nurses. Yeah.
What?
The nurses. I mean, it like.
If you don't date trans, you're a bigot.
Please, I'm just asking a yes or a no from the two contestants. Lawyers should make a higher salary than nurses.
It depends on the lawyer, but yeah. Like a lot of these, it's
generally, not depend. Like just generally.
Yes, I would say generally. That would.
I think everybody was no. Fucking what the.
Okay, are you willing to debate on this topic? Is it an appropriate topic?
Yeah, I definitely feel like this is
a better.
I mean, I can come up with some stuff, but
yeah, well, I'm trying to come up with something where it's
they both help people's lives.
Because you guys agree on a lot of things. You guys really ought to know each other. I feel like you guys should be best friends.
We do know. Okay. Here, let's just. Can you come up with something that isn't related?
Okay, so the affirmative of lawyers should make higher salaries than nurses is vibing terra autis, correct?
Yeah, yeah. Are you sure we can't be a team for the?
And then the negative, no, and the negative is going to be booty. What is it? Booty molester.
Booty molester 73.
Great. Why? Great. Great, awesome. Glad I'm gonna put this on my YouTube. Awesome, wonderful. Yeah, come to
This is going on YouTube.
discord.gg/debate politics. Awesome. All right. Anyway, so the affirmative is gonna be for vibing terra autist. So you are going to have to make the argument that lawyers should make higher salaries than nurses. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so as I mentioned before, it does depend on the type of lawyer, of course, but I think in basically every case, lawyers should probably make more money than nurses. That's not to downplay what nurses do for society, but it is to say that there is a huge burden of being a lawyer. Let's just say you're part of like a freaking firm. You know, you're handling a lot of clients, and of course, being a nurse can be a very it's not an easy job either. And it just comes down to like, well, which one is more, I guess you would say which one is more a more prevalent or more, I don't know if important is the right, a more important job. Now, of course, nurses serve to help doctors. So you could say that there is a rough, well, let's talk about supply and demand real quick. Okay. There are a lot of nurses, you know, and for lawyers, you have to go to law school. One sec. sorry.
Bro, why?
Stop.
One second.
You know you did that on purpose. Too.
Wait, was that vibing who did that?
What
was?
What happened?
There was a
I thought it was muted. I thought it was muted.
Was downloading something. That was it.
Sorry, I thought it was muted.
Can you actually argue though?
Yeah, sorry.
I think Booty Molester won this one.
Whoa! We haven't even finished. Let's be real. Okay. Can you set back the clock, please?
No, keep going.
Okay, I'll keep going. But yeah, with of course, in both situations, you do have to go through a lot of. You do have to go through very arduous, an arduous education. You know, like you have to, for lawyers, you have to go through law school. That's a very expensive, long process. For nurses, you have to go to freaking medical school, and both of them do cost a lot. But I would say it's certainly a harder process for lawyers, and lawyers are the backbone of the American judicial system. You know, I think they're very important, and of course, nurses are very important for us as well. But I would argue that, you know, just in general, lawyers do serve a greater purpose. So yeah.
I think I got a decent thing for that. Okay, so you're saying that since lawyers benefit people and their job's important, that's why they should be making more money. Well, you didn't take into account that lawyers also can help negatively affect people's lives, like the person they're prosecuting or whatever. Like, you know, they can significantly affect somebody's life in a negative way. They're not the direct reason for it, but they are, like, you know what I'm saying, they're being used. That's their job, to argue cases and stuff in courts. So I mean, they can help people, but they also will affect other people in bad ways from the actions that they take.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
Also, the nurses, like, I mean, they don't do anything that would negatively affect anyone. Most of the time, when if they're doing their job correctly, they're only helping people and saving lives. Lawyers, it's just like I mean, it's not a life-saving. It can be whenever somebody is at the risk of like going to prison for life. That could potentially, the lawyer could help them out of that situation, but they're not. Their job is not actively to assist people and help prevent deaths and illnesses and injuries.
I would say that, well, yes, nurses do help with like the lawyers are more important because they obviously there is going to be someone who, in case they don't win, but still that one could imagine that most times it's going to be a fair, like a fair case, a fair debate between the two, speaking like roughly in terms of courts. But lawyers are basically the backbone of the American judicial system, And although nurses, they do help, like they save lives, it's very important. That's very important as well. Like without lawyers, we really would be we'd have a massive issue. Like they're very necessary, arguably more necessary than nurses.
Is my audio fucked up, or are people just not talking?
I think you're
probably got him muted.
People are talking.
Yeah, I think he's got me muted. But anyways,
I have muted you, Augmented GB. There's currently a contest between. I'm pausing the timer. Between Booty Molester 73 and Vibing Terra Autist. There is cash money involved. Please do not interrupt the conversation. If you have them muted, you should probably unmute what appears to be Sin City wasn't, and Booty Molester 73. Okay, I'm going to unmute you, and then we're going to keep going with the timer. Go ahead.
Thank you. Anyways, yeah, I would say that although nurses, they're very important for like medical shit and that medical stuff, lawyers are going to be, in general, lawyers are going to be important for like just the backbone of America itself. It's based off of like a lawyer. For the judicial system is based off of lawyers. And although nurses, they're very important as well for the medical system and like freaking hospitals as a whole, like you could theoretically remove nurses and still have a decent system, theoretically, of course, still with doctors, of course. But yeah, I would say that lawyers are more important than nurses because they keep the freaking judicial system working. And although nurses, they're still very important, like lawyers are they're necessary. They're very necessary to American society, of course. Anyways, yeah.
Do you think that they should be paid off of how important their jobs are, or they should be paid off of what they're actually doing, if it's good or not?
Well, I would say that does off of what they're doing and how, like, if they're doing good. Is that your question?
Well, I'm just going to say this, that, farmers are actually a necessity. Without farmers, we would all starve to death. Their job is very important. They don't get paid much. They don't get paid nearly as much as a lawyer would if you compare their salaries and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's like, so I mean, both their jobs are pretty important, but they still don't get the pay. Still don't get paid nearly as much as lawyers do.
I would say that, yeah, but with farming, with being a lawyer, there's a lot more. You are, as mentioned, I've said this a couple times, but it's very necessary. So you have to, law school, you have to learn all this stuff because you are, I think it was Chuck McGill who said that like being a lawyer is one of the most, it's like basically the most important job. You're upholding the law of America. And without the law, really, it's like there wouldn't be without lawyers, it would be a mess. Like the entire system is based off of this. And although farmers they're very necessary to society, it's like, yes, they aren't paid well, but that's because, well, they're kind of, I don't know if contractors would be the right word, but it's not as if I would say that farmers could be considered replaceable with, like, there are mass farming techniques now, like freaking put a chicken in VR so he doesn't feel anything, then he can cut it up. But I would say that wage should be determined by not only the amount of work you put in, but also the value of your work. So, of course, you could say that, yeah, farmers and nurses, they're doing good work, but are they really, if you removed like a nurse or a farmer, there wouldn't be much, they're replaceable basically. With a lawyer, you could say they're replaceable, but they have clients, they're in cases they're working basically every day for their clients to try and like win the case, get the right moral thing done. But yeah, farmers, they're very necessary. Farmers are very necessary to society, but like there is a path one could go down to replace them with more efficient means. Efficiency is the goal here, and the goal of farming is to produce food. And you could say these factories, the freaking, as I mentioned before, the VR chickens and the VR cows, it's all digital these days, but yeah.
All right, well, would you agree that what you're saying is basically how much you get paid is dependent on how much work you put in and the value of your work?
Oh yeah, I would say that. Like how much you get paid is dependent on the value of your work.
Are you aware of what the requirements are for like nurses?
Sorry,
nurses.
I would
and
also
for lawyers to become lawyers.
Yeah. I would also say that it is on supply. I would also say that the value of your work is dependent on like supply and demand. There's a lot of demand for lawyers, but it's hard. It is a very arduous process for a single lawyer to be made. Like,
are lawyers not replaceable?
They are. Well, I don't know if replaceable would be the right word, but technically you could replace someone as long as they're not like working.
I think that your argument, the only.
But, sorry, continue.
I'm sorry, I can't quite.
You can stop it here if you want.
Well, I just don't think that it's I mean, you're saying that it's the work that they're putting in, it's important work, and
it's also necessary. Like
it's necessary, but that also like that is the same exact description like of what nurses do. So
it's necessary, but there are more nurses than there are lawyers.
There is like a high demand. There can be high demands for nurses at like any point in history.
Yeah, but there is a higher demand for lawyers as it stands. Like the skill of lawyers is arguably more. The skills that lawyers need to learn, it's arguably more than what nurses must learn. Anyway, how much time do we have left, First Amendment?
1 minute and 40 seconds.
Oh yeah.
I guess they should get paid more. So
Yeah.
Wait,
are you saying cancel? Are you saying lawyers should be paid more?
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Is that like a resign or?
I'm done.
Okay.
All right,
Cool.
we're going to stop it right there. So here is the report card.
So, like, a person who said that the doctors
Vibing
get
Terra
paid.
Autist, red herring. Let's talk about supply and demand real quick. And then did not proceed to talk about supply and demand, but simply said, let's talk about supply and demand real quick. Interruption made a noise
Well, he
with a
did speak. He
soundboard.
did talk about that the requirement. For,
Yeah, it would have. It probably wouldn't have been a red herring if it went somewhere. The next
It
one
did.
is put a chicken in VR.
That's true.
So that is another
That's
red
not a
herring.
red herring.
Lawyers should make higher salary than nurses. I don't see the connection between put a chicken in VR in comparison to lawyers should make higher salary than nurses. The next one is another red herring. Farmers are very necessary. Again, we're talking about lawyers should make higher salary than nurses. This has absolutely nothing to do with lawyers or nurses. And then finally, booty molester under an interruption. Yeah, and also, they wouldn't do anything to negatively impact anyone. So, booty molester, you are going forward and vibing.
Good job,
Good try.
Wait, nurses and lawyers.
Tara, you actually you had like really good points. It's just that a lot of the stuff was like basically the same principles of nurses. Like,
can you at least pardon me? Can you pardon me on the soundboard?
Excuse me?
Well, even if I did pardon you on the soundboard, it actually would not matter because you
Yeah,
have three more that you have to address.
Nonetheless, can you pardon me on the soundboard?
Unfortunately not. You did it.
Bro, and I know you did that on purpose.
You
too.
did it on purpose. You were fucking
I
around.
didn't, but you're lying.
This is supposed to be a serious debate and you're fucking around. Yeah, I know. Now it's open like VC, but...
Sin City was
I'm done for today, bro.
Okay. Okay,
this is why Adam you.
So the next contestant is going to be Scribbles versus Augmented GB. Scribbles and Augmented GB, are you guys ready? Do you have an argument?
I think we may need to chat a bit more, Scribbles.
What? Yeah.
Good.
We've been like together for half an hour. We've been like figuring this out.
We keep agreeing. I hate it.
Okay, do you want me to bring up the topics?
We've been okay, so we can tell you what we've been discussing because we brought up abortion and we both think it might be too emotionally charged and we both kind of agree on it. And then we brought up the death penalty. We both kind of agree, kind of like think it still might be a little emotionally charged. And now we're talking about advertising during children's programming, and we're both kind of figuring out the like details of it.
Mende, if you had any ideas, I'm all ears.
How do you guys Scribbles? Let me ask this. There should be more gun control. Yes or no between both of you?
More of it?
No,
yeah.
less.
There you
go. That's the topic.
Are you guys cool with that topic?
I wish I had time to prep, but
no.
Yeah.
There's never going to be prep. Like no one's.
Do you have anything else, Amanda?
Yeah,
I'm sorry
we
for
have
not being
other,
very
we have
entertaining, guys.
Yeah.
If y'all weren't entertained by,
I'm not super well read up on gun laws, but I can argue gun rights.
Yeah, I could talk about the rights. Can you name something else off the top of your head or no?
Pardon?
I would have to come up with political debate topics. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Ivy League universities being racist.
What?
Okay, question. All right. Monarchy should end worldwide.
No.
What?
All
I
I heard
disagree.
I said monarchy should end worldwide.
Just to clarify, there's a difference between constitutional monarchy and monarchy.
That's such a wide open topic that could mean literally anything.
Okay,
Yeah, and it could be an interesting
okay,
debate.
how about this? Everyone should be allowed to keep weapons.
Best friend? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
free speech is a personal right.
Are you guys delirious?
Yes.
A personal right?
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to like a legal right or moral right?
Constitutional right, yeah.
I actually don't like that discussion mostly because it's
Wait,
very
so you guys think that crazy
religious schools and churches must also be charged with taxes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
No.
Stop. I just need between Scribbles and Augmented GB, please nobody input whatever they have to say. Is freedom of speech needed for a nation to grow?
Yes.
No. Actually, damn it. Damn it, man.
Do you want to argue that position or?
No, yeah. I would agree. Yeah. I don't think you need freedom of speech for a nation to grow.
You sound very wish-washy, so we're going to go to the next one. What
Ugh.
should be the punishment for illegal immigrants?
We can do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Wait.
Hang on.
Okay.
Deportation. Disagreement.
Well, there's no affirmative or negative in this one.
Yeah.
But we'll go ahead and just we'll do it because it does seem interesting. There will be like differences. So I'm gonna have Scribbles go first, even though there is no affirmative or a negative.
Okay. Is the timer starting now?
The timer is going to be starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so my take is the punishment for illegal undocumented citizens, I think, should probably be some sort of fine and then a court date to see them be given a green card and for how long they're able to stay here. And then I think that is the worst. I don't think they should be imprisoned. And I would see in very rare cases for them to be sent home. And by rare cases, I mean if they have committed a crime here in the US, but if they are citizens, folks who like have a job here, are obviously giving back to our nation and such, I don't think they should be sent back. Yeah, I think that's the very worst of it.
Could I ask if we're talking about this in an American context or like a British context?
I'm totally fine if we go to a British context as well. Like this could be global because I know that you are from England.
Yeah, it's just because they're quite different situations. Because with you guys have got a land border where our border is with the sea, so I think the situations are a bit different. Like you can't necessarily throw people back over the border into Mexico. I suppose that's. I mean, I guess that's probably a bit harder than it is to just, I suppose, stop boats in the sea. So my approach kind of comes in as in I would like to see prevention rather than a punishment. I wouldn't want it to ever get. Hang on. I wouldn't want it to get to the situation where it would need a punishment. So if you slip through the cracks, like deportation, you can make your claim, and then we'll think about letting you in.
Yeah. So I just want to ask, there are a couple questions there. So there are like quote unquote ways that this kind of thing, quote unquote, bringing them back has happened, right? It's not technically bringing them back. It's Rojo, before he was ousted, said, let me bring them back to Rwanda, even though they're Syrians, right? So wrong part of Africa. Syria is actually like Asian. So there's that. I don't know if you agree with that. But there's that take. But there's also, I see that you're saying prevention. What is your view on prevention? Because like the best prevention is not to have these wars in the Middle East. Because I think the most immigrants you guys have is South Asian from India and Pakistan, and then the Middle East people who are like people like me, Levantines. Those people, the South Asians, come in because they were protected from England, and then the Levantines would come in because of the wars. So what preventions would come in your mind?
So when I say prevention, I mean having systems in place to stop people being able to come over the channel. Because anyone who's tried to swim the channel, anyone who's tried to sail the channel, they would know it's not particularly easy. It's not a nice stretch of water. So having, giving the Coast Guard the opportunity to be able to tow the boats back to France when they come, that is the kind of system I would like to see. Because currently we are paying France to stop migration, and to some extent they are. I'm pretty sure there was a recent bust of some gangs that were facilitating human trafficking across the channel. But have been incidences of French Navy ships escorting boats through the Channel to Britain. And that's the kind of thing we're paying them not to do. Feel me? And if I can go back to the point you made about Mr. Bojo, the big J, I didn't agree with the Rwanda ban. I thought it was dumb. It's so expensive to just put like 12 people on a plane and send them all the way over to Africa. Like Rwanda just had a genocide. I don't know about sending those people there. There's no way there aren't easier ways to make people not want to come. So Coast Guard, that kind of thing, that is what I would want to make people not come.
I just find that interesting because I hear, coming back to a US context, I feel like a lot of people try to make it so untenable for like Mexican immigrants to come here to the United States, like, right? Like make it so tenuous for them to even want to come to the United States. But I don't think that ever really works, right? Because like I think that these people don't necessarily enjoy their living situations, and which is why they come here, right? And I think for the United States, arguably, it's more of a migrant crisis rather than a war crisis, which is what's happening in Europe. So do you really think that if you make it so, I don't know, like so difficult to come to England, that it'll be easier? Because I think England's tried so many things, right? They left the EU with Brexit. They make it difficult for immigrants to be able to get money to, through your welfare, et cetera, and yet people still show up because it's better than the alternative, which is living in the rubble because of the war. So I don't see this viable. I think the best option is to make these people assimilate best as they can to society, and then see what happens best there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there was a lot of points there, and it's. I don't know if I can address them all because I don't quite remember them all. But one of the bigger problems I have with illegal immigration, it's different to how you have in the States, because you see a lot of these videos out of Mexico that aren't great. It shows the cartel running the place. They're killing people. They're arresting police officers. I don't know if you saw that one. That one was pretty mad. But I think which is why I wanted to specify earlier whether we're talking about it as in a European context or an American context, because if you're people coming from the Middle East and Africa to the UK, they have to go through a great deal of safe and prosperous countries to get to the UK. A lot of illegal migrants are from Albania recently, famously war-torn Albania. These people, they have to go all the way through Europe, and then when they get on boats to go to England, across the English Channel, they throw away their passports and IDs so that they can't be identified. And I want to touch on the point you made about welfare. When migrants come, if they're not in the migrant holding facilities, they are put in hotels, usually 4-star hotels, but more recently they've gone up to 5-star hotels because there's just not enough 4-star hotels to have them all. And once they're in 4-star hotels, they are given allowance, obviously 3 meals a day. They can just roam around while they're waiting for their claims to be processed. And that hasn't necessarily led to great results recently. There have been, a few instances of migrant children causing chaos because they're just sitting around. They don't really have a whole lot to do. And God, there was another one that you mentioned, and I just had it in my head, and now it's gone. If there's anything to say, go ahead.
Oh, there is. I just wanted to reply to that because, I don't know, there's a lot of studies that show that it's really, really not the children of refugees, the children of migrants that cause crimes and such, or the migrants themselves. It's really the ones who are, I think the best example of this is France. They have the most studies in this. They're the one that, children of Algerian refugees from, the 1960s and such. They're, the children of children of children, the third generations who are disillusioned and unassimilated because France has never accepted Algerians and Moroccans and other Arabs like Syrians as part of their community because they are not white enough, even though they're pretty fucking light skinned. And speaking as a fucking light skinned Arab myself. So they're disillusioned, and that's why they commit these horrific crimes, because they aggregate together and they say, "Hey, you're my brother, so it's okay. We will accept you," and then they radicalize them. You can see this happening in America with the white teenage boys who commit these travesties in schools and create school shootings. Right? This is nothing new. This is just the same thing in a different font with Arab young boys in Europe. So I wouldn't want to put this blame on migrants. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about the distinction between refugees and migrants, because I don't really have a quarrel with migrants. If you're getting your fucking house blown up in Syria or something, and you end up in Greece or Serbia or whatever, I got no quarrel with you because you left a war zone. Whereas I do have a quarrel with the people who go through safe countries, end up in Britain, say they were trafficked because, you know, we legally have to let them stay if they say they're trafficked, and they come to my country for better economic opportunities, and it makes people skeptic of refugees, like real refugees, people who are fleeing conflict and prosecution. And I can also touch on assimilation, because I feel like a lot aren't trying to assimilate, even though they are given the opportunities to. Like, you often see people protesting in Dover and all these places near the sea, and they say, "Oh, refugees welcome," that kind of thing. But they form their own communities. You know, they end up in big cities and they form their own communities, because a big portion of the migrants, they're Muslim. I don't know if they necessarily want to hang with the rest of us, but I kind of see why they congregate with people who think like them, they look like them, they have the same religious beliefs. And recently in Leicester, this congregation of the Muslim immigrant communities and the Hindu migrant communities caused, I think, a riot lasting 4 days. And so when you let all these people come to the country and they don't bother assimilating, and it begins to cause problems, it turns a lot of people off to the idea of migration and, by proxy, refugees.
I completely agree with this point of assimilation, and I know this is a nasty word to a lot of Westerners, and this is coming from a daughter of refugees, right? You see this happening very naturally in places like the Netherlands and such, right? Assimilation is not a bad thing when you teach them about like how the cultures are a bit different, right? Like, there's more rights for women, there is more like, you know what I mean, there's all these things, right? But I don't think it's as difficult as people try to portray. Like, people tend to think I'm like I won't put this in personal terms, but like most children of refugees and such can assimilate super easily if the community itself can accept them, right? And I think that's why it's easier in places like America, where it's seen as a melting pot. It's expected to see people who are of mixed race and of a ambiguous race, right? Where these more, how do you say, countries where it's more homo ethnic, like Switzerland, like these places are majority white, and they see these people who are tanner, a little more just not quite white looking. It's more difficult for them to be like, "Oh, you're Muslim, you're a little browner than me. It's okay, cool, whatever." That's why they feel like they are outsiders. They are seen as outed, which is why they cannot assimilate as easily. I think that's really the problem here. It's a combination of these people not feeling accepted and also being radicalized because they just don't feel part of the community. Like, can you see that?
Yeah, I see that. I do agree with a lot of your points, but I do think that there are people who don't care to assimilate. They come to the country, and we do have very good. The job economy is pretty good. Like, if you want to come for work, the UK looks pretty good. And so, if you're just looking for work, do you really think that these people would try to bother assimilating? So I don't necessarily think they try or really have an appreciation for the culture to some degree, but I totally see what you say about not feeling accepted.
Yeah, and I think it definitely takes some time, right? I don't think someone fresh off the boat, right, like someone freshly from Afghanistan is going to just automatically be like, okay, I'm a Westerner now. But I do think that like they're not going to be extremists either, right? I think they would stick to themselves. But going back to the original question that Amanda posed, the punishment for these people who do come to the West, right? I don't think it should be harsh. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I have a cold. I'm just sniffling all this stuff.
And time.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, so the report card. I'm going to go ahead and post it in chat. Scribbles, interruption. Well, in the middle of Augmented's argument. Interruption, giggling, interrupting Argumented and caused him to rethink his position. Interruption, in the middle of Augmented speaking. And then a personal anecdote. This comes from a daughter of refugees. And then there is an ignorance appeal where Augmented says, I can't address them all because I can't remember them all. Augmented, you are moving on to the next round. Congratulations.
I just want to say real quick, you missed a couple from Scribbles. She did
yeah,
the whole.
I
she
don't.
did the whole personal anecdote like 3 or 4 times.
Okay, fair enough. So we're gonna continue going.
That's not what.
Don't beat a man while they're down.
Well, I just want to hold on. I just want to
Man.
That's not what an appeal to ignorance means. That means the appeal to ignorance is basically I'm right because we can't know what else, right? So simply saying I don't know what else on its own isn't an appeal to ignorance. Just so you know.
You should be able to address all the arguments, and yes, I am being very, very critical. That's the point.
Yeah, but that's factually not what an appeal to ignorance
Is this
means,
disrespectful?
All right, moving on. We're gonna go and look at Are You Sure versus Wowie.
Yeah, they're not about.
Are You Sure is not here?
I'll go in.
Okay, so Are You Sure is not here and is going to be replaced by Globby, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Globby wants to.
Okay.
I have a topic. If you don't have
I've got a couple topics I've been
sure,
kind of
go for it.
messaging for. Yeah, we could do gun control if you want.
What's your stance?
I'm actually for more control.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit?
Well, that'd be safe for the debate. Like, I'm
Yeah,
for
but like
gun
if
control regulation.
I'm in favor of some control and some less control, so we might just still agree, right?
Potentially, right? But it would be a discussion.
Did you want me to go over some questions to make it easier?
I'd rather listen to what his examples are. So I mean, I'd rather not have a debate where we agree without knowing what we would have to find a disagreement first, right? So other than
we could do gambling, the ethics of gambling.
Sure. Maybe.
Yeah.
What else do you have?
Are you religious?
Not at all.
I DM'd you something about religion, so I figured.
I think you DM'd somebody else. I didn't get any message.
It was a long time ago. I just saw it.
Did you want me to present potential ideas?
I have a stance. Gauging a debate on the number of logical fallacies used or utilized, whether accidentally or on purpose, I think is a poor way of deciding who wins a
Yeah, I
debate.
agree.
Yeah,
That
okay.
would
Well,
be
as
my
soon as
point of
you're
discussion.
willing to like discuss that particular topic and you put your own money up, then you can make that decision. But as of
Globby,
now,
do you want to do
I'm the
gambling?
one who's paying the money and I'm the one who spent hours organizing this today as well as several other weeks, as well as multiple announcements.
didn't
I
want to
would
debate you, dude.
appreciate it if you
So you don't-
would just
I wanted to
operate
debate it
under
while
the
we-
contest.
Okay, I'm agreeing with that. I'm not here to debate with you. I just wanted to debate, see if while we wanted to debate that topic.
I was gonna debate the gambling one if you want. Is it ethical or not? What's your
Sure.
stance on it?
What's your gambling stance?
My stance is gambling in of itself is ethical.
Okay, I agree. So, or not that it's ethical, but it's at least neutral, right?
All right, we could actually disagree then. I'll take the opposite stance.
Okay.
Wait, he
sure,
said it was
let's go for it.
neutral.
I will. I would say that I wouldn't
It's
attribute
not unethical or ethical, right?
yeah, I would agree that, in obviously with any kind of substance, you always have the case for abuse, and it's not inherently bad.
Okay.
It's
So
not
what is the
inherently good.
so the gambling question? What was the question again? Gambling is what?
I guess my stance
Ethical.
would be. Let me take the stronger stance. I would say gambling isn't inherently good or bad.
What?
Yeah.
The question is gambling is ethical. Is that an affirmative and a negative between both of you?
Well, I would say it's not inherently good or bad.
Okay, so we need to move on.
That's
So
a philosophical argument. That's not a debate.
all
we
right,
could
let
have.
me ask you this question, or rather a statement. People born to wealthy families have unfair success even when they aren't skilled and don't work hard.
There's too many undefined terms in that.
Okay.
Unfair,
The freer the
unfair
market,
could
the
mean
freer
anything.
the people.
I would argue it tends to be, tentatively. It's really open to interpretation there.
I'm listening to. I disagree with something that he says. By the way, just keep going.
Okay. The elders in society know the best path for it.
I'd say they would tend to have a better idea. I wouldn't say that they are.
Oh, you got to take a stance. It can't be like it's.
Well, I'm not going to take a stance they don't have, right? I'm saying that there would be
All
a
right,
tendency
moving
for
on.
that, but not that they always do
Whistleblowers should be strongly protected.
I agree with that.
There we go.
I strongly agree with that.
I also agree.
Anybody who wants to enter the country should be able to.
Disagree.
Disagree.
Alliances that can pose a threat to a nation's sovereignty.
What was the question?
Alliances can pose a threat to a nation's sovereignty.
Sovereignty?
If I may, Aminder.
Didn't we have one? Can't we
Really
just say
quick,
like I could say that? Oh,
keep in mind,
I
it would
mean,
be,
okay,
it would be
pro or anti-abortion?
It would be a testament to your capacities as in this contest if you were to elect to defend a side with which you do not agree.
Yeah.
This is always an option.
I already offered that. I offered that on the gambling industry right?
It is an option, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's way harder. You end up
Yeah, I'll do it
touching
on the
logical
gambling industry.
fallacies all the time.
Yeah.
So my nation should stay out of international affairs.
Disagree.
Yeah, I also disagree.
Every religion must be looked upon equally by the government.
I agree.
I actually agree with that as well.
Okay. I believe in a higher power.
I don't agree.
Well, okay, like religious power? No. Like standard religions? No. Could there possibly be like super aliens that
Yeah,
are
but
controlling us?
that's
Maybe,
what
but-
it's like.
Okay.
Police
can't do
should
that.
be regulated more.
In some ways, yes.
We
in
have
some
two different
ways, no.
police forces, so I mean, two completely.
Children should be educated in religious values.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe.
No
I mean, there's a-
cultures are superior to others.
I disagree. There are definitely cultures that are superior to others, right?
I think so. I mean, people could argue not.
Those who do not work should die.
I disagree.
I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree.
People on that life support and shit. Like, take care of them.
My nation is closer to my views than most nations in the world.
Probably agree. Like compared to what, China?
Yeah, if we're talking like Western values versus the other.
Okay, a better world will come from automation, science, and technology.
Yeah.
Tentative agree, probably.
Wait, Globby, you said you disagree with that?
A tentative agreement, right? Who knows what happens in the future, but it's looking
We
like
should
we have
be
better
more
qualities of
accepting
life.
to other cultures.
How about I'll just be like I'll just come from the viewpoint gambling is a moral wrong. Let's just do that.
Next person that fences should be kicked.
You want to do that?
Yeah,
Okay,
I will
that's fine.
argue from the point of gambling is a moral wrong.
Okay,
But,
so
like,
Globby arguing the negative, and we have Wowie arguing the affirmative on gambling is ethical. So we're going to leave the floor to Wowie. Go ahead.
Sure. I think gambling in of itself is not a moral wrong and is ethical if the individual participating in it can afford the bets that they're making, such as for fun. However, I will admit and preface my entire position with this, that the gambling industry is predatory, largely predatory. But gambling in of itself and affordable, I don't believe is a wrong. And the reason why I don't believe it's a wrong is because it's an engagement of entertainment like anything else which we do. Watching, as an example, watching the football and having a lot of money on a football match can actually increase your dopamine as well as your adrenaline when watching it. There's studies supporting that statement.
Okay. I agree. In that things are a lot better to justify when they're consensual, right? So obviously we can foresee a situation where something would be problematic, not consensually, but very fair consensually. Would you also agree, extend your logic to any use of substances that could be damaging to your body, like the use of this is just to see if you're consistent logically. Would you extend this to any kind of drugs, even hard drugs like heroin, methamphetamine?
I would, and I'd say that gambling addiction is a problem which is pushed by the gambling industry. And to further my point in the distinction between them both, the gambling industry targets people of a lower income primarily. That's why when they make offers, such as £5 or $5 free bets, they never make it a percentage based, meaning that someone can stake a lot and only return a £5 free bet plus their winnings, versus an incentive percentile base of returns, which means that people that tend to get hung up on with gambling addiction tend to be of lower income. So I can extend the idea that gambling addiction exists, but I don't believe that that would inherently make it unethical.
Okay. So let me see if I can push this down a little bit more. You think that the gambling industry is unethical, right?
Yeah.
You think that non-consensual gambling, whatever that could entail, would be unethical.
When I'm talking about gambling, I'm talking about wagering your money against someone else in a sporting event or participation of a game.
Okay. Do you think minors have the capacity to gamble?
It depends on the gambling commission. The way that it's actually regulated is interesting. Different countries, different states have different laws. Minors do have the ability to answer it directly. Whether or not that should be legal is different from if gambling in of itself is unethical.
Is it ethical to allow minors to gamble?
I don't think it would be ethical to allow minors to gamble. But I don't
Because of
believe that
consent.
also shows that gambling in of itself is unethical.
Gotcha. So I agree. Just because, for example, minors gambling, you think it's unethical to allow them to gamble by the government, right?
I think allowing minors to gamble is unethical by the government. However, I do not extend that to the entirety of the idea of gambling.
Gotcha. simply because of the concept of consent, right? You don't think that a minor should be able to make these decisions, right?
Not if they're funds, no.
So should a minor be able to buy a video game and play a video game?
If their parents can allow them to, sure. I'm not sure how that's relevant to this though, because you're wagering money rather than buying an item that you can use for entertainment.
Earlier you said, and I quote, "You see no functional difference between gambling and any other expenditure of money, between gambling and expending your money."
Yeah, for entertainment. So what I meant by that was, if you're an adult, a consenting adult, and you wager your money, and you can afford the bet that you're placing, I see no problem ethically with that in of itself.
Okay. Your justification was that you see that there was, and I quote, "no functional difference between any other form of entertainment and gambling." The reason I'm bringing this up is because this doesn't hold true when you're a child because of the consent issue. So why is this consent issue? Why does this matter? Why is this important?
I'll explain why. I don't believe, I don't entrust children to make intelligent financial decisions. I would say that trying to move the position to whether or not the children are able to, and whether they can make a concession to, would be like a composition error, right? I would say that if we're looking solely at whether or not gambling is ethical or not, then we have to look at the idea of gambling and the way that I'm describing it and the way that we understand it. When we talk about children, I'm sure that no one in this conversation agrees, or nobody in the conversation believes that children will make justified and intelligent financial decisions. I already previously mentioned, and you agreed with me on this, that gambling addiction can be a huge problem. Facilitating the ability for children to adopt these behaviors is dangerous. Whereas I make an exception for people that can afford their bets without having any turmoil from the consistent expenditure towards other bets when trying to quote unquote chase their losses.
Okay, so what inherently makes gambling addiction more damaging than, say, hypothetically, video game addiction or any other form of addiction, right? Because from my standpoint, from what I'm sitting here and seeing, is that it's okay. Well, one, you said, I don't trust children to make financial decisions. Where gambling and video games, I fail to see the distinction there between the difference, especially when you equated them earlier, right? So you don't trust children to make financial decisions when it comes to gambling, but you do trust them when it comes to being able to buy video games. This is one point of contention I had, and those are all quotes.
I can answer that. So,
Another point, real quick. Another point of contention I have. I mean, this is getting gish gallopy, so I'll let you answer. But go ahead.
yeah, I wanted to answer it before you gish gallop. Sorry. The issue I would find, and the reason why I brought that up and I made the distinction between being addicted to video games and gambling, is what I mentioned previously at the end of my statement, which is called chasing your losses. One thing that we have data on, and a lot of people have looked into, a lot of people more intelligent than me, unfortunately, they've looked into the idea that people that lose a lot of money tend to want to win back the money. I'd suppose, right, for people that do end up with gambling addiction, and there is evidence to suggest it as well, that a lot of them do end up chasing their losses, which means over an extended period of time, you end up losing more money than you win. Now, this is why I wouldn't trust a child to make that financial decision on their own, because of the propensity and the dangers of gambling addiction.
Okay. So you're saying that because gambling has a much higher likelihood of causing problems in the child's future, right? We should restrict this, but not like, for example, video games that have a much lower chance. So we would agree that gambling has a much higher risk to causing these negative effects than like video games or all these other things, right?
Within children, because I would expect that children don't have income equatable to people that can afford larger stake bets and can afford to lose the money.
Okay, I understand that. But here you are admitting that gambling has like I wouldn't say significant. I shouldn't say significant. Gambling has a understandable greater negative impact on people to the point where we shouldn't let anyone under the age of consent be able to even engage with it. That we should make it illegal for children to do it. So I'm just understanding, because of this propensity, how do you rectify that? It's so dangerous, children shouldn't be allowed to do it, but it's okay if adults do.
Yeah. So rather than begging the question, I'll answer that directly. I'll say that I believe that being aware and looking after children can be independent of understanding whether or not gambling in of itself is unethical. So I can find a negative with allowing my child to gamble, but I can equally hold the position that gambling isn't unethical.
Okay, so when you mean gambling is ethical, what makes you think gambling is ethical?
Again, gambling isn't
When you
unethical.
when you make the
The
statement gambling is
Oh, you cut
ethical,
me off.
what I'm sorry. When you say
Yeah.
gambling is ethical, what do you actually mean by gambling is ethical? What do you actually imply the ethical part is?
I answered gambling isn't unethical. The premise of this question originally was that you were going to explain to me how gambling is unethical. I'm not making a claim for ethical. I believe it's quite neutral, actually.
Okay. So I will establish gambling as being unethical. I'm not going to sit in here and bring up statistics and all this data because we're in like a random free-form debate, but I will say that there is a plethora of data showing the incredible dangers of gambling, the insane amount of money lost, the insane predatory aspects they're directed to people of like the poorest classes. The people who need their money the most are robbed of it by these entities, right? Gambling in and of itself is always going to be negative in this way, right? Even if you can blame it on quote unquote the gambling industry, well, the gambling industry will always exist in this way, right? Because these are the groups that the gambling industry would need to basically be predators of. There's no way to separate it and have ethical gambling because you will always have these massive negatives. And I think if the government came out and just straight up banned gambling outright in a way that there wouldn't be a massive black market for it, you would end up with a much better society overall.
I believe you came to an incorrect conclusion there. I could give you an example of it. I would say that the gambling authorities are quite lenient, and this means that
It
the
did not
industry
sound
is,
like he was
and
downstairs.
this means that, okay, it means that the gambling companies are quite predatory. I agree on that. I've already prefaced that. But gambling in of itself, like I previously stated, there are instances where it may not be unethical. An example would be if I was to make a small bet with my friend. Not that it's happened, I've never done it before, but I could do that. I could choose to do that. And as long as I could afford it, and if I had enough funds and understanding of where my funds are going, I don't believe an idea of gambling addiction may appear as long as I can afford my bets. What the gambling industry does, just to help your position actually, is they target previously stated vulnerable and poorer people with free bets and ways to retain them in the market. They're trying to earn money like anyone else, unfortunately. So while I agree the gambling industry is predatory, gambling in of itself between two people agreeing to bet on something, I fail to see how you can justify it's unethical.
Well, I just stated why it's unethical, right? Because the allowance of it existing creates this predatory system where the lowest of the low of society are repeatedly predated on, if that's the word. They're preyed upon, whichever word that is. They're hunted after by the entities that create the ability to gamble. So by gambling existing, you cannot separate the two. You can blame it all. You can blame it all on scamming isn't. I'm not trying to compare two separate things, but the point is you can't separate the actions that happen within gambling and gambling itself, because gambling absolutely necessitates this kind of predation.
Of course you can. So an example of this would be the UK Gambling Commission we recently introduced laws specifically targeting people who had gambling issues or were spending more than they were earning. So this means that if you were to place a bet today online in the UK or in a betting shop, we call them bookies, and the people, the tellers, the people taking your bets were concerned about your behaviors or how much you're earning, you know, depending on how you're dressed, all of these different factors go into it. They can actually escalate to where you go under a Moses. And a Moses means that if they believe that, for instance, you're gambling away your rent money or money that otherwise isn't to play with, they can bar you, and they're expected to bar you. Otherwise, you can take them to court. Actually, there's law for it. You can take them to court and you can completely do them for their money. They bar you and they ban you for 2 years from gambling. So yeah, there are tools in place that you can utilize and that already do exist that stop people from being preyed upon as much as you'd have people believe. I'd say that the main crux of my argument is that between two people that can afford their bets, inherently, while the apparatus
and time. So I'm going to go ahead and submit the report card in chat. Both of you contended extremely well. So I'm going to say that there was only 2 that were made, and it was by Globby. There was a red herring where he moved off talking about minors consenting is not related to gambling being ethical or not ethical. There is an interruption when you say gambling is ethical when Wowie was in the middle of speaking. Wowie did not commit any fallacies that I was able to recognize. Moving forward, we're going to go.
So can I debate these? Can I talk about them or no?
We're moving on.
Okay, so you're not going to let me because you absolutely lied about the red
versus. The next one is that we're going to go
over. You absolutely lied about the red herring.
I lied?
Yes.
Do you think I'm a liar?
Yes.
So
I'm
one of the most honest people that you're ever going to meet. I'm going to tell you right now.
That's an appeal to authority. You just use an appeal to authority.
All right. I am server muting him for now. We're moving on. So Antonius versus Ivan the Terrible. We are now past the preliminaries. From here on out, it is only people who have already won one of the arguments. And so the first set is going to be Antonius versus Ivan the Terrible.
Can we see that first round bracket?
You can
like all filled out?
Absolutely see the first round bracket all filled out. Hold on one second.
So first of all, they can't appeal at all.
Who?
They can't appeal their report cards. They're not allowing that.
No. We don't. No. I mean, again, like I understand that when it comes to like fallacies in general, there's a level of subjectivity that, I mean, like people could come up with different interpretations, and there could also be situations where I miss one or two that you were able to catch. You know, I encourage you to try to do this yourself. Again, like a lot of it can be extremely subjective because words themselves have some level of subjectivity behind it. And so this is kind of why I just have it as one judge as opposed to multiple judges. It would just be a real huge pain in the ass. That is not the updated one. Give me one moment. I'm going to get the updated one.
By the way, guys, I took a position I don't believe in. Gambling is definitely unethical.
Oh, you did good. I didn't see you do anything that was like, you know, it was in bad faith or anything. So that was impressive. I'll give you that. I don't know why this is not updating. Give me a second. Let's try that one more time. Save it as a JPEG.
Congratulations, also.
Oh, that's what's happening. I didn't throw it in the desktop. Oops, my bad. I did not notice that.
Hey, First Amender.
Yeah?
You should just know, like, for future reference, that Globby is a very little bit of a bitch. Whenever
that's fine. It doesn't matter. I mean, like the fact that I'm as honest as I am and as transparent as I am, and I feel like my actions show that I have told everybody everything about myself and then some, even to the point that it is detrimental to myself. And then on top of that, if there is any moderation concerns, I am absolutely 100% transparent. Again, again, being extremely honest. So do not accuse me for not being honest, because there is no substantiation behind that claim. We're going to keep moving forward, though. We want to see the next.
If I can just say one thing real quick, autonomous, and I hope that I get to debate you guys on the field. Would actually be fun.
Okay, so the next contenders are Antonius for Ivan the Terrible. Antonius versus Ivan the Terrible. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
I think so.
What is the topic?
Well, we chose educational institutions benefit women over men.
I disagree.
Yeah, no, I agreed with it.
Okay, educational institutions benefit women over men. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, who is the affirmative?
Design.
I'm the one agreeing.
Ivan is okay. Ivan the Terrible is the affirmative. Antonius.
Yeah, I do not believe that schools are designed somehow more to benefit women over men.
Very well. The affirmative is to Ivan the Terrible, and we're resetting the timer and starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. So I think if we look at not demographics, but if we look at the gap in attainment between, well, especially in the UK, where I am, women girls consistently outperform their male student counterparts, and I think that's not really an argument, but I think the argument is, the point I'm making is, well, why is this happening? Well, it's about how educational institutions are, they are sort of designed to appeal more to girls, female students. For instance, we're talking like in terms of the female psyche, right? It's you have coursework, things like coursework, especially in upper education, like sixth form and university. Things like coursework are much more suited to the female psychology, and also, I think it doesn't really need saying that young boys are more boisterous than their female students. So when you have schools that rewards discipline and good behavior, it reflects badly on them, and they're more likely to become anti-school. They're more likely to join an anti-school subculture in their school, and I think that would reflect badly on their grades. I think because to do well in school, you do have to abide by the rules in school. It's not just about exams, because if you are a boisterous, let's say, a male who's a bit more adventurous, I would say, you're more likely to be to break the rules a bit more, test the rules a bit more than a woman, female student. So then you're more likely to be put down by your teachers and less likely to perform well in your exams. And so I think that's the point I'm making, really. I'm done there.
Yes. Now, I would disagree on firstly the fact that women came into start being allowed to go to schools together with men. I think it was back in the 1860s or something. I could be remembering that wrong, but it wasn't recent, to put it that way. And even then, they were still segregated from men and not given the same level of education. And what we see now of women reaching higher levels of education in schools, we see that their ability to be sort of agreeable and socially more adaptive than men leads to them being more liked by the teachers, thereby, and especially in America, for example, this and the UK, let's be honest, yeah, most schools, this will lead to you being, more liked by teachers, having more likelihood to be, all that kind of stuff. We also see statistically that what happens afterwards seem to support this, because that agreeableness doesn't fare well in the worker life, because then you're less likely to argue for better pay, for example, from your boss. Where men, on the other hand, yeah, like you said, would say more boisterous, but yeah, that more dare I say assertiveness that is of course like promoted in certain ways of men as they're raised and whatnot. Not making a broad statement, just like and I think beyond that, we also see like in this education system how in the most egalitarian of countries we see this trend happening over and over again, and yeah, like it doesn't seem to suggest at all that the education system is designed more for women or to benefit women more, because that's not what leads to like the results here. It's and in fact what comes out afterwards when they are out of school seems to almost suggest the opposite, actually, because it does benefit men in the long run when being more somewhat equipped to fare better in the worker life in that way in some senses. Though I'm not making that statement, I'm just kind of an observation, really. But yeah, that's my response there. I'm done.
Okay, I'm a bit confused. Could you expand? I mean, if so, I think what I'm trying to. Well, I'll just say, broadly speaking, women are girls, female students are catching up to, if not significantly exceeding their male student counterparts in terms of terminal assessment grades. But you made the point that male students are better equipped to handle the workplace because of school, right? I'm not taking words out of your mouth, am I?
It's a bit of a paraphrasing. I said that when they come out of school, the agreeableness that allowed for women to excel in the school life leads to them not, unlike their male counterparts, being less likely to do things like argue for better pay from your boss. That's again the agreeableness kind of hinders them somewhat, statistically speaking, from that. But yeah.
Well, sorry. Well, that's interesting, but having better grades puts you in a better standing to get a better paying job in the first place, right? I think that's not a controversial thing to say. I don't think that's a very disagreeable statement to make. So if women are attaining higher grades across the board, they're less likely to have a job where they would necessarily need to negotiate pay to have to radically improve their lot in life, right? And of course, right, the sorry, that was
no,
that was me. I'm sorry. But what I will say is, okay, actually, the submissiveness to rules and authority is actually better in work because you're more likely not to raise a fuss and be fired or even disciplined by your managers, your boss. So actually, I think it would benefit women more than men. The boisterousness actually is a detriment to men in the workplace. I'm done with that now.
Yes. No, sorry. If you could please sort of re-summarize the last bit you said in regards to how the boisterousness would not benefit men when they go into the worker life.
Sure. So what the point I'm making is that being boisterous and raising a fuss, okay, I think we can all agree that most troublemakers in school are boys, right? And so if you raise the same sort of trouble in the workplace, you're not likely to get higher pay, I don't think. Well, I know I would know, right? This is not. I don't think this is quite an uncontroversial point, really. But that's what I'm trying to say is that, okay, this adventurousness and this boisterousness that boys exhibit at school would not reflect well in a workplace. In fact, actually, adherence to rules and code and regulation is being a more feminine trait is actually more beneficial for workers, female workers. I'm done there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, in opposition to that, I would refer to I can actually sort of look to it if you would like after this debate to sort of back me up here, because I looked at this not too long ago. That statistically, yeah, even though we see women like perform better, like at schools, the things that made them perform good at schools, we see that again working against them when they come out in the working life. Like on average, men ending up with like better pay in like certain positions in a lot of jobs, again, stems from like a lot of the fact that they are more likely, on average, to engage in negotiation for better pay and such. So, so again, with such aspects, as well as interesting enough, that women seems to engage much more in acts of like practicing self-discipline. Believe it or not, a study which was done, I believe, back in 2014, could be, maybe, yeah. So I found that that self-control, self-discipline, and that women seem to show this sort of like I don't want to say higher consciousness, but sort of more yeah, more engaged consciousness, more awareness, shall we say, over themselves and their own emotions, limitations, and whatnot, which leads to better self-control and whatnot. That kind of like doing that kind of stuff on a regular basis, like as an active thing on their own, which is not, last time I checked, I think schools promote meditation and stuff like that for all their students, regardless of gender. But again, women seem to and girls seem to, through their upbringing, also be more shall we say, encouraged to do those kinds of things. Not going to go too much into what kind of encouragement, but yeah, I would just say that again, most of the scientific arguments, like statistically speaking, sorry, just what the evidence suggests is that schools do not seem to be leaning towards one or the other gender. If anything, sometimes they seem to lean more towards the male gender, especially when it comes to college life and fraternities and such, for example. That is just a comment, not the main, but yeah. Sorry for the fumbling of words.
That's okay. That's okay. I got your point completely. But the point I would make actually is definitely that, you know, I don't know exactly what your reasoning would be to suggest that college is more advantageous for men. And I don't know if I'm again, just please tell me if I'm putting words in your mouth here, because I really don't want to, right? But I think the point you were making, I'm really paraphrasing here, is, you know, that colleges, well, universities are you know, better for men than women are. But I think, you know, the majority, well, I don't think the majority of attendance to university are women, first of all. So clearly there was a lack of interest from men to, you know, go to university in the first place. And also the coursework in university is much more suited to women who are, you know, men are more singular in their conscious. I think, you know, biologically speaking, are more focused on the black and white, but coursework is much more grey. It's much more grayscale, and it's not as black and white as, say, a standardized test. Which even still, I would like to make the point, women still outperform men in standardized tests certainly in the UK. I think, you know, I don't understand how you could say that the education institutions benefit men more, you know, when women consistently outperform men in standardized tests. I'm done now.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, again, that colleges specifically, again, I think it was just paraphrasing there. I said with the example of fraternities, that's that whole, you know, fraternity bro, like that kind of like, and the fact that campus and schools usually seem to like brush under the rug a lot of, you know, quote unquote boisterous behavior and stuff like that. I mean, that's a discussion completely on different topics, so I'm not going to derail into that. Again, I'm not saying that schools are inherently like designed better towards men. It was again an off comment in that sense, or more like an observation. But yeah, I'm just because women are performing better and in the test, which again can be explained by what I mentioned with the women more engaging in self-discipline practices and such. That obviously leads to them being better to able to focus more and perform better on the tests. But but them being able to do that, it still suggests that schools, institutions are, making it easier for them than the men.
You're done, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, right. And I'm okay, right. So I think to a certain degree, female self-discipline is absolutely a factor. However, the regiments and rules in schools, such as like going to class on time, having regimented times, neat uniform, and things, are directly at odds with the much more boisterous. I mean, we're talking about secondary school age kids here. I mean, I don't know. I didn't know when I was in high school a single. Well, sorry, I'm being anecdotal here. I'm gonna stop there. I think male students are much more boisterous than female students, and so therefore the education system negatively affects them, and thus, by proxy, benefits female students. Is what the point I'm making. I'm done now.
And time.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Right on the dot. That was a quick 15 minutes. I can't lie.
Yep.
Dude, fuck it. If I could high five you right now.
So I'm going to tell you right now, this was a very difficult one. I'm going to go ahead and present the report card.
I know I started to make an anecdote by the end.
Now here's what's interesting, right? Nobody really committed any fallacies. All I heard was Ivan the Terrible saying one statement that made me go, nope, that's a fallacy. He said, biologically speaking, in one particular instance, which is technically an appeal to nature.
Hey,
so Antonius, but just so you know, you competed very well. Okay, you went several
Amanda,
minutes,
I'm gonna put my hands up here.
Never committing a fallacy.
I'm gonna put my hands up here, Amanda. I did actually start to make an anecdote at the end as well. I did.
Well, myself, I didn't hear it. It didn't finish.
No,
so.
I was. Yeah, I didn't finish it, but I started it. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I would score myself for that one. But we both had good. Congratulations, Antonius.
Antonius, welcome to
well done.
Is that is a place in the semifinals?
The best man won, honestly. I'm not mad.
You're fucking great, man. Fuck it.
Good work. Next, we have leg press versus Extremo McCool. Leg press and Extremo McCool, are you ready?
Woo!
Can I choose?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I'm...
So let's
Have you guys made your topic?
Honestly, no. We have not even spoken about this at all.
Okay.
No,
well,
actually,
do you want me to go over some questions, or do you want to just...
Well,
let's have you go over the questions because my brain doesn't really work that fast right now.
I got you, Jonathan. What's your minimum wage? I believe there should be no minimum wage.
Wait, you said no minimum wage, or should be a
no minimum wage? There should be no minimum wage.
I don't want to debate that. I actually want to hear like some questions from the first amender.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. We should be more accepting to other cultures.
Okay, I can actually be the one against that.
Extremo?
Yeah, I agree that we should like position us.
Okay, next. There is no need for local or state governments.
Oh.
I don't really have that much of a knowledge on that one.
Okay.
I disagree.
Immigrants are a net positive.
Yeah, I believe immigrants are a net positive. They are.
I also kind of believe they are. So
Okay.
we're going to be in
People
it.
should think of themselves as citizens of their nation rather than their state.
I feel like I'll just walk into an appeal to emotion fallacy there.
Okay, next.
No,
Leaders must be strong, or a nation will suffer.
And I think I actually would like to debate that, and I will make sure that I will not go to appeal to authority, even though it's almost like impossible.
Leaders must
I mean,
be
do you agree
strong.
or do you disagree?
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, moving on. Governments should be accountable to the international community.
No.
No.
Okay. Human-caused climate change is currently one of the greatest threats to our way of life.
Nope.
I disagree.
Okay.
I actually okay. So I think I actually have like a suggestion that I think him and I can like maybe talk about. It's this concept of consequences and personal responsibility for your actions. What do you think about that? And I'm the one who's going to
what's the claim?
My claim is that when you're going to do something, you should expect the consequence and take the responsibility for what happens with that. And
yeah, I agree.
Weasel your way.
Okay, so sex outside of marriage is immoral.
I agree.
Everybody should speak at least 2 languages.
Semi-agree.
No.
Okay. So when you said semi-agree, would you be willing to argue this position, or do you want to go to the next one?
You want to argue this position?
You will argue the positive position that everybody should speak at least 2 languages.
Yeah, but because it's semi, I will sometimes go into the against, but I'll make sure.
That's fine.
But I'll make sure that it will be
just
like
maintain the affirmative stance, and you're good, right? You can establish nuance, of course, and that doesn't count against you in any way. You just have to disagree about this idea, so that way there is conversation. So the affirmative is leg press, and the negative is extremo.
Mm-hmm. So who should start?
Wait. I disagree. I think that you shouldn't be forced to learn 2 languages.
Yeah, everybody should speak 2 languages. Okay. You are the negative. That is correct.
Okay, just make it clear.
Okay, and so we're going to go immediately into the affirmative leg press. We're going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
So I think that as we live in this modern time, that people in like the non-speaking English worlds should at least learn another language, but their native one, so that they can compete and actually have a footing hold when they're going to go internationally, if they especially want to do culture, workspace, and other stuff outside of their country. Because as much as I am in favor of reserving your national like identity, like your culture and all that, I do agree that we need to that people at least should at one time take the time out of their day to at least learn a new language, especially if it's a widespread one. You can argue.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I don't think anybody should be forced to do something that they don't believe would benefit them. Like the reality is that if a person doesn't feel like it would bring any value to their life to learn another language, they shouldn't be forced to do it through social requirements or even legal requirements, because that's not something that they want to do.
So, wait, can I respond?
Yeah.
So I actually think that maybe it was because of me or just because you maybe misunderstood me, but this has nothing to do with authority or like social. It's more of like that. I believe that if you want to like go outside of your native country, and be able to speak with other people or like interact and all that, whether it be because you want to have fun or because like you want to have business opportunities. It should be like you should at least take some time out of your day to learn the language and be good at it, so that one day when you're going to go out there, you at least have like maybe a foundation of how the language works, so that you can pick up on grammar and all that when you're going to go out there.
Right. The way the question was phrased, to me at least, and maybe we should agree on this definition of the question. To me, it was you need two people must learn two language or should learn two languages fluently. That requires a lot of time and effort. So it's something that needs to be whenever usually when people make decisions that require the amount of effort as much as learning a language is they tend to make that decision based on the need or the desire to do so. And I agree with you. If you are going to go to somewhere where you're going to spend a lot amount of time or a long time rather, yeah, I mean it would behoove you to know some of the language. But again, the way the question was phrased is whether people should learn how to speak fluently an entirely different language. I don't think that if a person were to want to go visit a random country in Scandinavia or whatever, that they need to learn the entirety of the language. I think that for the most part, it's not required, especially now in modern times, like you said, where like I mean technology has allowed people to be able to communicate in so many different ways, where it's kind of made it irrelevant to actually try to learn the entirety of a language when all you really need to know is simple phrases.
I can respond, correct?
Yeah.
So you can it's actually like a very good like rule of thumb, in that if you're gonna try something new with your life or like set out like a new practice, it's a very good thing that you should just like learn the basics and the fundamentals first before you go out and like pick up any like skill about this said thing. Because if you learn the basics first and the fundamentals, when you're gonna go and try, for example, learn a new phrase or a new grammar with this word, you'll understand that, oh, it's only going to be used this way in this context, or like that's how it's written when it's in this context. There is a phrase, I think it's a phrase that's got fundamentals or everything, or like acting the basics. And I would say that if you are gonna like use a majority of your time in the future at this country, I'd at least to like maybe get a more better sense of how this country is with its people, that you could learn their language, which can take time and is hard, but as long as you just learn the fundamentals and the basics, it will be more easier for you to learn how it's written or how it's said.
Let me pose you a question. If one lives in a country, takes pride in their country, and chooses not to ever leave their country, and their country has a singular majority language, everybody they know speaks this language, everybody they communicate for the most part speaks this language, and they don't believe it's any value to them learning another language, in the sense that, like, I mean, there's nobody else that speaks any other language except their majority language. Let me rephrase this question as a statement. I don't think that like most people would get a lot of value from knowing another language that isn't going to be used ever. I think that like for the most part, when people learn another language, it's because they find value in it. And if there's no value to be found in learning another language, people shouldn't, and I think that you would agree with the statement as well, people shouldn't be forced to learn another language. So people shouldn't have to know another language for them to, to succeed or anything like that.
I can reply, correct?
Yeah.
So just hit on the first Yeah, I never implied or said anything about that. People should be forced to like learn a language if they're gonna live, if they're like living in a country that speaks their native tongue. But I also think I actually made it clear that like if you are just living in your country, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If you live in your country and you're only gonna live there and you don't have any like plans or dreams about moving out to another country or like seek new opportunities somewhere, then I don't really think this would be fruitful, even like worth your time to learn the language, because you can already know your native tongue and you're already like speaking with a bunch of people who already know it in a country where it's the official one. But I would just say that again, if you're gonna like have a plan of like moving to X country, which is like attracting a lot of tourists and a lot of foreign like engineers or like workers and all that, you would actually have a way better like foothold if you could practice, if you could take your time to practice some of the language and all of it. So you would at least have a foothold if you were only gonna like speak English to these people, which sometimes could like conflate with the language's natural like barrier and how that there are some words that they say that don't really translate well to English. It's basically
I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it's basically like an investment. You put your time into it and eventually like it will pay off.
Right. I get where you're coming from, and I agree with you. Again, but I'm using the question as reference. Again, the question was phrased as you should, as in if you don't, it doesn't like you will be of less value. That's at least the way I'm answering the question. If I think I cannot say anything more on this topic because I pretty much made it very clear what my point of view is.
Well, I can respond, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, but that's also why I said at the start that I'm semi for it, which is that if it falls under this pretense and this condition, then I'm actually for it. But if it doesn't, then I'm actually against it. But I'm arguing in favor of it right now.
Right. I guess I could just reiterate a little bit more on my take. Although I agree with you that that learning another, like if you're going to go visit another country, it helps to have an understanding of the language. I don't think that it's entirely necessary. And in a lot of instances, it's actually not as beneficial to learn the entirety of a language, especially if you're a person that visits many different countries with many different languages, because then you're going to have to be learning, using that logic, you're going to be required to learn many different languages, which is, I think, beyond the capability of a lot of people, or if not the capability, at least the desire for a lot of people to do. And since you agree that there shouldn't be any governing body, be it society or government, that forces somebody to do something you don't believe that should happen, then I think that, shouldn't have to learn another language if you don't want to.
I can reply, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say here is that this is actually where like my semi like disagreement comes in that I believe that since we're living in a modern time and all that, that you should actually have like the choice to like decide if you actually want to do this or not. But note that if you decline to do that, and it's not going to be like, well, it's now you're like, now we're like showing you what would happen if you didn't listen to authority. It's more like that because you didn't take in this investment and all that, you're just going to have a little bit more of a harder time with this new country and these people and their language, because some languages have some words and some jokes and some like punctuations that don't translate well to other languages because like it only works in their context. So you may be a little bit more like confused and you may have to be a little bit more stressed and have to work with that. When you could have like used some of that small time to at least pick up on some grammar with some foundation. And yeah, that's how I see it. You can decide if you want to or not, but there are consequences and like follow-ups to your actions, as well as there would be if you actually decide to learn the language.
Yeah, I don't think that anything else can in this conversation. I think we pretty much.
You can request to end it now if you so please.
Yeah, I request that.
There needs to be an agreement from leg press.
I mean, I think I pretty much said all I need, and I think that Extremo did all his, and I think that we're just gonna go in circles until it ends.
Very well.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather.
I'm gonna go ahead and submit report cards. I'm gonna tell you, you both did extremely well.
Great job.
But there was only one who won out of both. There were multiple times where Extremo Recul was implying that they want to force it when they in fact made it very clear that they did not. So he got 2 marks for that. However, with that being said, that's extremely minor and it could be extremely subjective as to whether or not that it would even count as a fallacy. Extremo, good job. Leg press, you are proceeding on into the semifinals. Congratulations.
Yay. Nice. Yay. Good job.
You'll be versing against Antonius. You should probably DM Antonius for the topic. So hopefully by the time that we're ready to go back to you guys, you will have a topic decided. The next contestants are Cove and Booty Molester. Do you guys have a topic?
Well, I suggested a couple things. We tried coming up with something, but could not agree on something. So maybe we could do the Q&A.
Do you want me to keep
Booty Molester is
ask
up
questions
for that?
and we keep going?
I don't know if he realizes he's muted. But there we go.
Okay, so Cove and Booty Molester. Equality of outcome is important.
False.
What does that mean?
I disagree wholeheartedly.
He doesn't know what it means. It's fine. Illegal immigrants should be deported in most or all cases.
I disagree.
No, okay. A country must be sure to take all measures to enforce its laws.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, like, if the laws are stupid, then they shouldn't be enforcing them in the first place. If they're good laws, then they should be enforcing
Well, that
them.
means you disagree. A country must be sure to take all measures to enforce
Yeah,
its
I don't like the words all measures.
No.
Yeah, I disagree.
My religious values should be spread as much as possible.
Vehemently disagree.
Nah.
Okay. I support single-payer universal health care.
Wow, good one.
What's
Agree.
a single pair mean?
I do.
Maybe not that one. He doesn't know what that means.
Okay. Religious clothing should be banned from public.
Categorically false.
Subdivisions should not be able to exempt from national laws.
I agree. That's a sketchy territory.
Gotta look up subdivision.
You're talking about
Go to
like
the next
neighborhoods,
one.
right?
Nations should not maintain a military.
I disagree.
That's false.
Automation overall is extremely good for society.
I agree.
I'd say yeah.
You guys really should be friends after this. You guys agree on everything? We've gone through like what, 15 questions? You guys are still agreeing? Okay, it's okay. I got 216, so let's see what we got. International aid is a waste of money.
No.
I don't like the phrasing there. I disagree.
I support regional unions such as the European Union.
Yeah.
Yeah.
State
I'm
laws.
trying to get my answers in quick so I don't like. What is it? Subconsciously agree or any?
Right.
Whoa, just throw it in immediately. Whatever your immediate response.
But I gotta
is.
process the information first. You know.
Yeah, fair enough. State laws should have precedence over national laws.
No.
Ooh, I disagree. That's
The sacrifice of some civil liberties is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism.
Yeah.
no.
Ooh. Do you guys want to argue that position?
I mean, I probably just have a misunderstanding of what you mean by civil liberties.
Privacy.
We should have privacy.
No. The sacrifice of some civil liberties, aka privacy, is necessary to protect us from acts of terrorism.
In what situations though? Like if you're getting on an airplane, they need to search your luggage to make sure you don't have a bomb in it. I mean, you could say that that's your privacy.
So you would agree that the sacrifice of some civil liberties, but we got a no from Cove?
Well, if you're talking about like airport security, that's different. I wouldn't qualify that as like a civil
Do you
liberty.
want to argue this
I'm
position?
talking. I thought you were talking about like surveilling the home or something like that, or tapping your
Well,
phones.
that could be a discussion topic. Do you want to discuss that topic and I get an affirmative and negative from you guys, or do you want me to go to the next one?
Yeah, go to the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, go to the next one.
Technology is not always beneficial.
I think that's fine.
You said you disagree with that.
Yeah.
It's a tough call, but no, I agree. It's not always beneficial.
Okay. Technology is negatively affecting modern society.
In a way, it is. Yeah.
No, I disagree.
Did you want to debate that position? Technology is negatively affecting society. So somebody is saying yes.
I mean, somebody's like
from Booty
physical stuff. I don't really know if that counts as society, but you know, like people's you know, like their health and stuff.
Do you want to argue this position?
Ooh.
I can argue that technology is not negatively impacting society.
Can you repeat like the overall question?
Technology is negatively affecting modern society.
Well, it has a net positive though, so.
So we're moving on.
No.
Only those who served in the military should be able to gain power in government.
No.
False. No, I disagree with that. Ugh.
People who have the right to leave their wealth. People should have the right to leave their wealth to their descendants.
Yes.
Of course.
Whoa, based. Okay. Nations fighting amongst each other gets in the way of progress.
That's a very blanketed statement, but yes.
Progress.
I mean, because yeah, that doesn't specify. If you're talking about, if you mean globally, then yes.
So would you be able
And
to
it's
argue the
interfering-
negative on this, Booty, or no?
And it's interfering with their own progress as nations.
Booty.
I'm kind of dumb, not gonna lie.
Do you want me to just move on to the next one?
Yeah, just move on.
The government should monitor all citizens to combat terrorism.
No.
No.
If you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't care about the government having access to your communications.
No.
Also false.
It is
Ugly thing
important
to
to
say.
maintain our national sovereignty.
Ooh.
You mean like stay a country?
Yeah.
I agree. I think we agree on that one
All
also.
right. Religion should be removed from everything in our government.
Absolutely, yes, it should.
I heard a no from Booty.
I said no.
Okay. Are you able to argue the positive and negative for this?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. This is a pretty blanketed statement that I feel is very easy to argue an affirmative and a negative for. So, okay. So the affirmative, religion should be removed. Religion should be removed from everything in our government. The affirmative was Cove, right?
Agreed.
And the negative is Booty.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. We're going to reset the timer, and then we're going to start Cove as the affirmative. Religion should be removed from everything in our government. In 3, 2, 1, go.
I simply think this should be the case. I mean, it has been the separation of church and state has been, decided on more than one occasion, simply because America is meant to be a melting pot of all cultures and religions and belief sets and everything. That's what we take pride in being, and it's important that laws and limitations and restrictions and whatever is set forth by the government needs to be all encompassing. And you can't have massive amounts of our population feel like they're excluded from governmental decisions / operations.
Dang, I probably already lost. I was like looking up something in the Constitution, like while you're speaking.
Just discuss the negative position and move on.
Oh.
You got this, Booty.
Well, I need to respond to what he said, but I wasn't paying.
Not necessarily. You can just talk about the negative position that religion should be removed from everything in our government.
Oh, well, sorry for not paying attention, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure our government was built off of the idea for. Well, first of all, it's it's for religious what's it called, freedom. So I would agree that a particular religion reigning over the government probably isn't too good, because then that kind of excludes the other religions that believe separate values and all that. And but the main thing is that the United States is kind of founded with Christian values, and that's kind of what it's built off of. So I mean, you'd have to change the founding principles of our country. Like the stuff that they set for our country to be forever, until hopefully the country never falls, but until it breaks apart or world ends or whatever.
Well, it is. I'm able to respond.
Yeah.
It is possible, as we've seen, things in our government are updated and modified on a regular basis so as to better fit the times. And there wouldn't really be anything stopping us from changing some of the verbiage being used so that it was more applicable. I don't necessarily have examples of what would be perfect for everyone, but the example I gave last time was actually brought up by Jordan Peterson in an interview, where a Muslim in court swearing on the Bible isn't really taking an oath to anything. I mean, of course, legally according to our laws, based on the way they're structured, he is. But for that person, based on their own particular belief set, it doesn't mean the same thing for them that it does for us. So there has to be some universal method of ensuring that kind of thing.
That's a good point. I'm assuming I can respond. But,
of course.
It would make sense that there should be a universal law, so it's not applicable to people who do not believe in what they are stating in like court or whatever. But I do think that a lot of like the dignity and the modesty of like our leaders is kind of built off the principles of the original like Christian values, like looking out for your neighbors and treating everyone with respect. That's all like principle parts of Christianity, and that's kind of what the government has to do. That's their responsibility, to govern the people. Well, I mean, we're actually, the people have the power. We just tell the government. They just do stuff. I don't know exactly.
Well, for me, it's just making sure there's adequate representation for everyone, and it may not be structured that way right now, but we could probably spend a decade debating options for that one, and I'm sure they probably have. We're definitely not the first people to discuss this. But we keep going back. I mean, you kept going back to principles and Christian values. I'm a firm believer that you can teach those principles and those values without necessarily attaching a religion to it.
I would agree that, those morals are not what's the word? They're not only part of like Christianity. You can have it without that. But that's like what it's built off of, basically.
Well, example I like to give when we have this conversation is the governor of Tennessee, Governor Bill Lee, when they were discussing the legalization of medical marijuana. We all know the science behind it, the benefits of medical marijuana, and his response, being who he is and him doing the things the way he does, is his response was, "I don't believe in all that science stuff." That's a direct quote from the governor of the state of Tennessee on an interview or during an interview. And that's one of the examples I like to give of, someone who's letting their religion and their belief set govern everything despite the reality of the world around them. Is that man allowed to believe what he believes? Absolutely. This is America. You can do that. But should he be able to use that to make laws and decisions for people despite the concrete evidence laid before him? No, his belief set shouldn't be a factor when it comes to making, governing decisions like that.
Oh.
yes, anecdotal as though it may be, it's still an example of why religions and belief sets should not be used to make decisions.
In the sorry, I had to clear my throat.
You're
In the
good.
government is what
Yeah.
belief systems and religion shouldn't be used in the government.
Well, to make laws and legislations and regulations and things like that. I mean, and that's the specific example I gave. Despite the medical and scientific evidence presented to him in regards to, medical marijuana, he just,
Would a belief system be that I believe that murder is wrong? Would that like be part of a belief system?
No, not necessarily. Murder is a legal term. Murder by
Killing
definition.
someone.
Well, we have lots of situations in our modern world where it's completely acceptable to kill someone. It happens all the time. Not that civilians are allowed to make that decision, but there are plenty of situations where the powers that be have deemed that it is acceptable to kill people. So are there situations where it's okay? Yes, but murder by definition is flat out wrong.
So ultimately, you're still killing someone, right? No matter the context. So, I mean, isn't that a belief that it's not like in the law, even in the law, if they killed somebody lawfully or legally, that would have to come from some type of belief that that scenario was, that them killing them was okay, right?
Well, I don't necessarily
it was okay
know if
for
that
them
would.
to kill them in that scenario. I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
You're good. I don't necessarily know that that would be based on a belief set. I mean, there's legal precedent, Supreme Court rulings, there's decades worth of Supreme Court rulings on, lots of situations regarding self-defense and, police killings and things like that. And there are situations where legally you're allowed to kill a person and it's not considered murder. So, and I don't think that has anything to do with belief set. I don't think it doesn't have anything to do with religion or beliefs. And if you were to go to court and say, it may be an extreme example, I don't know. If you were to go to court and say, I did it because God told me to, they don't accept that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't accept that. They're not going to be like, oh, okay, well, you can go home then. That's, if the judge happens to be a Christian, he can't just be like, oh, okay, I understand completely. You get to go home. Like they're not allowed to use their belief sets to make decisions in regards to things like that. And I think that a standard like that should apply higher up in the government as well.
I believe that your points have been really good, and I don't see any point in further arguing because I would agree with the statement.
Okay.
Based off of
You both are good with
what you've
stopping right
said.
here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Time for the report
But
card.
what's your second on?
It's not going to be pretty.
Love you, crap dog. Whatever happens,
y'all
bro.
did absolutely fabulous, believe it or not.
Fuck no, baby.
But there is one winner.
Cove one.
So I actually
No,
saw no. Even though you said one of them
Wait,
was a fallacy,
what?
I thought about the one where you said it was a fallacy, and I was like, no, he just kind of gave an example. It wasn't anecdotal at all. And so, but however, I did look at that there was a naturalistic fallacy, saying that that's what it was built off of, basically. It's been like that, therefore it should be like that. That is a fallacious argument. Murder is wrong argument. That is an off topic. It has nothing to do with religion, should be removed from everything in our government. And then same thing, it was continued forward where you were talking about further, ultimately you are still killing somebody, which is the same murder argument, which is not related. And so therefore, the winner in this debate and going to the semifinals is Cove. Congratulations, Cove.
No, this isn't real. This isn't happening.
I'm
Congrats,
sorry.
Good job,
I
guys.
feel
Good
like
job.
You
I
did
feel
good,
like
though.
To be
I
honest,
feel
though,
like
that
you're
debate was one of the better debates. Never mind the fallacies aside, right? It was a really good debate I was listening to.
I feel like you're making stuff up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it was nice.
Me?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
I wrote down
Are you
exactly
calling him
what
a
you
liar?
said. I wrote
I'm
down
not calling
exactly what you
I'm
said.
not calling you a liar. I just think you might have ignored some of the fallacies from
Your first amender is one of the most honest people I've met on Discord.
So I try to listen. It is possible that it's possible that I missed something. I'm ultimately one human.
Can we do a
It's
redo?
possible that I could. No, we have to continue forward.
No.
Unfortunately, you did.
Amanda,
good,
what are you
though.
eating? What are you eating, Amanda?
Chips.
Yeah, what flavor?
Cool Ranch.
Okay.
Fallacy. Off top.
Fallacy. Cool Ranch. Cool Ranch. Cool Ranch is a fallacy. Okay, the next person we have is
What happens
Augmented
if the
GB.
administrator loses the point?
Augmented GB versus Wowie. We are actually getting close towards the semifinals. After this, we will be entering into the semifinals.
The final four,
after
right?
that, there will be the final four. Whoever basically wins this is in the semifinals will be guaranteed money.
15.
If you enter into the semifinals and you win, that is a guarantee of money.
I feel like never mind.
Going forward, we've got Augmented GB and
It's rigged.
Wowie.
It's rigged.
It's rigged.
Yes, it's rigged. It's
so the
rigged.
topic. Do you guys have a topic selected?
We spoke about whether Prince Harry was justified in leaving the royal family.
Well, I like that one. I like that one.
Yeah,
I like
let's
that
do
one.
that.
Are we?
I believe he's justified. I'll take the affirmative.
I don't think he was justified.
Okay, the affirmative is going to be Wowie. And the negative is going to be Augmented GB. So, I want to point out, Prince Harry was justified in leaving the royal family. Affirmative Wowie, negative Augmented GB. Acceptable?
Indeed.
Yep.
Okay, this is going to start with Wowie, and so you are going to start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Sure. I believe it is within Harry's right to formally relinquish monarchical authority. I do accept that his reasoning may be intersubjective towards his personal experiences, perceptions, and emotions. I do not believe that it makes the abdication unjustified, and therefore, on the contrary, justifies his decision to abdicate from royal duties. So his intersubjective reasoning for abdication justifies his abdication in total.
Is this me now?
Yep.
All right. I don't necessarily think he was justified, and even if he was justified, I definitely think that the manner in which he left the royal family was not a great one. It is a very British thing to not air one's dirty laundry out to the public. It is certainly not a very royal thing to tell all the intimate details of your life and to disrespect one's parents to the masses. You know, he just came out with a book called Spare, and in it he shares some pretty mad stuff that reflects particularly bad on the royal family. And it reflects poorly on him as well. It reflects poorly on the military. And so maybe he was justified in leaving the royal family. I don't think he was. But I think he had the right to. Anyone has the right to leave their post whether they are justified in doing so is, up to the onlooker. But my argument is the way he did it, totally wrong. I think he certainly should have done it another way if he were to do it, or were justified in doing it.
So, for clarity, you're accepting that he is justified to some extent in relinquishing his royal duties. Am I correct in asking that question?
I want to make a distinction between having the right and being justified in doing something.
Okay, I'll clarify then. I would actually argue that he's justified because of the intersubjective reasoning. I'm not going to speculate as to, how Harry thinks and what went through his mind when he abdicated. But based on some press releases that he had, for an example, one with in a podcast with Dax Shepard, he mentioned he wanted to quit his royal duties 15 years before Megxit. So he'd actively and for a long time been attempting to leave his royal duties. He stated the concern was over what the royal duties did to his mother, which again is his own interpersonal and intersubjective ideas of why he wants to leave. He went into further detail into his new book that he released, the one that you mentioned. Towards whether or not he's able to push that far with the abdication, and if he went about the right way, there are numerous other examples. Several immediately come to mind, where of modern royals from the British family, from the British royal family, who have abdicated for the reason of romance, right? So if Harry can justify, or to himself at least, intersubjectively justify abdicating from his royal position based on his loyalty perhaps to Meghan or whatever it is we may speculate here, as long as he can justify it romantically, there are three other people which the most of Britain, and I'm sure yourself, would respect, such as Prince Philip, who have equally abdicated for pursuing romance. Prince Philip, for those that don't know, he abdicated to pursue romance with Queen Elizabeth. King Edward VIII, he abdicated to pursue a romance with a socialite American. I've forgotten her name, unfortunately. But essentially, the justification for romance, and that's the point that I'm keying in here, that's been used numerous times in modern history. So to say simply his behaviors means that he cannot abdicate from the royal family, assuming that's the argument, perhaps I'm wrong, I'd love for some clarification on that. If that is the argument, I would actually disagree vehemently and say that many royals have abdicated for similar arguments.
My question is, when these royals abdicated the throne, did they go out of their way to discredit their family, to make their family look bad, to make money off of the public's infatuation with the royal family? So I think what Harry's done is particularly dirty. Like him and Meghan, they abdicated, fair enough. They said they wanted privacy, fair enough. And then they went on to do multi-million-dollar interviews and book deals and made all these negotiations to air out the story. And I don't know if the story is 100% true, but I certainly lean towards believing it's not true. And just the way he did it, it wasn't great. I'm a libertarian. I think he's in his right to abdicate the throne, but whether he was just in doing it and whether the manner in which he was doing it was correct, I don't think so. Like I said earlier, with all these other royals, I'm sure they abdicated in a much more elegant way, a way that is much more in keeping with royalty, whereas Harry left and in his wake disgraced the royal family with heaps of allegations.
You done? Can I talk?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say that the behaviors leading up to the abdication and after are separable from the justification of the abdication. The original premise, the position that you took up, just to remind you, was that the abdication was unjustified, not that Harry's behaviors leading up to the abdication and after the abdication were unjustified.
Is this me now?
Yeah.
I think that his behaviors before and his behaviors after the abdication do have an effect on whether it is justified or not. Like you believe it's justified, but do you think that what he's done after is justified? Because I don't think the two are massively separable, especially in the situation where it's become very much something that the public talks about a lot. It's come in the news cycle. So the question of whether he's justified, I don't think we can really separate it from his actions. Because if his actions are unjust, not correct, maybe even untrue, is his leaving of the royal family justified, correct, or the right course of action?
Sure. I think that based on the example I've given previously of him actively seeking out romance and other royals previously seeking out romance as a reason for their abdication, immediately justifies it. If there's already a pretense created and we accept this pretense given by other royals, and we can say that, hey, based on their behaviors, I have no issue with this. Their abdication is justified. I would actually extend that to Harry. I'd say any behaviors after the abdication are entirely on Harry, but it does not remove him from the right of abdication. So since he still has the right to abdicate, which was one of the first things that you said, if I can remember clearly, and since there's already a pretense for abdicating for essentially a similar reasoning that he's given and proposed, and we accept that reasoning, I have no reason to believe that he should still be a member of the royal family and still have royal duties if he so chooses to abdicate. I would say that the pretense is already set. I would say that, granted, his behaviors may not be to everyone's liking afterwards, but I would say that based on every royal convention that we've seen up until now and in modern day, if we can make an excuse to justify theirs, which you did, you accepted and you said, well, the reason why I accept them is because they behaved appropriately, then we have to extend that olive branch to Harry and accept that his resignation was justified by that logic.
Okay. So when we talk about olive branches and extending olive branches to Harry because, he used the same reasoning as other royals, I don't feel it right to extend this kind of olive branch to him because of how he abdicated. I think me, and I think a lot of other people wouldn't have really minded his abdication should he not have carried it out in the manner in which he did. A manner in which has disgraced the royal family, disgraced him, and made everyone look bad, made it divisive. And because of all that, it makes me not want to extend the olive branch to him. It makes me want to say, nah, that is not justified. Do not like what you did there, sir.
Could I ask why?
Go on.
Yeah, sorry, you went quiet for a while, so I assumed. Can I ask why isn't it justified? Because I've already explained the pretense in place for why any royal can abdicate based on any intersubjective reasoning. So I'd like to ask you why him abdicating and leaving his royal duties is unjustified. I'm not so much concerned about the behaviors before and after, or the impression that he leaves on people that would otherwise wish that he didn't come forward with these allegations. But more specifically, why wouldn't he be justified in abdicating?
Because he left. Fair enough. Pardon me, God. And then he decided, hey, I'm going to make some money. I'm going to talk my shit. And that leaves a poor taste in a lot of people's mouths. And that makes me say that's not justified. Being within your right to do something is not quite the same as being justified to do something. I want to make that distinction there. So I don't think they're quite the same thing, and I think that the manner is intertwined completely with the justification.
I'll just respond to that really quickly. Hopefully, I have time to. I would say that the intersubjective reasoning of his personal emotions and experiences is the justification to himself. The abdication itself is his right. So those two things are distinct. Him reasoning it to himself as to why he can, and the appropriate channels he took to abdicate. I don't believe that we can conflate the two and say, actually, because of his behaviors, he no longer has justification. Intersubjectively, he still justifies what he did, as did the previous several royals that I mentioned.
But the difference between us is I think the two are linked. I don't think the two can be separated just because of how he used this justification of leaving the royal family and wanting privacy to profit off of it. I wouldn't mind if he was profiting off himself, but he's profiting off the royal family, making them look bad. The profit is off the backs of the royal family to make them look like bad people. And I know we're not talking about Meghan, but she had a big part in that too, in making the royal family look undignified. But I think Harry has made himself look undignified as well, especially with this new book in where he talks about doing shrooms and cocaine and getting frostbite on his knob and losing his virginity in a field behind a pub. And that's why I don't think the two can be taken apart from each other.
Okay, I would say that it's not the justification of leaving the royal family and profiting that we're talking about. The question was, is he justified in relinquishing his royal duties? I believe that because you may relinquish your royal duties for whatever reason you may want, and since he has openly explained his intersubjective reasoning for it, his justification applies to himself, and the resignation is the right that he has. Those two things are intertwined, right? They work together. However, the crux of the question is how, and I'm asking this, how is he unjustified with resigning from the royal family when the allegations, the books, and the rumors came after he had already relinquished his royal duties and abdicated the HRH title? For this logic to follow through, the starting point would need to be previous to him relinquishing his power. He relinquished his power and then made the allegations. So are we saying that retrospectively, because this is what it sounds like to me, are we saying retrospectively that he has to retain his HRH title and not abdicate after coming open about these
And
allegations?
time. All right. So as of right now, I will show you the current report card. I didn't detect a single fallacy from anybody.
Wow.
And so now we enter into what is called sudden death. We keep the debate until one fallacy is made or one instance of a personal anecdote or going on too long or really anything that could be considered as bad faith. I will stop it immediately as soon as I hear it. Go ahead and continue your argument, Wowie.
Are we, hang on a sec, are we able to choose a new topic? Because I feel like we're not really getting anywhere with this one.
Do you want to choose a new topic?
Wowie?
If Wowie agrees, I'm fair to do that.
It would depend on the topic. There's some topics I don't know much about, unfortunately.
Well, I'm asking you this topic. Do you want to...
I could stick with this. I could stay with this, man.
Okay, he wants to stick with it, so we're going to continue with this topic. Go ahead, Wowie.
Yeah, to wrap up my previous point, I would say that making a claim that it is unjustified for Harry to abdicate his HRH title is different from saying, hey, once he had abdicated his HRH title and these allegations came back, that retrospectively removed the justification that he intersubjectively previously had.
Would you be able to repeat that quickly for me?
I'll try to like make it clearer actually. So if Harry is within his right and we accept the justifications of other royals, which you previously said that you respect, for their justifications of pursuing romance to abdicate from royalty and their royal duties, and he does abdicate for romance from his royal duties, and then he alleges things towards the royal family which make us feel uncomfortable, to suggest that that would remove the justification for his initial abdication would have to work retrospectively, which is something that I cannot agree upon.
How come you believe that justification can't be judged within retrospect? Like in these situations, like, so we find out that something has happened and the public gets behind something, and then what happens when the facts come out and suddenly it begins to seem a bit less just? Are we not allowed to say, hey, I don't think this was right in retrospect after all this stuff comes out?
I've made it clear previously. I believe that the precedents for him abdicating, as have many modern royals, has already been met. The justification would be entirely intersubjective, based on how Harry feels, his emotions. The act of abdicating is justified based on his own intersubjective feelings towards his position. I actually, personally, I don't see it any different from like holding a job and retiring from that, comparatively anyway.
Do you think that retiring from your job and then relentlessly just, oh, sorry, were you in the middle of something there, or?
I do want to mention one thing. I do
Okay.
think I do think we need to stay to the point and appropriate. I feel like we're deviating too much towards the idea of how I personally don't feel right with his behaviors after the abdication. I really want to focus on whether or not the abdication itself was justified. Because once you relinquish your royal duties, you can't just apply for them back, unfortunately. So because of that, at the time of his abdication, and if we take into context what he'd done afterwards, and we agree that perhaps his behaviors weren't, weren't the best, even beyond that, the abdication itself was justified by modern former royals who you accept were justified in their abdication.
We spoke about, what is it, into subjective feelings, and when you speak about, oh, he feels this way, and therefore it is justified. Do mention if I'm mischaracterizing you when I'm done. But when we talk about intersubjective feelings, Harry feels this way, therefore he is justified. I don't think we can look at it in an objective way.
Yeah, I'm calling it. No, I'm calling it. Wowie.
Yep.
I had the same exact thought. Intersubjective feelings. Is this an appeal to an emotion?
No. So I'm making it very clear. I just want to clarify. I'm making it very clear of how I word it. That this is, and I mentioned this when I started speaking, because I wrote it all down, by the way, that this is what Harry himself in his book said as one of the core reasons of him abdicating. So my argument, just to clear it up for everyone, and the premise of my argument, is that Harry's personal justification for abdicating is that he was uncomfortable with the royal family. I'm not making a claim whether or not these feelings are good, true. I've even actually said that perhaps his behaviors are wrong. I'm saying that intersubjectively, he's justified it to himself, and in terms of authority, he's actually gone by the precedent already set by the rest of the royal
go
family.
ahead. Continue. Continue. I striked it through because again, I'm being hypercritical. So go ahead and continue. I agree with your position, if that is literally what he said in his book.
I was just going to say, when we mention intersubjective feelings, I don't know if we can look at this objectively, like, oh yeah, like I said earlier, Harry said this, therefore he is just and correct in what he did.
Wait, Wowie, he's right. He's absolutely correct. I'm calling it. I'm calling it.
I never made that claim. I've never made the claim.
I want to hear the argument. Go ahead. I'll hear the argument.
So my claim is that Harry, despite his bad behaviors and despite how the public and I may feel about how he's intersubjectively justifying abdicating from the royal family, is different from the justification he can use for the royal family. That's why I brought up examples of previous royals who left for romance. So if Harry feels like, hey, intersubjectively, I'm in love with Meghan, I'm going to leave the royal families, like the Queen's cousin or Prince Philip, for example, he's entirely capable to do that. That's the premise. I'm not saying it's justified because of his feelings. I've never said that once or implied it. I'm talking about his self-justification. I've made that clear like at least three or four times now. I even conceded that the behaviors are probably bad. So I mean, yeah, I don't think this is a fallacy at all. I think this is quite clear.
Go ahead, continue. Specifically augmented. I'm expecting.
And by the way, before we continue, he just committed a fallacy, but right. So I think you guys missed this one.
What?
He actually pushed my position into the position of trying to say that Harry's intersubjective feelings are tenable in my position. I've never claimed that once. I'm just going to make that clear so he doesn't do it again.
Excuse me?
I don't think he tried to do that. He was arguing your position. So go ahead and continue, augmented.
Like I've been saying for a bit, I think that his behavior is inextricably linked to his abdication and its justification. And to me, the manner in which he did this wasn't just. He was perhaps in his right to do it because royals have set other precedents, but because of the way he did it, I don't think it was just. I don't think it was right. He may have been in his right, but I don't think he was right to do it the way he did.
Okay, I would like to ask you, because I made this point previously, that the allegations came after he abdicated. Why would it retrospectively make him retiring from his royal duties unjust?
I think, he marries Meghan, big on royal wedding. A few years later, he's like, right, I'm not so happy with this anymore. I'm out. That is fair enough in my eyes. The other royals have done it. They've set the precedent. They've been in love. They've decided to leave. That's fine. Pardon me, God, I'm gassy. But the other royals, as far as I know, they haven't. God, there's me going again. Pardon me. They haven't gone out of their way to profit off making their own family look bad, to profit off of. I lost my train of thought there. What was your question again?
Essentially, I'm asking, retrospectively, him afterwards profiting from his family, him afterwards profiting from making claims about his... Yeah.
Augmented lost. Interruption.
Excuse me?
Yeah, all you needed to do was just say that, and that was enough.
I want to continue this though.
I know you want to continue it, but we have to move forward.
Alright, my bad.
So, congratulations, Wowie. You did present your argument on my contentions, and I was convinced by your argument. You are now moving to the semifinals. It is official. We have 4 contestants. Antonius. Oh, hold on a sec. I have to show it on my stream. It's not playing live right now, but it will play on my my YouTube channel. Anyway, we have Antonius versus leg press.
Yeah.
And then we have Cove versus Wowie. With that being said,
that's right.
anyone who wins after this position is guaranteed money, no matter what.
Wow.
So whoever wins is guaranteed at least $50. And then, of course, the winner will
Congratulations,
have
everyone.
$100. So we're going to start with Antonius and leg press. And I request humbly that Cove and Wowie immediately begin discussing topics on what they want to discuss. Antonius and leg press, do you have a topic?
We already did it like 10 or 20 minutes ago, I think. So what we're gonna debate is whether or not it should be made like in a water tunnel or something between Northern Jutland, which is a peninsula that connects Denmark to Germany and to Norway, like between like England and France. So that's what we're gonna debate. I'm in favor of that.
Wait, fuck.
Oh.
You need to simplify that topic. What exactly is happening?
So make it easier for Danish people on the peninsula
Make
called
it
Jutland.
easier for U.S. people who don't
No.
understand these worldly concepts.
Yeah, I was already doing that. So make it easier for Danish people via the north part of the peninsula called Jutland to enter Sweden, Norway through like a water tunnel that could be built between the two nations, so like we can be more interconnected and travel more easily.
Well, it's well, no, I don't think that's the project starts from covering the southern coast.
Wait, stop. What I need is just the topic, right? Give me like a definitive, like, we should build this thing, right?
Yeah, I'm in favor at least of this thing should be a thing, and he is not.
Okay. So I tried to type exactly what you said, but again, I don't know anything about this topic, so I do apologize if it sounds ignorant. The North Peninsula Hitland, a water tunnel between two nations to be more interconnected to travel more easily. Where is this?
I sent you a link to this Wikipedia article. Can be translated to English, obviously.
Dude, is this from r/world building? Is this a real country?
It's the southern part of Norway, like literally, and it's showing like that one part that's going to be covered by the underwater floating tunnel.
Okay, where is this underwater tunnel? Is it that purple thing in the middle? What is it?
Purple thing? You mean the red line on the map?
Okay, I'm trying to understand what's happening.
Yeah, it's essentially a building project which aims to create this this underwater floating tunnel thing.
Okay, from where to where?
Well, can't you see it on the map?
Give me 1 second. I'll do it.
Well, I see a map, right? But I don't know where the tunnel is.
Well, see, I'm gonna show you to it. So let me just do this here.
I apologize for my ignorance. I genuinely know nothing about this topic.
So you see that small country, like that small peninsula at the bottom, correct?
Where it says Denmark.
Yeah. And what I'm suggesting in favor of is that my government and the Norwegian government will build like a kind of like water underground tunnel between that part to somewhere in southern part of Norway. Like what is going on? What happened with like France?
Okay, I don't know what part is Norway and what's not Norway here.
That's the top. That's the top right one. Top left. The top left.
Okay, so that's so let's say, for example, a tunnel from Hirtshals to Kirstensand, or you're saying Denmark to Kirstensand?
Let's just say from Hirtshals to Kirsten for simplicity. That's how we're gonna like try to
Denmark to Kirsten. Okay. So you're in favor of this tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to
all right. So the topic is we should build a tunnel Is this like a train tunnel or like a?
Water tunnel. Like it's a tunnel that cars and trains can traverse.
Well, I'm not sure if it's cars and trains. Is it?
Yeah, you know, like it's like your sun spawn, the one between Denmark and Sweden, where like first part of it is like a bridge, and then it like turns into like
Okay,
an
okay.
underground.
So we should build a water tunnel for cars and trains going from Germany to Norway. Does that?
No, Denmark from Norway.
Okay,
Yeah.
Denmark to Norway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize. I know zero about this. Okay,
Well,
so
consider this your first ever time of learning something outside of America.
wait, I've learned lots of things outside of America. I'm just pointing out that this particular subject I know nothing about, okay? I know a lot of things outside of America, not this. I know zero, okay? So, all right.
If you want like a funny point of reference to like what I'm talking about, just look up the channel tunnel, which is like what gave me the inspiration for this argument.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. Okay, we should build a water tunnel for cars and trains going from Denmark to Norway. The affirmative is going to be leg press, correct?
Yeah.
And the negative is going to be Antonius, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. The floors are yours, leg press. You are the affirmative, and the timer starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
So I feel like that we should make this underground water tunnel so that both Swedish people, no wait, so both Norwegian and Danish people can traverse easier, especially for like Jutland, to Norway and both countries, because instead of every Danish person or like Norwegian person just traversing through Sweden to like get there. Because I've seen like the English channel, like the channel tunnel, which is basically like the same concept, but also mix it in with maybe Öresund's bridge, where like it's a first part of it's like a bridge and the rest is like a tunnel. I think that that's something we should actually try to think would actually be worthwhile for us all to do.
If you're done, can I respond?
I'm done.
Yes. So the biggest reason I'm against this type of thing, creating this type of tunnel, is one, even though the tunnel that you see between France and England worked and worked pretty well as well, is that the English Channel, that it's not as deep of a water, and even points where it is as shallow as between England and France. You have these fucking reefs, which actually caused a problem during the construction of that bridge, which is still not done, by the way, the one here in Norway. Little fun fact about that, it was originally like estimated to be done within 2033, but now they believe that it will be done earliest at 2050, and it's already cost, predominantly taxpayer money, around like 382. Wait, actually, let me transfer that very quickly to American bucks. Yeah, okay, yeah, which they always spent 38 million. No, fucking hell, more than that actually. I think I'm looking at trillions here, right? Someone, this is trillions, right? Or am I seeing wrong?
I'm not at my computer, but I'm listening.
Okay, yeah, okay, billions, good. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so sorry, it's late here. 38 billion 260 million 88,600 US dollars. Yeah, converted from crowns already on this not finished project, which again also is proven to cause a shit ton of CO2 release just from the construction alone. And when you take up the calculations of, oh, this could maybe bring in around 10 miljarder, math. It could bring potentially 1 billion a year, roughly. Like, okay, so we would have to like have it open for 382 years then to make like it, as long as it keeps that income, of course, or that net profit from it. But yeah, I just see like the idea of creating bridges like that. I'm like, I see so little point to doing it. It seems like doing what they do in Saudi Arabia now, using all this money on these mega projects that, like, even though you can argue for some economic benefit from it, it's still not worth what you're spending on it. And yeah, that's my response.
Well, the reason that like I would hope that maybe one day something like this could happen is because like it would actually be very more like convenient for Norwegian and Danish people, especially those like the peninsula, to be able to visit Norway or Denmark instead of having to like go through Sweden and then across like the Öresunds bridge, like I said before, and then travel all the way up there. And like, yeah, I mean, from what you explained, I can see like where you're coming from. And but I feel like if we could like find a more like cost-effective way of like making it and actually having better technology, maybe in the future, maybe not right now, but definitely in the future, I absolutely 100% feel no that we should actually try to do this as like a endeavor between our two countries. And I will even like make sure to like no like I also hope like it will also make sure that like this project like won't make it difficult for like ships and all that to like traverse through like the sea between us. So like we'll make it convenient for both parties.
Are you done?
Yep.
Yep. So yeah, as you mentioned, it would you wouldn't have to like drive through Sweden and stuff. Well, you could also just take the Stena line, you know, the boat that has gone between Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. Actually, two boats that go between Norway, Sweden, and Denmark on a regular basis all year round, pretty much. And beyond that, you also have a lot of different other than sea and by air, like building that bridge. Okay, I all I can think of is like all the tunnels we have here in Norway when someone gets stuck in the middle of the tunnel or some shit, or an avalanche or something, and that's just in the mountain. Like you in underwater, oh, you're like, you know, excuse my French, oh, you are fucked. You know, it's and one could argue that, oh, well, we might have like certain precautionary, yeah, but it's still like it seems like so much unnecessary stuff that doesn't like really bring the supposed benefits that it promises. I'm thinking, especially when you're thinking about taxpayer money here, it's like, yeah, I still see no reason why this wouldn't be a negative to our countries if we were to endeavor this than a positive. I don't know.
So I do see where like you are coming from with like that if something were to happen in this tunnel, either when it's gonna be built or like when it's done, and like yeah, in your French way, you are gonna be fucked. But I'm pretty sure that the number of like the amount like that you actually caught that actually would happen is actually very minuscule. That like it really just becomes like a, well, what if this happens? Like what if and all. And I feel maybe there is something to that. Maybe instead of it just being my wishful thinking, maybe I should actually try to like ask people in both countries one day what they think about this idea, and even think like, is this actually something that people want, or is it just something I would want? Because maybe I just see something that people don't. And even if we're not going to be able to do it in this timeline, if one day in the future we can actually do it, I believe that we should do it. But who knows? Maybe things will change. A lot of things can happen.
Yes, things can change. A lot of things can happen, and not to go too wishy-washy here. For all we know, they could discover some amazing technology that would make this so beneficial and viable. But again, that's what I'm saying. As it stands right now, and I cannot stress this enough, being trapped underwater in a tunnel that is floating, like that is built to sustain, like, oh, I just don't get why have it underwater, and floating at the same time, and like, yeah, it's I'm sorry, I'm going a bit on a like tangent here, but like there are just so many cons, and I would like it if you have some pros, like I almost want to be convinced because it would be cool. It's sci-fi, if you will, but yeah, I don't see any pros with it.
Oh, wait, sorry. What did you say? The last part?
That I don't see any pros with it. I only see cons.
Well, that's fair. And like what was I gonna say here again? I fuck. What was I fucking gonna say? Oh yeah, no, I remember. What do you know? What the like estimate like average time is for like if you take the boat from Norway, let's say for example Oslo, to one part like in northern Jutland?
How long it would take by boat on average?
Yeah, like comparatively, so maybe like how also like it could take maybe from train and all that. And I realize that's like a loaded question. And so like I'm just gonna like ask what if you can tell me what the amount of time it usually takes for the boat and the ferry from the two countries.
Well, on average, it goes faster to travel by sea than by land, but fastest to go by air than by sea or anything else. So that's also another reason why I don't like the idea of building, because like, why would you go slower through the water when you can just go faster, safer in a boat or a ship, a cruise ship?
Um, do you see maybe though that maybe there could be like a work to it though if instead of it like being from like no Denmark to Norway, that maybe some of its connection could be from like Sweden to Jutland, where also maybe at the end like also a little bit part of could maybe reach some of the Norwegian like border, so like maybe we can get like both three countries at once.
Can I can respond? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So again, it sort of brings back to my argument against it, like the necessity or like the benefit of doing it is outweighed by all the costs and all the like, and also the fact that again it would be less effective than ways of traveling that we already have. Like, why not create a interconnected train tunnel that was not underwater, but instead, maybe went in a sort of like Orient Express type of way through Scandinavia, through Finland as well. I don't know. Like, that makes sense. That is like, okay, cool. You're sitting in a train, you're seeing the country pass by. But yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, like, getting as we're actually getting to this conversation, and since you're actually Norwegian and I can actually hear your standpoint on this, you actually like opened my eyes up to a lot more about how it would actually like go and how it would actually work. So like maybe this is like a good idea, but maybe not now. Maybe it would be like better if we just like put this on the shelf and maybe visit it back in like maybe 50 years or some shit like that.
Well, I'm glad I could quote unquote open your eyes to that, and yeah, like I compulsively worry about this kind of shit. Like it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like the first time I saw the tunnel thing drawn out, it was like, oh god, no, this does not look like it's gonna go good. But yeah, someday though, yes, absolutely would be cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll just like conceive. It was nice having a conversation, and even though I'll never win any of the money, I still think I gained a lot in knowledge from talking to you.
So I'm actually going to show you guys the current report card and what I got. I'm assuming you guys are done with the argument. Is that correct?
Yeah, I conceived.
Yes, conceding doesn't mean you lose. That you lose. So we're gonna show this right here. There was actually only, you guys are actually even in the amount of fallacies you've created. One person stated an ambiguous phrase saying that there are so many cons, did not actually define anything. Definition of floating on water, etc. does not discuss as to why it's a con, but simply says there are so many cons. It was never challenged or stated or improved upon. And then there was a single interruption where he said, yeah, between statements when Antonius was not done. So based on that, we have to pick another topic because we are now going to go into sudden death. Go ahead.
Point of order. Yeah, when I said many cons, and the reason I didn't want to repeat myself when I mentioned the examples of how like you have someone being closed off in a tunnel within a mountain.
That I heard later on. I did not hear that earlier. This was early in where you mentioned it, and it was never challenged.
Yeah, and in relation to it floating on water. Also, I do believe I mentioned how the difference between the bridge, tunnel between England and France with the water that was somewhat
I
more
did hear
shallow.
it. Those were legitimate positions, but simply saying there are so many cons is not valid. Going forward, okay, question. I'm going to ask you guys some questions. You guys are, decide on a positive and a negative on it, and then it will be sudden death based on that question. No authority should be left unquestioned.
Strongly against that.
Yeah, I'm very much against that concept.
People should vote issue by issue themselves.
I feel like that would just end up badly.
That's, mob mentality, usually.
Those who disagree with the government should be removed from the country.
So you can fuck off.
I mean, that would just make Adolf Hitler and Stalin blush.
The national government can't understand what the people need.
The national government can't understand what the people need? Well, yes, they can.
I think it's like, they can, but maybe there are some times when it seems like that they don't do it.
People must be allowed to follow a religion.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what did you say?
People must be allowed to follow a religion.
So do you mean like that they can be allowed if they want to like follow a religion
People
or not?
Must be allowed to follow a religion.
Must be.
No, I don't. No, I disagree with that.
Like compelled to follow a faith, or that?
No. So they're allowed, meaning they don't have to, but they must be allowed.
Oh, yeah, they must have the freedom to choose. Okay, yeah, that I agree.
Oh, but wait, I just asked like earlier if you mean like that they're going to be forced into it, or like if it's something they can choose if they want to, and then you said they must do it. So
well, I said they must, as in they must choose. And it's fine. It's fine. The government should not regulate the economy at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
They
should. They should. Okay. There should be compulsory military service.
Yes.
Compulsory military service. What exactly is compulsory military service again? Is it like
you must make them join the military?
You mean like mandatory military service, right?
Yes.
Yeah, like like we have in Norway.
I mean, see, the thing is, like, most of the questions, like, you're gonna give, him and I are mostly gonna, like, agree on the same points, because we have like almost like the same standards and like talking points here.
Well, I feel like
Because
I've got hundreds of questions here, so I'm sure there's
okay, well,
one thing you guys would disagree on. Want to hear the next one?
okay.
You guys both
Yeah.
agree on compulsory military service?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the mandatory.
A nation's
service.
culture is important to protect.
Preserve, I would
Protect.
say.
Yeah,
the
I'm.
The implication of the word protect in this context, I'm
Fine.
thinking.
Say preserve. A nation's culture is important to preserve.
I mean, yeah, like, yeah.
John?
It's gonna be like with the extremo debate I have, where like I semi-agree.
All right, next. Democracy makes it too easy for a majority to further itself at the expense of minorities.
Sorry, what did you cut out for me?
Democracy makes it too easy for a majority to further itself at the expense of minorities.
Depends on the type of democracy. So,
Do you mean minority is like in ethnicity or like as in a group of people in a party?
Group of people in a minority.
political demographics.
I mean, that's basically how like democracy works. I mean, one group.
All right, moving on. Society could not function without leaders and followers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry,
Public
I mean,
utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Yeah.
Wait, one said agree and the other said disagree there.
Oh wait.
No,
you said publicly. Oh wait, I mean, yeah,
Public
I agree.
utilities like roads and electricity should be publicly owned.
Yeah, I thought you just said like privately owned. I was like skittering out there.
In the modern era, militaries aren't really necessary.
I would say not maybe as much manpower, more mech soldiers, but yeah, no, I think like still to
That's
some
a
degree,
military.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say we're still
They're necessary. Okay, what about you, John?
Yeah.
Wait, what was the
In
question
the
again?
modern
Like,
era, militaries aren't really necessary. He was saying that they are necessary. Do you think they're necessary?
semi like, I mean, they're important for like country and its people to like.
Are militaries necessary in the modern era?
Yes.
Okay, moving on. Military action by our nation is often necessary to protect it.
Military service is often necessary to protect. That's what you said.
Military action, not service.
Yeah. I'd say no. Like I would say the less military action, the less you're likely to start a Al Qaeda fire.
John?
I don't think that you need to like do an action between another country to like survive. Especially since like you'll just provoke and like enable maybe a conflict
There
or
must
war.
be a separation between church and state.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
A united world government would be beneficial to mankind.
No.
I would say yes.
A united world government would be beneficial to mankind. I heard a negative from Jonathan and a positive from Antonius. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So.
Are you okay with this discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and who was the negative again?
I was the negative.
Yes, and I am for
Leg
a
press.
unified global world government.
And the positive is Antonius.
Yes.
Okay. Note that this is not a timed battle. This is a sudden death battle. Meaning, as soon as one fallacy is made, even a whiff of one, That's it. Game over. All right.
Okay.
So I'm respecting that the affirmative is Antonius, and you go in 3, 2,
Or an
1,
interruption.
go.
Right. So, to start off, I think that a world government, we would argue that it is a natural progression of how we have gone from hunter-gatherer groups to more organized groups
It's over.
of societies.
Naturalistic
Okay.
fallacy.
No, I was making a no. Not in that. I was legitimately going by like.
How is a natural progression not a naturalistic fallacy? Go ahead.
Yeah. So, yeah. Yes, I would argue that as we have seen societies progress, better or worse, in the different stages that it has always sort of gone towards more and more, you know, like from a single cell to a fully person. It has grown, to expand over the planet, even though we haven't unified yet, in that sense. Yeah, I see that as not just a next sort of stage in our existence, but also very beneficial in the long run because it is not good, I think, to have countries that are capable of, for example, polluting to degrees where they can destroy the planet on their own, and they act as if they live on a single island.
I don't disagree with your position, but what you are doing is that you are basically relating us to what it is and ought is. You are trying to infer what ought be from what is, which is the naturalistic fallacy. You assume that it is a natural progression and therefore is a naturalistic fallacy.
No, I'm not saying. Again, as I was saying.
I understand your argument. I'm not saying it's a bad argument. I'm saying that it is technically a naturalistic fallacy. So I presented my findings.
I would say it's less of a naturalistic, more like again, as I was saying, how we have evolved from hunter-gatherer societies to like more organized societies.
You should
like that
be able to argue its efficacy based on what shows from the naturalism without actually showing that it is natural to do so. You just show the efficacy. That would be the non-fallacious way to go about it. But because you said it was natural, it is a naturalistic fallacy. All right, leg press, congratulations. You are moving on into the finals. You are guaranteed money no matter what. You are getting money out of my bank account.
Wow. Yeah, that went happen. Sorry, Antonio.
FYI, you did really good. Antonio, seriously, you were able to do it a full 15 minutes without a single fucking thing, and I'm really smelling for it.
I would want to discuss this with you earlier and define like naturalistic argument and from the historical perspective, like again, academic.
That's fair. We should be able to do that.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, how you explained how we naturally progressed, like all that really came off as like a nationalistic natural like argument, whatever fallacy. No, but you did good. And thank you for opening my eyes up to maybe this idea about a water tunnel isn't a good way to go right now.
At least not yet, but yeah, win for Denmark. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to go to the next contestants, which is Cove and Wowie. Whoever wins this is guaranteed money. And then, of course, we'll go on into the finals to be able to discuss who wins the $100, basically. So, Cove and Wowie, have you guys decided a topic?
We actually said we'd go through one.
You're very quiet, Wowie.
I think because we said we'll go through some with you, because we agree on too much.
Yeah, we talked about. He said we talked about it, and we talked about it. We agreed on quite a bit, and we said we would just have to go through some questions, just to try to find something. You know what I mean?
Pause the game, please.
Hold on.
Although, wow, you are pretty quiet compared to the last time you were speaking.
Can you hear my mic? Hello? Is this any better? Hello?
Yeah, you sound very muffled, Wowie.
You sound incredibly muffled.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
turned
why
you way up,
you've sounded
and
much
you're way
better
muffled.
Go to
earlier
voice
today.
setting.
Hello?
Go to
Right,
voice
so
setting.
you're like muffled. That's the problem.
User settings, voice settings.
Maybe disconnect and restart your Discord. Maybe that will work.
It's my internet because it's raining outside and I live in London. 1 second.
No, it's more like you're muffled.
Hello?
Yeah, it sounds like your microphone is under the pillow.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Turn your input volume 100%.
Can I just be ear rate?
Whoa.
Hello?
You still sound very muffled.
Yeah.
Very
Let me
increase
unplug
your
and plug.
So we're getting into fucking hour 5.
Go to voice settings.
You hear
What
me
is
now?
the top? Yes, much better. What is the
That's
topic?
better.
I can't hear you guys though because I'm on my laptop. Hang on, let me try this.
Who has a better mic quality?
What is the topic?
Hello?
We did not find a topic that we agreed to debate on. We finally just said we're going to have to go through some of your questions to find something to debate because we couldn't figure
Let
something out.
Louis get his mic right.
Is my mic okay now?
Yeah, it's back to the way it was before now.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, let me see here.
You had fixed it, but now it's back to being muffled.
Oh, it's definitely the rain around here, man.
All right.
Go to voice
You're not
configuration.
watching here though.
Input volume.
Okay.
Are you talking in the rain?
The female
No.
gender is better.
At what? Crying?
Just better. Just say better. The female gender is better.
I don't want to debate that.
Okay.
That's such a weirdly phrased thing.
Reality TV is harmful to society.
Not in totality, but I guess some aspects. I wouldn't debate that either.
Your mic is so
I don't want to debate. I don't want to debate that either.
Okay. Children should have the right to vote.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
School lunches are basically junk food.
That's regional. That's not global. That's a pretty broad statement. No, I don't agree with that.
Should UK legalize marijuana?
Children should have to work for their allowance.
Well, of course, that's how that has always worked. You know, you do chores in exchange for your allowance.
I'm waiting for Wowie.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean,
okay, children should have. Dance is not really a sport.
Did you say dance?
Dance.
It's not really a sport.
Dogs.
Is it?
It could. I guess.
I don't know.
Dude, if martial arts is a sport, if martial arts is a sport, then dancing can be a sport.
Smartphones are making us stupid.
No.
What a broad statement. No, I don't think so.
Cats are better pets than dogs.
That's not even. That's just a statement.
No.
This is supposed to be the final.
Wowie, was that a yes?
Even if I had a good reason to, I wouldn't want to debate that.
I'm just waiting for one to say yes to because you guys are telling me your mic's horrible, so I'm just like being quiet.
What? No, you're good. It's fine. You're just gonna sound a little muffled. It's not a big deal.
I'm not having a cat and dog debate.
Okay, being really tall is better than being really short.
Yeah, that's subjective.
Yeah, all of these are going to be subjective.
Yeah, no.
That's why these are.
Whoever said that needs to.
I don't want to debate that.
You know what? If I didn't have so much
terminally online. Okay. McDonald's is the best fast food restaurant.
Fuck no.
No.
Summer is better than winter.
I mean, it depends what country.
No.
Pineapple is good on pizza.
It sure is.
Anchovies are good on pizza.
No.
God damn it. Their taste is the same. Okay. Living forever would be terrible.
Probably.
Yeah.
Clowns are scary.
No, they're not. They're clowns.
No.
Pizza is better than pasta.
To be honest, I can't answer that. I don't actually know.
Wowie and Cove cannot agree on a single fucking thing.
Disagree on a single thing.
Next.
Life is easy when you're beautiful.
Yeah.
Easier.
Easier. Yeah. Comparatively. Yeah.
We have no need for monarchy these days.
Well, that's not my call to make.
Okay.
Can you argue an affirmative or a negative? Good God.
Do you guys think? Do you guys think
Next,
that?
I have no experience or knowledge
Do you guys
of either
think?
one.
Do you
Go
guys
to the
think
next
that children's programming should have advertisement?
That's a good
Yes.
Fuck no. I don't like advertising.
Okay, so you say so. Cove says yes. Russell says no.
I didn't say yes.
He didn't
I
say
didn't
yes.
respond
I said
one way
yes.
or the
I
other.
said yes.
Oh.
It's
Yeah, that
NLX.
has nothing to do. Stop talking, NLX. Fuck.
Okay, so what do you think, Cove?
Cove, I have a question. What do you think wins a fight? A grizzly bear or a gorilla?
Oh my God, no.
Grizzly bear. The average grizzly bear weighs about 700 pounds.
Greasy bacon. This is between
Why?
Cove. This is because there's money involved, and this is between Cove and Wowie.
So yes, I do think that children's programming should have advertisements.
Yeah, actually.
Okay, and Wowie, you say no to that?
I mean, I'm indifferent about it. I prefer it didn't, but I can't make like a diehard down statement. It can't. It's gonna be like
Yes or no?
Are you willing to debate on the negative on that topic or no?
Fuck no. I'm not really debating it.
Okay.
Couldn't we make the argument
Children
that
should not play violent video games.
I think they shouldn't.
Why?
I don't think children should actually.
Okay.
Wait,
what
First
about
Amender.
you? What about you, Cove?
Is there an age specification? Like when we're talking about children, do we
Less
just
than
mean
18.
preteen?
Just young.
Less than 18? I disagree.
So they
no,
should-
I'm
okay,
sorry.
you
I'm
say
sorry.
they
I agree.
should
They
be-
should. They should be able to.
Okay, so they should be able to play
Children.
violent video games, but Wowie is saying no, they should
Yeah,
not be able to play violent video games.
Yeah,
Can I-
because
can I
you're
add a
including
different point
up
of view?
to age 18.
Can I add a different point of view to
Over
that?
the age of 18.
No.
No, he said
we're
children
trying to figure
is.
out a debate between them. Please.
He said in that statement,
Okay,
children
so
is
children-
under 18.
NLX, I will mute you. I swear to God, just please. There's actual money involved. We've been in this debate for 5 hours. Do not
Holy
interrupt.
shit.
Okay. The topic is children should be able to play violent video games. Who is the affirmative on that?
If the modifier is by children, we mean anyone under 18, then I'm the
Children,
affirmative.
yes, less than
So
18.
minors, and then I'm under the affirmative. Yes, they should be allowed to play video games.
Okay, and the negative is Wowie. Okay,
I
so
do-
since the
so-
affirmative is in fact going to
Wait,
be
Wowie's gonna say
Cove.
something.
Hold on, Wowie was going to clarify something.
They are not in
I will be
unequal
arguing
conditions.
that I believe it's negative for children under the age of 18 to play violent video games.
Okay, that's your point of view. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
So
Am I correct?
I would.
you believe that
just
children
started.
yes, you believe that children under 18
Oh my gosh, chill. I'm asking Amanda. Am I right in saying that I would be arguing, right, that it's negative for children under the age of 18 to some unspecified age to play violent video games?
They should not be able to play violent video games.
Okay, under the age of 18.
Yes.
Yes, that's a child.
Cool. So
Okay,
there's no, like,
Cove,
set
you are the
limit.
affirmative. Go ahead. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's possible I could be, biased in my opinion here, but I feel like when it comes to video games, it's important for parents and the people around a child to make sure they understand the difference between video games and reality. As far as we know, there aren't any studies that show that violence among everyone under the age of 18 can be traced directly back to video games. And that was part of my problem with the wording there, because, you know, should a 7-year-old be able to play Grand Theft Auto 5? No, probably not. But a 16 or 17-year-old? Oh, sure, no problem at all. You know, it's up to the parents, you know. So should they be allowed to? At certain ages, I just don't think 18 is that age. You know what I mean? And when you look at classifications, there are some games that they consider to be quote unquote violent that, you know, as gamers, we wouldn't consider to be violent at all. I think Mario Kart is considered to be a violent video game. You know what I mean? So it's such a broad-ranging statement that there's no way I could agree with that without some further classification.
Okay, I believe the parents are responsible in some capacity for the media that their children intake, which would include video games.
He is so
Why-
muffled. How do
Oh my
Scribbles,
God.
can you help him?
Yo, can we
I
pause
told
then?
him to. I
Can
told
we
him to
pause?
switch to his
Can we
phone.
pause? Can we pause and I move to my
Turn off your computer and
Yeah,
turn
yeah.
again.
Russell, just
I'll
try to
restart my
switch to your
laptop. I'll
phone.
restart my laptop. One second.
Let's take a break. Like fair
Let me
play.
restart.
We should be discussing under the same conditions.
I'll restart my laptop. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
hold on.
Technical difficulties.
Hold on, I'm gonna
We
pause
just
the
count him
timer.
as
I have
conceding,
to pause the
Steve.
timer.
Much respect for Samanda. This is great.
Yeah, Amanda, you're doing a great
Yeah,
job. I'm
very
sorry about
enjoyable,
all
but
this.
Thanks.
Can't fucking believe it. $50.
Yo, what is this bullshit? Fucking leg presser wants $50.
Yeah, I know. Leg presser. Listen, with love and respect, you were the last person I thought would make it to the semifinals.
I'm just gonna say that, you know, like this idea that I conducted a logical fallacy, like, aside, like, to say that the debate was won by leg presser after he conceded was fucking retarded.
well, one
Yeah,
of the
the argument
criteria.
isn't the validity of the argument. It's actually just whether or not you commit any bad faith argument
To be
whatsoever.
fair, like, okay, I didn't get a chance to say this at the time, first amender. Like, to say that I said that someone's, like, conditions were better under freaking US rule over freaking Taliban rule is not a logical fallacy or an appeal to emotion.
I did
I
not
don't
make that.
believe that.
All right, let's see
You
how
were
well
you
we
were
sound
talking
now.
about children.
Hello?
Yeah,
And,
I was saying that, like, people who grew up under
yeah, you
US
should be able to say
rule,
people without saying
yeah,
children. Saying
yeah,
children specifically is an appeal to emotion.
well, are children people?
Of course they are, but
So
doesn't it
why
make
is it
sense
different?
that it is no longer fallacious and
So,
That's
people
not
as
fallacious.
opposed
How
to
does it make
Oh,
fallacious?
can
if I
we,
say children?
So argue on Amanda's
hey,
side. Wait, real
can
quick.
we
So
guys
argue on
take
Amanda's
this
side.
to-
Me and the person who I debated with, when we were trying to
I mean, I'm
debate.
not going to
Wait, wait,
I'm not making it
I'm not done speaking.
controversial,
Me
but
and
I'm just
him were.
saying, like, you were wrong. That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't think he was because it
Okay,
really
but
is an appeal to
hey,
emotion.
guys,
I'm
guys.
leg presser. I'm
ultimately
genuinely speaking,
subjective.
bro.
It's ultimately
So
Can we
like,
talk about this later and actually before we
Clearly
start the next?
objective.
It leaves a lot of room for interpretation, and
so,
there's no
so
way that I could objectively say a particular thing is a fallacy
To be
other than
fair,
what I
the
would
standard you
recognize.
used for determining who won the debate was not very easy to determine. But I think that's something to go forward in the future of saying, like, maybe you should pick a better version of determining who is the victor in the future. Because
we could
literally, you can let people cheese the system of saying, like, let me just talk long enough to say that I presented an argument and literally just quit while I'm ahead so that
Well, you
I
can't
don't
talk
fall into a
so
fallacy.
I'll count you long. Forget
wow,
you.
are you back?
Yeah.
Wowie?
Grunt.
I'm not trying to talk.
Wowie? You there?
He was back, but he was quieter than before. All right, everyone,
Wait, he
be
was
quiet.
fine this
Let's
whole
listen.
I want
time.
to come back to
He
congratulate
was
fucking
fine this
leg
whole
presser.
time.
Hello?
Leg presser, I want to
He's
congratulate
quieter
Hold
now.
Derek on
Hold on, everybody be quiet. Let's
Wowie,
listen to
can you
Wowie.
just go on your phone? You're finally on your phone.
Okay, so Grunt, what were you gonna say?
I just want to congratulate you on losing your Veritone.
He's talking. Wow, he's talking.
Who asked me to reset my voice settings? What the fuck is this?
Oh my
That got
god.
louder. That got a little
Is
louder.
hilarious. I'm sorry,
That was
Wowie.
me. That was me.
It's 11:37.
To
I just want to
congratulate
pay
you.
you guys and be
Voice
on my
and
way.
video.
Please,
Voice
Maui,
and
just
video.
get on your phone like
Hold
Scribbles
down.
asked.
Reset voice settings. Input volume. 100%.
Egan, stop telling me to
And
reset.
I told you that,
Your
man.
fucking shitty ass microphone.
Hello.
Reset
Hello.
the
Are you
voice
in
settings.
second place or
What the
third
fuck
place?
is going on, man?
Oh, you did it!
My whole laptop, dude.
You did it.
Wowie, it's
yeah.
working
Boy,
great.
there you
Fixed.
go.
Okay,
It's
so
not-
What did you?
if I can, so if I can
What
just
did
be
you
allowed
end
to
up
say one
doing?
last thing. If I can just be allowed to say one last thing, yeah, thank you for that, Grunt.
can't
But
even
I'll
hear you
be a
guys.
dance and talk to the mod.
He can't hear us.
He can't hear us. But he sounds a lot better now.
Yo, did you come in
Your
second or third
phone.
place?
Wowie, did you try to
Yes.
listen?
Hello.
Or did you-
Hi,
Can you hear me now?
we
Yeah.
can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you.
Okay,
Thank
so
fuck for that.
Cove is the affirmative. Children less than 18 should be able to play violent video games. And I remember he made his argument, and then Wowie needs to respond to his argument. Do you remember the argument, or does it need to be repeated?
I remember it to a slight. I can't remember it completely.
Okay. So Cove, could you just repeat it as quickly as possible, and then we'll start the timer.
Yeah, to summarize, I simply said that statement by itself is very broad, because if, for example, should a 7-year-old be able to play Grand Theft Auto 5? Probably not. But should a 16 or 17-year-old be able to? So I wouldn't be able to agree with that statement without further clarification. Like, there are so many levels of questions and answers we would have to tumble through to be able
No,
to.
there's 2 levels, yes or no.
What are you talking about? Stop.
What?
Stop. Allow Cove and,
Okay.
and nobody else has the floor. Only Cove and Wowie. Do not talk. Okay. Go ahead, Wowie.
Sure.
Oh.
I believe the parents are responsible, so I agree with Cove in this, in some capacity for the media that their children intake or ingest. While it may be true that there's no definitive evidence that video games cause an increase in violence within children, there is substantial evidence to suggest that the media that your child ingests has an effect on their mood and behaviors, which would also include video games within that study.
Amanda, can you understand him?
Yeah,
I put him up to 200. Just keep going. Go ahead, Cove.
Yeah, I've read most of what you're talking about, and again, that's one of those things that can be case sensitive. And as a general rule, yes, there are situations where, in their studies they have found that to be true, but as a general rule, it's not. It's not like every person within a certain age range, when they play certain types of video games, they turn out a certain way. That's not how that works. And because of that, we shouldn't make general rules. It should be based on a case-by-case basis. And as such, I just can't find myself agreeing with a statement like that.
Like law and I think
Pausing. It's getting worse, Wowie. I got you up at 200, and you're now breaking up.
He is speaking.
Dude, I can't. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Okay, one second.
Oh, you got louder.
Are you gonna listen to me and go on your phone?
My phone's up too, baby. It's my Wi-Fi.
I have his ass up to 200%.
Let me go voice
You
that.
want to come around my house? It's not raining.
This
Man,
dude's
just like
wandering
Scotty
around
from
at like
Star
5
Trek.
o'clock. This dude is
I don't
wandering
know she's
around.
got Captain.
This dude's wandering around the
whole
fucking
thing will
street.
blow.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
A little bit.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Start screaming.
About the
Thank
same.
fuck for that. It was the same. What the fuck are you? What the?
Well, you're getting closer, and so I mean it's still muffled, but I got you at 200%. So go ahead.
Okay.
Continue.
Yo.
I don't even know where I was. Yeah. I would say, conventionally, I think this law and age ratings should apply across the board, simply because, we are unsure of the effects and the influence and even some of the themes that children may be exposed to. And that's why I originally agreed with you when I said that parents do hold some form of responsibility towards the media that their children ingest. But I don't actually think we disagree there.
No, we do agree. That's why the ESRB has its age safety rating system where it's like 17 plus, 13 plus, teen, adult, etc. Just making a blanket statement of 18 under. That's the only thing I disagree with. You know, having there be rules and regulations and age restrictions based on the content of the video games. Well, that just makes sense. You know, so, and we do in fact agree on that. But in regards to the original statement, there's too much to it for that to be applicable. There's no way that could work.
I don't believe children of any age of under the age of 18 should be allowed access to any form of violent video game. When I say any form, I mean I wouldn't allow a 7-year-old to play Grand Theft Auto 5 and be introduced to some of the themes on that video game.
Yeah, neither would I. That's why it has there's an age rating, I believe. But to say that that someone who is 17 years old shouldn't be allowed to play Grand Theft Auto 5?
I'm not sure whether or not it would be beneficial to allow unregulated age ranges for video games towards children. So I can accept that some children may have encountered games with violent themes. I do not believe that all children should have all access to violent video games.
Oh, I agree. But we still, I think, don't necessarily agree on the original statement of the debate itself, which was that no child under the age of 18 should ever have access to any violent video games.
I thought the statement was that children under the age of 18 should be allowed access to video games.
Yeah, should be allowed access to violent video games.
And when I'm thinking of that, I immediately switch over to the idea of like extremely young children playing violent and graphic video games. And I'd say that shouldn't be allowed. I'd stand on that point down that hill.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And that's why I asked for the age clarifier. You know, if we had gone with, 12 or under, 10 or under, 13 and under, or something like that, it wouldn't really be much of a debate. But 18, yeah, I can't agree with that.
I don't actually think I disagree with you in this discussion then, to be honest.
Well, if you like, we can end the debate here.
Yeah. I mean, I'll take up a position. I've already taken up a position I don't believe in. I'm not going to start arguing why video games should be banned for everyone under 18. That's not really the position I was expecting to come into.
Did you all want to stop right here?
I mean, we agree on the whole debate.
Yeah, I'm saying you would stop here.
Yeah.
Well, there can only be one winner. And the reality is that this is so tight that just the slightest thing will change everything. And in this situation, and there's the report card, Wowie made no fallacies, whereas Cove made a single statement that could be misconstrued in such a way that it would be ambiguous. he specifically said, well, having a restriction ... that just makes sense. He did not make any argument. He just simply says, well, it makes sense on its own axis, which could be meaning as ambiguous or circular if you wanted to be even less charitable. Regardless, Wowie, you go to the finals. Congratulations. Both of you did amazing.
Congrats, bro.
My mic's fucked. It's like made me afraid.
My mic is fucked.
That's where the money's gonna go.
Well, between you and leg press, y'all are making money. Okay, you are up at least $50, but only one person's gonna win the $100.
There can be only one.
There can only be one, and so you guys are gonna have to discuss on the particular topic. And I was considering making it longer, but unfortunately, because of how long this is lasting, it's currently 11:48 my time. I'm just gonna make it 15 minutes, okay? And
it's almost like 6 in the morning for me right now.
5 a.m. for me.
yeah, I know. You guys are Euro trash. I get it. It's fine. It's fine. I get it. Y'all are Euro trash. I get it. Okay. All right. You guys have to argue the position. So, do you guys have something that you guys would like to disagree on, or would you like me to try to find something?
But by the way, Amanda, you saw I sent you in the DM, right?
I don't even know I'm debating. Who am I even debating with?
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, Antonio.
The guy with the white Batman profile picture.
Okay, I was given a few, so let's take a look here.
Yeah, Bob, you go ahead.
Well, okay, so somebody presented me a few, so I'm just gonna show it. Citizens who do not vote should be fined.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Should Britain legalize marijuana like in the United States?
Yeah.
I think we should.
Yeah, you should also.
The government should run all the prisons.
Opposed to like private prisons, incentive-driven prisons. Problem is, I don't know much about American prisons, so I'll be kind of...
Okay, the West should not interfere and place sanctions on Middle Eastern and Eastern countries.
I think I can't debate that because there's a lot of nuance.
Okay,
in my
should
head.
the British monarchy be abolished?
I don't think. Yeah, I think it should. I think it absolutely should.
John?
Again, it's going to be like a semi thing for me in that it should not be abolished, but it should also not be like an absolute like monarchy.
Would you be willing to argue that it should not be abolished?
We're talking about the UK. We're only talking about like
British
the UK
monarchy.
Well, then not really, because like there's a large...
Contact sports such as boxing and MMA should be banned.
No, I don't think so.
Nah, that's stupid.
God damn it, and you reasonable motherfuckers, hard to fucking find an argument. All right.
It's what got me so far.
Fair enough.
Well,
only those who serve in the military should be allowed to have influence on who is in power.
I disagree with that.
I also disagree.
Police need more power and protection.
No.
I disagree. Yeah. No.
Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the others we've tried.
I don't. That fucking question confuses me. So no, I'm not going to take that. Fuck that.
So wait. So what you're saying is that democracy is the only system that failed us, but all the other ones that has literally fucked us over for centuries was actually working. Is that what it is?
No, democracy is the worst form of government, as in it is shit, except for all of the others we've tried. Meaning, it's shit, but it's not as shit as the other ones.
I mean, I can agree with that. I mean, in that comparatively, like it's a bad. It's like it's not perfect, but it's the best we have.
The government should not break up monopolies.
So they should not. So they should leave monopolies alone.
Mm-hmm.
I have a nuanced opinion. It's not a fair opinion because I'd end up arguing that they can, but by purchasing out monopolies.
Right, next. Excessive government intervention is a threat to the economy.
I think it's a threat. Excessive government intervention can be a threat to the economy.
Wait, what was the question again?
Excessive government intervention is a threat to the economy.
Yeah, I disagree a little bit with that.
Okay, so Wowie said that it is a threat, and you're saying it is not.
I said that. Oh wait, yeah. Wait.
Excessive.
Yes, it is a threat.
Okay, moving on. Popular opinion is not always right.
100%.
Yeah, I don't think popular opinion is always right.
Only our national languages should be spoken in our country.
I disagree.
Disagree.
The United Nations needs more power.
No.
Yeah, I disagree.
Nobody but me can adequately represent my views.
So do you mean
I don't know everyone. I won't be able to answer that. Maybe someone else can.
So
me.
This is the problem with pragmatism. Everybody ends up agreeing. I hate that. We have no right to militarily intervene in other nations. Militarily intervene in other nations.
I feel like I had that discussion with Grund earlier.
That is true. All right, we'll go to the next one. Our culture would be better with other cultures mixed in more.
Like overlap. I'm not neutral on that, to be honest. I don't really agree or disagree.
People should be given freedom whenever it causes little security risk.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Military spending is a waste of money.
I disagree. I think you need a military spending to some extent.
Yeah. I semi-disagree.
The wealthy have far more than what they need.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alliances are more important for protecting a nation.
In that they help make sure that two countries can have
It's a very ambiguous question. Just take
Jonathan, what's your opinion on gun control?
Can go all over with.
Okay, wait. I actually think got some. You said, "What's my opinion on gun control?"
Yeah.
Well, I think that normal that people should be allowed to have guns.
I disagree.
Okay.
Okay.
Finally.
All right. Citizens should be able to have guns.
Mm-hmm.
And the affirmative is Jonathan.
Yeah.
Or rather, leg press. Apologies.
Yeah.
And the negative is going to be Wowie. So the affirmative is always given to the floor to the affirmative. Go ahead, leg press in 3, 2, 1, go.
So I believe that every citizen at least in my country, just to make it more easy, should be allowed to own a handgun or maybe a rifle to protect themselves, not against just like government, but also against like anyone who would try to like threaten me or my livelihood or my family. And I also believed, and I believe that responsible adults and people who don't have any mental ill can actually handle themselves well enough to have a gun at home where they can protect themselves. Not saying that they should go outside with their gun all the time, but just at their likelihood so they can defend themselves at home.
Sure, I believe that firearms amplify the risk of injury. There's multi-level analysis on this particular subject that look at different countries that allow the usage of firearms. I think the data from 26 developed countries, if I can recall correctly, showed the owners of a handgun showed increased risk for victimization by violent crime. Therefore, my position would be guns should be more heavily controlled and not be allowed in the hands of everyday citizens.
I can reply, correct? So you said something, if I remember, if I could hear correctly, you said that that there's actually more like cases of people hurting themselves because they have a handgun versus that they would actually like protect themselves, correct?
No, it increased risk for victimization by violent crime. So while it's true, and that's a separate point, like we'll talk about that later, that guns do actually facilitate higher rates of suicide as well. The 26 countries that are developed that allow firearms for citizens show that the owners of handguns have increased risk for victimization by violent crime. So essentially, it's not inducive that they're harming themselves. They're just coming across harm by violent crime by having a gun.
Okay, so by this victimization, you're saying that someone who is allowed to like have a handgun at home usually always like makes up like trying to make themselves look like the victim against the person who was trying to break in or harm them, correct?
The position I'm making is that guns amplify the risk level of encountering harm. I preface my position with that actually. And if you allow citizens to have firearms, then it's expected, at least in those 26 developed countries that were studied, showed that the handguns did increase the risk of victimization by violent crime. The act of both participants or both individuals having firearms did show an increase of victimization from violent crime.
Okay. But when you look at like states, for example, here, for example, there in America, like Texas, that are allowed to like have guns, the number of crime rates that's and like violent gun shooting that's happening there is actually vastly low. And I believe like everything, like many things that like people can like be allowed to have has like its negative connotations. But I don't believe that we should like get rid of guns because there are a few bad apples out there who are like going out and shooting people or like causing harms to others. I firmly believe that we should be allowed to protect ourselves because taking away guns, like fully erasing them, isn't really going to get rid of the problem because it'll just like make innocent people more easier for targets. Everything that's mostly, if you're like a very skilled killer or like you know what you're doing, you can turn pretty much everything in your vicinity into a weapon. Again, it isn't, no wait, it isn't the gun or like the weapon that does it. It's the person who holds it.
Can I respond to that? It's
What?
interesting that you mentioned that it actually wouldn't change the violent crime rate. The reason I'd say that it's interesting is that a 2019 study on right to carry laws mentioned that it's associated with 13 to 15% higher aggregate violent crime rate 10 years after adopting the right to carry laws. So what I would contest the data. I think that there is enough data though to suggest that there is a correlation to some extent between accepting right to carry laws, so your everyday citizen walking around either with concealed firearm or open firearm, and higher victimization and violent crime rates to the margin of 13 and 50%.
Okay, so I'm trying my best to like listen to you because like your mic is like very low. But from what I could understand, you used a study to like showcase that guns being taken away would actually like decrease violent crime rates in I think it was like a country or like was it a state in America you were talking about?
I'll repeat it. I never mentioned that. There was a 2019 study that found the right to carry laws, so when these were introduced in specific states, are associated with 13 to 15% higher aggregate violent crime rates 10 years after adopting the right to carry law. So what that suggests is that it tends to be, and it tends to be the norm, that 10 years after you adopt a right to carry law, that the violent crime rates actually increase, which is essentially a contradiction to your previous statement, by 13 to 15%.
Okay, so I think I understand you now. Well, I actually think that like if a neighborhood everybody could like be allowed to have like a gun, like let's just say like there was a neighborhood and everybody was allowed to have a gun and they all had a gun. I think there would actually be more like respect between each other in that we can like settle this as like adults, but we can also like I will like not hesitate to use this to protect myself if you're gonna attack me. And it will also send a signal to like anybody outside the neighborhood who wants to come and start troubling that, hey, you can try, but just know that if you try anything with us, you're probably gonna get the bullets. Because like once you just start to like make it so like criminals and people who just want to come and start trouble can just come in and do this and people will be defenseless to do anything without any consequence, then it would just attract more and more of these kinds of people.
Are you suggesting that if everyone was to have a gun, that would make homicide and violent crime less prominent? Is that what you're suggesting?
At least in like a good neighborhoods, because again, like if you just make like a group of people defenseless, and there's someone who apparently can't be allowed to defend themselves, it just attracts more and more of criminals, drug dealers, and like pimps or whatever to like come in here because like, hey, who's gonna stop them or fight against them?
I'd say this is the problem in terms of like cross-analyzing that with data. The Kellogg Northwestern is a good example of this, which estimated that a 10% increase in the rate of gun ownership is associated with approximately a 2% increase in the homicide rate. And so the more, the higher availability to right to carry, it tends to have a direct implication not only on a higher crime rate, which is the data I brought up previously, but also a slightly higher homicide rate based on the study that I just mentioned. So I would have to press you actually and ask you for any evidence or any idea that you may have towards how having more guns, despite that data being readily available, would decrease the amount of gun crime and homicide.
I think that would just like drag everything out here, and I don't honestly have like the time to like find out a source that can back me here. I think actually like choosing like the gun debate was maybe a little bit of a mistake. I mean, I understand like where you're coming from. I respect that and all that, but I feel like we're just going into a lot of like nitty-gritty.
I mean, we can have like a disagreement on the data, and we can have a disagreement on what we believe, and my beliefs tend to coincide with the data that have been presented, and I'd be happy to like discuss with you your opinion of if everyone was to be armed, right? But I'd ask you in good faith for any reasoning as to why that would obscure and also contradict the data that I've already seen.
Well, I again believe that because everybody should be allowed to citizens should be allowed to have a gun is again because so they can defend themselves. Again, whether or not it be against the drug dealers, criminals, or the government, if it was supposed to be tyrannical. I actually do believe that if everybody had a gun and people would know that there are stakes in if you try to provoke someone and there's gonna be trouble, and it will force people to be more reasonable adults and try to sell this as adults instead of just going full out with gun shooting and all that.
Do you believe that the inverse may also be true, that having access to a button, a firearm, that could immediately extinguish someone's life could potentially also escalate situations and cause more injury and potential victimization of people that have guns?
Not by, I can respond, correct?
Yeah.
Not by someone who is well trained and well versed and follows maybe some set regulations or guidelines on how a gun can be used and when your right to have or use it ends.
I would then press you even further. I would say, if we're talking about gun control, how can you ensure if you're going to arm the entirety of a society? You said if an entire community was armed, how can you ensure that people will be well versed and of stable mind as to when to use these firearms?
Well, here's how I see it. If I gave let's say a community of people, everybody a gun, just let's just say I did that, it would show that and also they would be known and how to do it, they were responsible adults and all that. If someone were to actually maybe one day go full snap and decide to start to become shooting someone or causing damage to someone, I would believe that then everybody else can defend themselves against that person, whether or not they be able to shoot him and kill him instantly or maybe harm him to he could be apprehended and taken to a hospital or psychiatrist or whatever. That's how it would usually go.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you realize what you've been doing. You've taken point A to point Z. We've assumed that, hey, if everyone in this community was of sound mind, then it would mean that there would be no unsound shootings. I'm asking you quite directly, instead of going from point A to point Z, how would we ensure that these people were of sound mind in the first place when holding and utilizing a firearm?
We would go for medical records and see that this person is actually sane and there isn't any prior shit that's happened. And then but shit can change in a few years. Maybe this person maybe snapped or something happened. It's it's like when someone is gonna apply for a job, they have a record of what they did, so that if someone's gonna give them this job, they know a little bit about who this guy is and what he has done. So
I also believe that in some states, I think Wyoming is one of them, where gun ownership has household gun ownership is at 63%. It actually has higher suicide rate, and the inverse is true for other states that were studied upon. That states with lower gun ownership have lower suicide rates. And while we can debate on whether or not medical records are a reliable form of determining whether or not someone should be allowed to hold a gun.
Time. So as of right now, in the current debate, I've been listening very closely. I even looked at what Wowie said in that debate, and I gotta tell you, I heard his A to B pretense. And as of right now, no fallacies have been found. None of which that I'm able to detect. You guys have been behaving in so good faith that you guys refuse to even acknowledge. You guys say, "Oh, can I talk?" And I'm like, "Ah, oh, Jesus Christ." Okay. Go ahead and continue,
I think I'm
Wowie.
getting
We are
a
now.
problem with the point system here.
Yeah, I know. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's well, when they get better at it, it turns out to be like a soccer game. So okay, it's fine.
You create
We are now officially in sudden death. We are in sudden death, and so whoever commits even a whiff of a fallacy will get counted against, and the $100 will go to the other person. So go ahead and continue, Wowie.
Okay. You mentioned previously that civilians should be armed. I think to quote you, maybe it's incorrect quote, but I believe it's correct, to stop like gangs and pimps is in self-defense, and that if you remove their guns, that gangs and pimps would get guns anywhere, they'll find a way to. I'd like to point out that since the Brady background check law went into effect, background checks have stopped more than 2.4 million gun sales to prohibited purchasers, and that would include convicted felons, domestic abusers, fugitives from justice, and other dangerous individuals. Millions of guns are sold every year in no questions asked transactions. And experts, the people that I've been like looking at their studies and citing from, estimate that 40% of guns now sold in America are done so without a background check. So essentially, we do see a proactive attack on individuals trying to obtain prohibited guns. So I actually disagree with the premise that they'll get guns anyway because they're criminals.
I can respond, correct?
Yeah.
By the way, your mic is a little bit better now. I can actually hear you more better. Well, yeah, I actually see where like you're coming from, but I think I don't think if like I made this clear or like if I forgot to say it, but like I'm a guy who believes that we have problems in the world and some we can fix and some we are just meant to deal with, but we like live with, but we can't like minuscule them. So like I do know that even if we were to like get a world where like people could have guns and like gun control and all that, we would still like have illegal firearms being sold without a background check. We would still have criminals use those guns to like attack and harm people. It won't be like a perfect utopia. I'm fully aware of that. But so like I know when it comes to that, like that the background check didn't really reduce the number of illegal firearms being sold. I can see that. What I'm talking more about is that normal citizens who didn't do anything and are just living their normal lives but want to have a way to protect themselves. Protect themselves. I see that they should have the right to do that. At least it's more like a precaution in that, like, so they at least know, hey, if you're gonna go into this neighborhood again, like, just know this is what's waiting for you. You can respond now.
You believe that there are no alternative methods of reasonable force other than firearms to protect yourself?
I mean, if all it's gonna be is that like I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna talk to them in a certain manner and say, if you guys don't leave, very soon I'm gonna call the police. They're not gonna really take that seriously. And even if like it would be like with a bat or like maybe a knife that isn't like a gun, that could easily like be taken from me, because like if I don't hit you correctly or not with a correct force, I'm basically fucked on that point. And so I believe like if I come out and I see like you're trying to like cause trouble in like my neighborhood or like in my building, you won't leave me alone or whatever, I believe that if I come out with a gun and I hold it up and I say, You have 5 seconds to leave, or I'm gonna exercise my right here. Then it will actually show. Then they will actually see that there is gonna happen shit here, and you can either do what I said there, or you can get the bullet.
So rather than
Pause. Are you saying that only these two options are available?
You're talking to me, correct?
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that they are the only like available options back. I'm just saying that like.
Okay, keep going.
Okay.
Go ahead, Wowie.
Yeah. So I previously mentioned that in 26 developed countries, owners of handguns. So when you gave the example of someone potentially entering your property, that shows an increased risk of victimization of the owners of handguns by violent crime. This is a data set. And so surely it would be beneficial for the person attempting to protect themselves to mitigate the potential victimization that they'll come into contact with by not having guns.
Can you repeat the last part? For whatever reason, you just went like robotic for me. Just
Sure. Earlier I mentioned about the analysis from the analysis, the multi-level analysis on data from 26 developed countries that showed the owners of handguns show an increased risk for victimization by violent crime. You mentioned that if you had a bat, someone might just take it from you. Well, it seems to be that it tends to happen with firearms as well. And it tends to show an increased risk of victimization of violent crime than the alternative countries which don't have civilian firearm ownership.
I can respond.
Yeah.
Well, see, here's actually like the thing where I have to disagree with you that a gun could also easily be taken away. Yeah, it can be like taken away from me if I'm not too careful, but it's a little bit more difficult. If I hit you with a bat, I can hit you in a place where like it will hurt. Or if I'm very skilled, maybe I can like pop your kneecaps or like hit you in the skull. But if I hold out a handgun and I were to example like do like a warning shot up in the air, that will like alarm both them but also the people everywhere else. And if it comes to like that I have to like shoot you because you're advancing to me with like maybe a knife, just let's say like for a knife. With the moment I pull that trigger and that bullet fires, it doesn't matter if it was only like in a non-fatal area, you're still going to feel that immense pain and you're probably going to be on the ground.
Yeah. Can I answer that?
So, of course.
I would say that you missed my position actually. I'm not trying to make a comparison between the two weapons. I'm trying to make it excruciatingly clear that within these 26 developed countries, people that own guns become victims of guns. It doesn't necessarily mean that they have to have the gun taken from them. There's nothing in the data that specifically says that. So the idea would be if you had a society where everyone had a gun, and you already mentioned, you accepted that people will still commit crime in this country and still misbehave in this community, that they would now be armed with a firearm opposed to a potential inverse. I would say that it'd be bad to assume that they'd have a firearm either way.
Yeah, so you're saying that most people who like apparently in these countries, according to like that study, is that those who have guns will eventually like maybe start to like harm themselves or eventually start to like become the victim of like having a gun, in that they will not only harm themselves but probably also someone else. Is that what the whole gun victimization ownership goes about?
No, at no point have I said that most people in one of those 26 countries that own civilian firearms will harm others or harm themselves. It says that they're at an increased risk of victimization by violent crime, not that the majority of them are committing violent crime or harming themselves.
Okay, sorry. I honestly thought that was what it meant. I'm very sorry for that.
I'd like that position to be answered actually though, because this would coincide with your original point that the problem with de-escalating the weaponry used is that people will get a hold of weaponry either way, but the data set actually shows that access to more dangerous forms of weaponry, I'd suppose it as, such as firearms, tends to have an increased risk of violent crime and victimization of gun owners.
Let me just think there. Yeah, I think you may be right there on that point.
So I'd ask you again, considering we've moved past that previous point, what if it turns out to be true that it's actually dangerous for gun owners to some extent, more so than countries without gun ownership, to be victims of gun crime and violent crime and be victimized by gun crime? If that tends to be what this data shows, then I'd point my question back to you and say, why would you suppose that it's a good idea for you to have this community where everybody is armed with firearms? And how would that support no gun control?
You know, Wowie, I actually like talking to you about this, and it's very informative and it's very good and all that. But I think I'm just gonna like conceive so that we can all like go sleep and you can have your $550 and I can win mine.
I'm happy with that. I need new headphones.
So wait, hold on. So here's what's going to happen, right? If you both decide that you're going to concede during this sudden death elimination, I did not hear any fallacies from either. What I would end up doing is just allotting you both a $75 amount as opposed to the 50.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not
I like
conceded.
that.
I'm chilling. I'm ready to
You good?
debate.
Are you good with that?
I'm still debating.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Wait.
That's a good deal.
Wowie says he still wants to debate.
Yeah, I'm fine to debate still. I'm
Well-
like pretty stuck on my positions.
Well, it's not because like I don't like debating what you hear. It was actually like good and all that. But here's the thing. It's almost 7 in the middle of the night and there are some people here who really wants to go to bed. So maybe
we're cool.
I think that
Do you want to just take the $50 and then he takes the 100?
can it just be like the 75 there?
Only if he agrees to that.
I think the question here is that Black Professor takes 50 and Russell takes 100 because Russell still wants to debate and Black Professor seems like he wants to quit.
He wants to go sleep. In fairness,
That's what I'm saying. Like, are you okay with that, leg press?
Yeah.
He wants 75.
Okay. We're gonna end it right here. Congratulations, Wowie.
Man.
Due to exhaustion. Winner by exhaustion.
Victory by attrition.
All right, so let me go ahead and put this on. I'm gonna share it to everybody, and I'm gonna go ahead and give a custom role.
Nice.
I kind of want to put Master Debater.
Mass debater.
Mass Debater.
You fucked my laptop.
He master debates. He's a master debater. He's gonna master debate all over you. Yeah.
Yes, the Dane will master debate over all.
All right, I'm gonna stop the recording. I feel like I have to break it up because there's like, we got 6 hours of content. Like, holy shit, I gotta break it up between.
You can just do chapters.
You can really hear the delirium in our
I'm gonna
voices
stop the
as time
recording.
goes on.
I'm stopping the recording. Here we go.